Through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them in a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning Bigs.
It's a beautiful Sunday, so why don't we go ahead and stay inside and watch some Valorant, shall we? Hello and welcome to week 2 of VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena.
Sign upside down. Ball
we have a crowd. Welcome back. I'm Golden Boy. I'm back again, joined by Wyatt, and of course, she did a stupendous job yesterday, Mimi. Well done, well done. Yay. Carrying the reins for me while I was away.
They made me cede my power.
They will one day. They will one day. But let's go ahead, though, and talk about what happened yesterday because, well, I wasn't here. So, first up, we have Cloud9 facing off against Loud, our first matchup. I remember this one distinctly. I was on the road up to where I was heading to for the day, and then I looked at the score, and I saw C9 were up 1-0, and I thought that we existed in the upside down, Wyatt. And here we are, though. All was corrected, but C9, hell of a run.
Yeah, for sure. All was corrected, but C9, they really did come into this really doing the one thing that they could to take a map, which was counter-strat the opposition. Loud. What they were doing on Split with that Gecko perfectly to start off the series.
This round was insane. I mean, some of the clutches that Loud managed to pull off to stay in it, they were really tested in this series. But once we got a little bit later in the pool, you started to see some of that experience of Loud coming out. And talking about anti-stratting, I think they had a really good idea of how Cloud9 wanted to play this map of Lotus. And I think this series kind of reflects just the inexperience of the squad for Cloud9. It showed that they put a lot of effort, a lot of preparation to the split, and that was fantastic, but you only have so much time, so many weeks to put that work in, and they weren't fully ready for every single map in this pool, in the same way that Loud was. But I still think for Cloud9, they walk away feeling happy. But series number 2 was also insane. We got a wild upset with Furia finding a crazy comeback in map number 3 to make things happen over a Leviathan squad that we had such high hopes for, Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean, it could be an upset, but I think with, you know...
I mean, I feel like after beating NRG, it should be considered.
Yeah, but when we look back on this one in history, I don't know. I don't think it necessarily is one. Furia are really, really nice. And that third map, beating Leviathan on Ascent, bringing it back in the fashion that they did on defense with it being such a strong map for that LATAM side, it was hella impressive.
Yeah. I think that, you know, we continue to big up Fury. I think we were a little worried at first, like what happens, where does this team land? But I do think that now we are looking at a legitimate contender here in the Americas region. Even though it's still early and we are only in week 2, I do want to give Furia those flowers. They are going to be tied for first right now with Loud. You have Sentinels in 3rd and 4th. You have C9 at 1-1. Leviathan are going to be joining them there as well. And then rounding out the rest of the pack there, you can see all fishing for their first victory here today. MIBR and KRU could very well find themselves in the win column there because they will be playing later on today. But first up, though, let's actually talk about NRG versus Sentinels. And like I said before, we'll talk about MIBR facing off against KRU. Make sure you guys, you beautiful people at home, I miss you so much, are using the hashtags VCT Americas and VCT because I miss telling this to you all so much so that your tweets can be shown on the broadcast. And by the way, make sure while you still can, okay, why not answer today's Twitter poll question? It's very simple.
Voting is important.
Is Brazil, voting's important, is Brazil going to 3-0 this weekend? Scan the QR code. All right, let us know. Cast your vote. We want to hear from you. Do you think Brazil is going to 3-0 this weekend?
I, for one, welcome our Brazilian overlords, and I think it is going to be 3-0. I think every Brazilian team is going to be sitting at the top of those standings right now. That region is just looking incredible, Wyatt.
Yeah, it definitely is. I've been waiting my whole life for this, Mimi.
He's finally done it.
We finally arrived. Yeah, they really do have a strong chance, especially with what we saw from NRG. A lot of question marks last week. That was the roughest showing with this new roster yet. And Sentinels on the upswing, making some good decisions with that time they had between a lock-in and the beginning of America.
Sentinels is technically a Brazilian team, for the record.
Exactly. Yeah, no.
Technically speaking.
Exactly.
They'll own that. They'll own that. All right, guys. Well, look, we're going to take a quick commercial break. And you know what? We're going to have some peeps before we talk to Sentinels versus NRG. If those of you got that reference, kudos to you. Of course, as always, see you on the other side.
Who doesn't know what a peep is?
I don't know.
I think everyone knows what a peep is.
5 HP per second, and Saucy gets 3! Oh, he spotted him, he's gotten it down to 1. The snap is there from Finesse anyway! The Red Bull clutch for NRG!
Welcome back, everyone. Now, I want to take you all the way back to 2021. I know, it feels like it was ages ago, because fresh off of their perfect run in Reykjavik, Sentinels looked damn near unbeatable. And then it all came crashing down when they met up against Envy, and a lot has changed since then. My hairline for one of those, but of course, Mimi, you're now able to vote.
Finally, I can.
All right, but here's the thing. TenZ is going to be facing off against that Envy core here today. Jokes aside, this is going to be an interesting clash of these two styles here.
Yeah, this match was kind of the end of the Sentinels era in a way. And for the start of Valorant 2020 into 2021, this team was winning absolutely everything. And after a win of Reykjavik, losing this match against Envy at Berlin, getting knocked out, this is when I think the Envy core that became Optic, that has now become NRG, became the best team in North America and basically carried that banner all the way to now, being the best placing team at lock-in. But for the Sentinel squad, completely rebuilt since that time, only TenZ remaining, they have an opportunity now to flip that script and actually maybe upset this NRG squad and have a shot at becoming that best squad in North America.
Yeah, and of course, you know, I think when we talk about Sentinels, obviously, you know, you're going to look back at lock-in, but lock-in was such a long time ago at this point. It's a distant memory now, especially after taking down 100 Thieves, Wyatt, in week 1. This Sentinels team looks like they're getting comfortable, which can be scary for the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're a new team, it's like, I don't know, you interpret time the same way as like a baby. Time feels a lot longer. You know, when you're earlier into your infancy. The team had been around for such a short amount of time that even just a couple months means so much to that squad. And having only played like the Ludwig Tarek event and then lock-in, that was just not enough time for them to really put anything cohesive together. Not just to mention the time it took to actually get Saucy and Pankata into the Sentinels camp here in the U.S. So with all of that in consideration, I feel like they finally had enough time to make some of the core adjustments they were looking for to find the player comfortability on what role should this guy be on, where's this guy's position going to be in the team. Yeah,
and I think a big part of that was the role swaps. And one of the examples of those was Saucy and Pankata. Pankata switched on over, now kind of playing still some of the controllers. You can see him on the Viper here, but also onto the Sentinel roles, allowing him to find more of those lurks and pop off, while Saucy has switched over to the controller role. I think there are some upsides to this. Both these guys get to play together in late rounds and play for those clutches, which we know they're fantastic at as a duo. But that also opens up the rest of the players to become more comfortable. That means TenZ is back on basically always primary duelist, and Def gets to play his flash initiator that he's very good at.
Yeah, and really, I think comfortability is the theme of this team. And as we take a look at their IGL Def, I think it shows off in there as well, Wyatt, right? Because Def, you know, this guy's coming into it, obviously a pretty decorated IGL, lots of experience under his belt here. This is a tall task for him, but he has been playing some damn good Valorant lately.
Yeah, definitely. When they came into the roster, they were trying a lot of that double duelist stuff, making it easy for Zekken and TenZ, keeping those guys comfortable. But what they didn't do initially was have Def on the role that he was on with Exa, which was playing the initiator role, setting up Zekken, his duelist from that previous team. And watching him back on that last week against 100 Thieves, I do think was one of the critical factors in them beginning to turn things around. And it's a bit unorthodox to think that you would want to take Saucy off the initiator, where he's been one of the best for years, take Pankata off of the Omen, the controller role. But it actually did end up, I think, working out for them in that game because Def looked more comfortable, I think, leading the team from that position. Yeah. He looks comfortable setting up Zekken from that position. And also just individually, when he was playing the Sentinel earlier with Sentinels this year, he was just not doing anything individually. And in that game against 100 Thieves, he was having his moments too. He found himself in the positions he was in when he was on XSET playing the same role, actually able to get some impact of his own. And because it was a while ago, people, and because no one was watching XSET games and now he's on Sentinels, it's also, people don't really know that. I think he actually had a number of like good individual games on that team too.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, there is so much that we can continue to harp on with the Sentinels team because of their background, where all these players have come from. There's so much depth to this lineup. But for a closer look, though, at Sentinels and their defensive sides, let's actually send it over to Sean Garris, who's going to be standing by everybody to tell us later. Sean, play.
Great throw.
Hey, GB, thanks for that throw right there. So today I want to talk about Sentinel's double duelist, right? They copied the Loud comp, but the way they did it and how they put these two duelists together, this was a big problem for Sentinels early on. So you can see right here, they're opting to do a dish play with both of the duelists. And if you look, you can see Def right here on this breach roll. His job is to stun the line. You have the Brim dropping a smoke over here as well. So when we go ahead and roll the clip, you see the smoke go in. Zekin gets fault lined actually by the attacking breach, so they step back. And right now, if you take a look, Zekin is actually one orb off of ult. And this is something that 100 Thieves knows very well, right? This is something that Mike drills into these players. So watch Zekin right now tap this orb, fall back into safety. All the meanwhile, TenZ is actually supporting him from behind. Def has now jumped up into dish, and they're gonna hold this together. Zekin steps in front of the Aftershock, Def supporting, and then they regroup at that moment for the A retake. The A hit comes out of main, and this is the retake they fought for. Zekin gets his ult, and he showstoppers out of the dish now to clear it out. And it's just such a well-played round by both of the duelists. It didn't really catch some of the things that TenZ did really well, but here we actually have Def, who had fallen already in this round. So watch how the duelists this time approach the situation. They're actually playing outside of this B site, away from Saucy, who's up here in heaven all alone. So what does TenZ do as the first contact? He's just constantly harassing through the smoke, constantly spamming, making a presence, and that opens things up for Zekin, who gets the kill, boombots through. And this is where TenZ shines. This late round situation where all the abilities are gone. He gets these dry fights. He's gonna take both of these players out that come out of heaven. And this is exactly what I would want if I were in-game leading this team. I would want these duelists to be getting these opportunities time and time again. So when we come to this last round, this is where Def shines. This is the in-game leading out of Def coming in, and you can see over here on the mini-map, he is pointing this fault line over here, right here towards main. And you have TenZ, on the other hand, opping. So TenZ actually opping main right there. Zekin right here with the showstopper again. And Def with the fault line ready off of TenZ contact. So playing the clip, you can see TenZ opping this crack, being first contact. And the second he shoots this dog, a fault line actually will come through from 100 Thieves. And when that fault line comes through, immediately, you can see Def's fault line right there on the ground. Zekin is through the door, and these players on 100 Thieves have nowhere to go. And Zekin cleans them up yet again. So I think if Def can piece together game plans like this time and time again with these double duelists, get Zekin activated, get TenZ activated, I think we have a new best team in NA. What do you guys think over there on the desk?
Ooh, bold claim there, but I won't disagree because of what we saw, that coordination. Again, that is really, I think, what Def brings to the table here, and why I said this guy, as an IGL, he had a hell of a game against 100 Thieves. You got to be very satisfied with that.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And a lot of the criticism after week one for this team, or even actually, after lock-in, was that Def was struggling. He wasn't finding the stride in calling. He wasn't performing individually. But I think with these role changes and with the team as a whole finding comfort, the double duelist comps give him so many options as an IGL, and that's really freed up Sentinels to have a style that I think makes sense for the players that they have.
Yeah, it is going to be awesome to see this one. Now, this first matchup touches, as we mentioned before, on one of last year's best rivalries, and both teams are very aware of what the other squad is capable of. So let's actually go ahead and hear what Saucy and Finesse have to say about this matchup.
We face NRG, and I think it's going to be a tough challenge for us. The NRG core that crashes Victor and FNS, it's kind of me and Brian rivals, right? We played against them a lot last year when we were allowed.
Saucy and Pancata were a massive part of why they were able to win against us so consistently. Obviously, we started off the year winning against them, and even in Istanbul, I think we beat them, but eventually they came back and beat us in the final. So, I mean, in general, it's just a back and forth between us all of last year, so it's only fair that we play against this year.
I actually think NRG kind of has the same play style, most because of FNS calling. So we know how he likes to call, and I think he's a great IGL, so we might be careful about him.
He spots, the shots go just to be wide, and the snap is there from Finesse anyway!
I mean, it's definitely going to be fun playing against them. They're always very organized players. Very few mistakes are made by them, and in general, that whole team looks strong. They were able to beat 100 Thieves last week, and yeah, it's going to be a fun game overall because we do like playing against their sort of play style. I think they are prone to mistakes if we're able to, disrupt them enough. So that's going to be the goal.
When we face FNS, we need to always read them so they are not predictable at all. So it's like this brain war, between FNS and the other RGL.
Usually I have pretty good reads on everyone we play, but in general, I think they do as well. And I think that's why it's going to be such a battle because, it is like he said, this depends on who reads who and whether we're able to actually execute our game plan. We need to get a win on the board to get everybody confident again. Hopefully it's 1-1.
Oh, man, lots on the line for both of these teams. I mean, for NRG, it's about being able to secure your first win here in Americas. And then on the flip side to that, well, actually, did they win already? I think they won already.
For NRG?
Yes. Yeah, but it's
no, they lost Leviathan.
That's right. That's right. So
game.
You're really looking for that first big win here against Sentinels. And to pull it off, Mimi, against Sentinels would be absolutely massive for them.
It would be. And that Leviathan game was super rough. NRG has had this storyline of the core back when they were Optic about being slow starters. They win less than half of their opening matchups. And that's kind of just like a storyline moment, right? That it's something they've struggled with in the past and isn't necessarily something that we'll see continue through with this NRG squad. But I think it is a bit of a worrying sign because in that game, particularly on that second map of Lotus, it really felt like they were running out of ideas and playing, I think, far below what we've come to expect from this squad.
Yeah, definitely. I think the most surprising part of that might be that it was also their pick.
Yeah.
They actually went into Lotus against Leviathan. Also, by the way, in that game, Leviathan left Icebox open in the pool.
Which they, as we saw, not very good.
No, not very good from what we saw yesterday. And then that was the map that NRG were picking previously. They liked playing it at lock-in. And despite that, they didn't go into it. They picked Lotus and then just ended up running their heads into a wall over and over on that map against Leviathan. And now they end up in the situation where they're down 0-1 against one of the teams that you would think in the standings they're going to be competing against.
Yeah.
Sentinels going to be another one, more than likely, I think, in that upper half.
Yeah.
So now you're in a situation where if you're NRG and you go down 0-2, if they make those errors before the game even starts by picking the wrong map, taking the pool in the wrong direction, that could already be just such an early disadvantage.
Yeah. I mean, and obviously, right, talking about Lotus and how that NRG team played out of that, makes you wonder whether or not like the same problem can rear its ugly head today, Mimi. That's what I'm a little worried about because we know that Psycho and Def, they come in with the game plans. They come in with the reads, maybe.
They absolutely do. And for NRG as well, this is normally a team where we talk about them as being super strong in the prep department with both Chet and Finesse. And now twice they've had, I think, the wrong read on these compositions for Lotus. So I'm hoping to see them stray away from that map and lean more towards the stuff that we've already seen is actually a strength for them.
Yeah, we did, cover, obviously, Def's prowess as an IGL, but let's not forget, on the other side of the stage, it's probably one of the best IGLs, that's played the game, pretty much. And that's, FNS, Finesse, whatever you want to call him. But this guy, Wyatt, he has been just such a difference maker for the core of this NV, Optic, NRG lineup, whatever you want to call them. This guy has always brought it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the maps where he was able to do the same. This was also a map at Lock-in that they did perform well on with this same comp. And they got, they did a pretty solid job here, even despite Artis' raise this past weekend, or this past last weekend, rather, just not hitting really at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that in this map of Pearl against Leviathan, they were playing excellently. NRG had such fantastic reads on what their opponent was doing. For FNS on the defensive side, he did such a good job of playing for info in the mid-round and stacking against these Leviathan site hits that we know they're so good at. And that's why it was kind of shocking they ended up losing that map. But that's just how it goes sometimes. A couple late rounds slip away from you, and then the whole game gets into a very unfortunate sort.
Yeah, and against a team like Leviathan, who have that clutch factor, in their veins, it's very hard, man. They're going to make that very challenging. But here's the thing. Earlier in the show, guys, we asked y'all if Brazil will win 3-0 this weekend, and the results are in. So let's find out what you guys said. And yes, 51.8%, but people saying no, Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean, wait, which is the 3-0? Is it Sentinels or is it MIBR?
Give me 4-0, guys.
It might be 4-0.
I mean, are we counting Sentinels as a Brazilian team?
It depends on who top ranks, really. It depends on who does well in the server.
It depends on how the sky is and where the sun is positioned in relation to. That makes a lot of sense.
Give him an honorary Brazilian citizenship. The guy deserves it.
All right, guys. Well, look, coming up after the break, Mimi is actually going to try and sell us a product that could make a team very successful. Question is, will we bite? She's going to step into the Spark Tank. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys on the other side. That sounded ridiculous.
Very good branding.
Welcome back, everyone. NRG really needs a win here today against Sentinels, and Mimi thinks that she could sell us on a way to get them to the top. Find out what happens in this installment of the Spark Tank. What? Okay, Mimi, please come in. Take it away. Welcome to the Spark Tank. We are the Sparks. On brand. What product do you have here
Thank you very much, folks. Today, I wanted to pitch you something that could help solve a problem that many teams have. But let's talk about NRG, the squad that we're talking about today, because they've had some issues in their opening game versus Leviathan. And that was some of these late round situations, the later parts of games where, you know, at times they were kind of running out of ideas. Tab's the best of it. They have one of the world's best IGLs, but even then, you sometimes need a second voice in the fray to help you out, to help you get through those moments and avoid situations like this where games fall apart. That's That's not just an NRG problem, but many teams struggle with it. However, I'm very happy to say that I think I have a good solution for you folks to talk about here. And that is, of course, when you think about players who can help solve those problems, players who are great voices in the late rounds, who are fantastic individually, players like Sassy, like Durka, like a coach on the side of Leviathan come to mind. No, not yet. But this team, the one that I want to talk about is, of course, Saucy on the side of Sentinels. He's absolutely fantastic, a leader in the late rounds, coming up with ideas to help his IGL, and a consistently fantastic performer. But if there's one thing that makes him the player that he is, I wouldn't say it's his mouse or his aim or his brain or any number of those things. It's a different factor entirely, and that is, of course, that he's bald. This guy has a fantastic brain on his head because of the bald head. You can see it right there. It's absolutely beautiful. And my company, Bald Buff, hopes to help other teams to achieve that success. Let's take a look at my product here, folks. I'm gonna show this one to you. As you can see, absolutely beautiful. It means that you can make any player bald. And for NRG, right now, every single player has hair on their head, which is something that I can't stand for as a fan of that team. And so, to you folks, to the Sparks, I'm seeking $1 million for 1% equity in my company, the Bald Buff, to help improve every team in VCT Americas.
I'm sorry, did you say 1% equity?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
1 million?
1%.
1%, yes.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to just get really out in the way here real fast. Because I'm one of the follically challenged individuals here. I think that this is something I don't necessarily need, and so I'm out.
A shame, but you two folks, beautiful heads of hair on your head, and I'm sure that doesn't help you in your gameplay.
1%?
1%, sir, that's correct.
Already some people cut out of the market. For that reason, I'm out.
Sean, can we make a deal here? This could really help the team.
This could change the world.
I'm worried. The bald could easily turn into a
You've
mold.
seen so many players who are insane on this one. Think of Durka, think of Saucy. They're so good.
Yeah, but I'm worried about the mold. And what about the other issues this team faces? What about the language barrier issue?
Well, there's not going to be any mold when everyone is unified under baldness.
But no one can understand artists in this current iteration
Everyone
of the
is
team.
the same when they are bald. It's a factor of unity that you can't have. Surely we can make a deal here. I'm willing to negotiate, Sean.
Let me try to bring Wyatt back in here.
You want to bring me back?
Oh, I wasn't expecting that.
I think I need him for the distribution purposes of this. If we were to,
I was seeking your mentorship and his network, of course.
Yeah, so.
Okay, they're whispering here. Obviously, a lot of deliberation. This is serious.
So I've talked with Wyatt, and to approach you here, we're going to offer 3% at $500,000, and under the circumstance of you adding 2 Brazilian players to this team.
I can do the Brazilian players, cut it down to 2%. You have yourself a deal, sir.
Do you have a deal?
Do we have a deal?
We have a deal! Oh my God,
Enjoy
the
your new
Bald
products.
Buff.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you
you
will not
so
regret
much,
this
Mimi.
decision. Thank you.
Wow, unbelievable
Wonderful
stuff.
job, Mimi. Thank you.
Well, look, folks, we got 2 great matches coming up today, and this obviously is a momentous occasion as we are going to be leading things off with Sentinels versus NRG. Now, before we start the show, we wanted to let everyone know that this stream does contain fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Of course, viewer discretion is advised. But folks, that is going to do it for us here. It is now time to kick things off here for VCT Americas. Let's get the show on the road.
You guys are looking great.
You look great.
Thank you, Mimi.
Everyone was talking about him, and this is going to be the guy to look out for.
Too much Cryo again. Does this guy miss? Does Cryo ever miss? No, he doesn't.
Olha, Escalabei, faz duplo abate, vamos, Fogão!
Se acaba tempo e leva!
We face NRG, and I think it's going to be a tough challenge for us, and I'm sure we need to step up to get the victory.
Sentinels, obviously the home crowd favorite usually. Basically all of last year we played against Loud, and Saucy and Pancata were a massive part of why they were able to win against us so consistently. So definitely some slight rivalries there.
5 HP per second, and Saucy gets 3! Austin are not able to do it the 4th for him!
When we face FNS, I think it's like a read game, you know? We need to always read them, so it's like this brain war, you know? We know how he likes to call, and I think he's a great IGL, so we might be careful about him.
How patient will he be? Oh, he spotted him. He's gotten it down to 1. The snap is there from Finesse anyway! The Red Bull clutch for NRG!
KRU já é um time que a maioria dos times brasileiros teve dificuldade, né? Principalmente no passado. A Fúria conseguiu vencer agora, então acho que já tá mais diferente. Os times já entendem o jeito que eles jogam.
What a shot by Kessin! And it's halfway for Kessin, and he gets the NES! Welcome back to the world-class Wrecking Crew!
Va a ser interesante, tienen jugadores muy buenos.
Man, there's nowhere to go, but holy smokes, what a shot from JZZ!
Yo creo que el jugador más peligroso es Hit. Lo que tiene él es interesante, siempre un honor jugar contra él, pero nunca le damos esse momento para que él lo traiga al partido.
That's so big!
Se a gente fazer o nosso jogo, o que a gente está acostumado a fazer nos treinos, vai dar bom pra gente.
Two prolific teams in the Americas region square off here for the first time at the Riot Games Arena. NRG takes on Sentinels, and I have to say, Don, you gotta stop looking like a papi chulo coming out there and just changing my life every single time you walk out there. But I'm verklempt. Anyway, moving on. Moving on.
I mean, he does look good. I mean,
He looks good.
He does look good. You're not wrong.
You know what I mean?
You're gonna upset Mimi. Mimi
Call a spade a spade. You know what I'm saying?
I already asked. No more fun today.
No more
We're
fun?
supposed to be doing business.
We
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Quota.
That makes sense.
Look at, I mean, Don does look ready for business. I mean, like we were talking about before, though, I think this match is going to be really important for just figuring out what the trajectory of both these teams are on. Where are the paths taking them?
Question though, do you think that if NRG, if like, let's say, Sentinels end up winning, but it's a 2-1 close game. Let's just call it that route there. But it's still a close game. Do you still feel good about NRG? Or
I do, yes.
Yeah, you do?
Because I think that this team, I think people will
think
look
it's, like,
at that loss
necessary
against
that they win
Leviathan.
here?
I don't think it's necessary, but I do think it's important because, as we've seen, this league is very top-heavy. There's a lot of teams competing for that slot at Tokyo, and there's only 3 slots available. So winning this game is very important for both teams, especially NRG sitting 0-1 down.
To remain competitive, yeah.
But the thing is that Leviathan series, it wasn't that bad. Their pro was actually really good. I thought Vanessa's
It was honestly just the Lotus, you know, where you felt
Lotus was
weird.
rough. They're still trying to figure out some of the role stuff with artists. Issues were there, but I'm not signing a death warrant for NRG.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone should, but now we get ready for our map select here, and let's see where we end up going for our first battleground here as the players are going to opt for their bans. But yeah, Wyatt, I mean, that's kind of just been my big question mark, where it's like, are people just going to be just vengeful, if either team loses here? Because this is a hard matchup to call.
Yes, I'm prepared to overreact. To the
Are you really? Are you going to join the internet and overreact?
I'm ready to overreact no matter what happens.
Okay, like to see it. Interesting ban out of NRG. The split, that's been a map that both teams have been willing to play, but last time they got dumpstered by Loud, so not surprised.
Oh, look,
and
Lotus is
Sentinels
back.
picking the Lotus. As we've been talking about, NRG have had a weak point on that map. At Lock-in, they were playing the Sova. Didn't look particularly good. They tried another double initiator comp last week. Also didn't look particularly good. So I'm hoping that maybe they have something new.
From where I'm seeing here, Wyatt, everyone's getting what they want, is what it feels like. I feel like we got the Lotus, we have the
What I want
Icebox.
is a Heineken 0.0 Icebox.
Oh, I'm
I
parched
got
right
that.
now. I'm parched right now. I could really go for Heineken 0.0 now that you mention it. I'm glad to see the ice box back in the mix, though, for
The Heineken
NRG.
0.0
The Heineken 0.0 Icebox.
Especially when there's Heineken 0.0 on the line.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad NRG have gone back to that pick. Everything else so far kind of making sense. I think the initial bans banning out good maps for the opposing side. Interesting, though, that Sentinels are going into the Lotus. I don't really know what they're going to be up to there.
That
But
would maybe just be a counter to what they
yeah,
saw.
I feel like that's
this is about to
probably
be
the
the
idea.
counter moment, yeah.
Yeah, and for Icebox as well, I'm really glad that NRG is going to that. The last two series, they were actually the team to pick Lotus, and historically, Icebox is a very good map for this squad, but last time both these teams played it, they played the basic comp, the variation without a Jet, but with a KO instead.
Yeah.
And my quandary is, as we've talked about a lot of the times with Icebox, is do any of these teams go for the new stuff? Do they try out the harbor compositions? Because
True.
NRG has been implementing some of that. I don't expect it for Sentinels, because they've been focused more on comfort for their individual players, so I feel like
shout.
they'll go for more of the basic composition. Maybe they've cooked something up too.
I do like the series layout, though, for NRG. Honestly, you end out with the Pearl. Like, look, if you end up picking up the Lotus here for NRG, you got to be feeling solid for this team throughout the series. But, of course, now as we get into
Another
our
comp
agent
change.
select,
Artis is off the raids. This is the third composition that NRG is going to be trying on this map, Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean, this is where there's
Victor Jet,
there's
this
the
is-
artist
this is
narrative. He
ancient.
plays everything. Yeah, I mean, the Victor Jet was kind of nice when he was on it back in like the Breeze days. It was when NRG were Optic then, but they were trying to figure out how to play Breeze effectively.
Yeah.
They switched Victor to Jet. It was unorthodox, but then he was nasty on it.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see him on that role. For the side of Sentinels, they go back to the double controller composition. I felt like this is actually a good comp for them in the past. And for NRG, they've only had a week to prep this one.
Yeah, I would hope that this is going to be heading in the right direction. I do like this idea, though, of getting Victor on the Jet. That's worked for them before.
All right, well, we've got the maps, we got the agents, now we just need the casters. Let's send it over to Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yeah, the crowd's fired up. Ball is too. Let's not tell him that the sign's upside down.
It's not upside down.
Well, you're right, actually. The sign's not upside down. His handwriting just was. Let's talk comps. Right off the bat, NRG already making a change. Thoughts on that? Valorant.
Thoughts on that? I mean, Victor back to Jet is ridiculous. That's such
Yeah.
a complete out of left field thing. Artis is on this team.
Yeah.
What is he for if not to play the Jet?
Well, and I think it's interesting, too, because you're making two changes here. It's not just that you've taken Artis off of the Duelist, but then you're going from the Raze to the Jet, too. Really feels like there are some fundamental things that they feel like are being addressed by this change.
Yeah, I think the first thought I have when I'm looking at this change is Victor was one of the guys who was very comfortable on this map against Leviathan. So let's see if he can still maintain that comfortability against tens of all people.
Oddly enough, as soon as you say that, he takes some spray, but it's actually Artis who draws first blood.
And this was a role he was playing for the team at Lock-in. This Killjoy, he is so flexible, so comfortable to go for these picks that the team requires of them. And it's interesting that we're going straight up against Sentinels here in the second week because Sentinels is led towards comfortability where NRG is asking their players to be uncomfortable.
NRG trying to find a couple of other openers, and they are. I mean, the defenses of Sentinels have essentially crumbled here on the site, and Def may be trying to make a swing back at things. But it's just not going to matter. It's
That
not
was
gonna be
quick.
enough. Yeah.
That Trailblazer from Finesse instantly not only gets them the space, they get past and up their wall where there's a little pocket, by the way, that they can walk into the site with. And that was unexpected for the Sentinels players on the site. Gets a stun off, and Victor's on top of him. Artis is on top of him. Everybody right there. As well as the push through tree coming through the rotating door. That's a good pistol for NRG. Way to start off this game.
That timer's frozen, Bala. That timer's not moving.
Yeah. Probably a tech pause here right off rip. All good.
All good. Hopefully it won't be long. As soon as we find out what it is, we'll keep you all informed.
And I think as well, when you're looking at the comp changes, this is not only very new, but you're still dealing with some of the changes that we've seen from this team in the past. Finesse recently picking up the Sky for this comp as well. So it's very, very important to keep eyes on all of these players, how they're actually using their utility. Is there going to be any flubs, or have they really practiced to become proficient, very proficient at this role? While the Sky is new for Finesse, the initiator role is not. He played Breach on a number of different maps. Very different how those agents actually control mechanically, though. And then the other thing on the other side, Sentinels with this Harbor Viper leading into the Brazilian meta with the 2 Brazilians on their team, Sassy and Def. It's very good at actually handling defaults and retaking map control, just like you see right now. But just classics, they're gonna go for orbs instead, and I like this later in the round rather than where Energy's set up to actually spray through a wall or anything like that. They're in the middle of rotating.
You mentioned that orb they just got mid. They also grabbed the orb on A for Def, and you can tell it was very much part of the plan. They pushed down A main initially, grabbed that orb, and then used a Harbor utility to get another one B.
So while both teams struggled for the orbs in the beginning, now they're leading back over towards C, and it is an eco, so we do see the gamble from Sentinels on the mini-map. Not quite in the right position here. And while we did lose the Rays, we still have the double dive possible here with the Omen and Jets.
30
both able
seconds
to
left.
take space vertically and in the back of sight and break angles up.
Spike planted.
NRG getting the spike down. There should not be any challenge, at least for a little while. As Ball, as you were saying, Sentinel's really just on the opposite side of the map, now starting to rotate over.
And Def is 3 orbs off, so look to funnel him potentially a kill. And look for him to die to the players of NRG. But for NRG, they're trying to funnel orbs to, I believe it should be Crashes here or Artis. But neither of them actually taking frontal fights right now. There's a big flank, a pinch attempt here from Victor.
Here.
What the Sentinels players want to do is die at a spike without any, except for Def maybe. But they're coming in from the backside. They might even find all the kills. And Finesse is committing to the site for it too.
Sentinel's still managing to die 3 to the spike. And we'll see, again, as we keep an eye on this ult counter, how close Def is. Yeah, now just 2 points away from having that Reckoning online.
And both of these teams have been committing to the light armor meta in full effect. Not every single team in Americas is doing that, but Sentinels and NRG, both of them, happy to go for it. Even rumors that Sentinels was scrimming with just Guardians. In effect to counter the light armor strat. It's the pace you expect out of NRG. Just one cascade and they're still holding behind the wall, not really going forward. Something that did hurt them against Leviathan on this map was how often they were challenging and getting hard punished. Both in A main and C mound right here.
Yeah, I mean, they just got destroyed at that aspect of the game. You're absolutely right.
Poison's off.
Good attempt there from Crashes. Second looking for a jump spot, looking for information, looking to spot Crashes, but Crashes has his crosshair pointed on him. But Tens is very advanced here. Here comes the Trailblazer that's been so good.
That flash.
Every time they get a stun.
Tens should be able to get away.
That is impressive from Tens. Normally you'd see him commit to a fight there, but there, Smoke dashes away and escapes unscathed.
Poison orb emitting.
It's close with it too. NRG looking like they want to end C. The one exception being Crashes. He's way far up on A by himself. And he did just get hit by that flash. Do they draw rotates over? Yeah, take a look at Def. He's creeping back towards A. Now they know that the hit's on C, and it may be okay because Sentinels are holding them back anyway.
Blocking sight. I got the spike.
And they didn't even get in 20 seconds, yeah. They're gonna pivot to B. They're definitely making an attempt at this. It's Def to respond. 12 seconds.
Victor weak. Artis close by, and he's the first to fall, yeah. Very well played by Sentinels.
Incredibly clean. And NRG, they're getting a wake-up call about what's waiting for them on the C site. It's the Brazilian duo. the Portuguese phenoms. Over here on that C site, there's 2 mollies there. The Nano Swarm and then the Viper molly coming in if they could find the timing, but Victor tried to avoid all of that by going dry, but the turret received him. So if he can maybe put it in his mind to try to break that turret early, that's more of an option later on in the round, but there definitely wasn't. The TenZ position all the way up in B. They threw a high tide instead of a cascade this time to cover both B and Mound. So same effect over by Mound, but it allows TenZ to get into this position very safely. So Zekin and TenZ, the double duelist duo of this team. And NRG's been pivoting. There for the first time you see a Trailblazer that doesn't get a stun for Finesse.
Toxin screen down.
And it's left Def on an island.
He does have Reckoning, and he is playing pretty far back.
So idea there to be playing retake. Wait for his team to actually regroup, and the door is visible now to them. On the minimap with the 50 seconds left, Artis doesn't have the spike. One off his lockdown, though. This is a fast flood before the spike's even tapped, before the spike's even out of tree.
You're absolutely right. Are they going to be able to handle the chaos? Sam dancing around the smoke is concealing so much, and TenZ dropped right into his lap. NRG able to get 2.
30 seconds
You still have Def close by. Playing and drop. Position now revealed. They've got them trapped. They've got them trapped to the side, and NRG may be perfectly okay with that.
Spammable with 15 seconds.
You just have no idea that that's where the plan is. Now he knows. Saucy's still patient.
Portuguese mode activated.
It's just them 2 in this 2v5. That would be outrageous. Now Saucy's left by himself. He's got a Phantom. He's tucking tail. He's getting out of there.
Not quite powerful enough, but that flood failed miserably. I think it was Zekin literally fell onto Victor's lap. He caught him. And TenZ is back turned. That flash didn't find value either out of Zekin, because everybody was so grouped up right on top of that smoke. Good idea. Execution lacking there from Sentinels. It's not like that C-hold. Oh, it did get value actually on Victor, but Sam completely dodged it because it wasn't low enough. That smoke was obscuring one whole side of that flash.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, NRG just look so much better right now. It's the second flawless round they've put together.
Here.
They find themselves up 2 rounds early on Lotus.
Better than last week against the Vietnam.
That's for sure.
Just the opening moments of this map, though. TenZ got the op now. I was looking to see if we could get that up early.
Oh, the spam.
That's huge. Also breaks the molly, too, which does actually save his mollies and alarm bot from going down. And there it is. They're popping another one to break it down. And the execute's on.
I mean, Victor's already so far up, and he's separated right now. The cascade from Harbor's keeping him at a distance.
They cleared the site, but they're not on yet. They're going to use a lockdown?
They still have players up in heaven, too. They still have players in Link. You got Victor on the site, but where do you go from here?
TP on the plant here from Sam.
He's got to scale up. He's got to take some of his space away. It's exactly what Victor's doing. The spike planted, Def waiting on the other side, and Saucy close by. They have no idea where Victor was.
Good movement.
Managing to stay alive for now. Ultimately falling. TenZ still has that op, and he's finally showed up into the scene. Sam not able to hit the transfer. TenZ does hit the shot, but Finesse just waits patiently as TenZ dies again.
Good understanding there from NRG, actually. Victor clearing the site. But while he was doing that, he lost control of Waterfall. He lost control of Heaven, even though he did spot those positions out. They don't want to walk into the spam. So they use the lockdown. Secure. A lot more space, which, by the way, Victor is able to reclaim because of it. And it's just not clean on that reclaim. Up in Heaven, and Zekin again, not finding super much value out of that flash. And it for it being the only flash on this team, you're hoping that that can find a little bit more value on those floods. So far in this game, we look to be achieving a sense of normalcy in what we expected from the North American teams, as the score 4-1. This is what I think people were expecting from NRG, were expecting from Sentinels, giving a little bit more time to Sentinels. But that win over 100 Thieves last week and that loss from NRG subverted all the expectations, put NA in a sense of flux. Are they even going to make it to Tokyo? And then the further question, which of the NA teams are going to miss out on playoffs? Because that's the situation as it stands. We don't really know anymore. There was expectations, but at this point, it's all fluxed up.
Three-round lead here for NRG. They've got Blades. They have the Omen ult too. And it's a light buyout for Sentinels.
First attempt at a fast A control here from NRG. And it works out. This is what was missing against Leviathan. There were so many good challenges from that team. And Sentinel's not opting to go for any of that, except for on the side of TenZ right now, all up by himself at Mound.
Not much to him either, just the Sheriff. But he's still holding up space for the time being. The only person close enough to really challenge is Crashies, and you can tell he's just kind of waiting for it. I wonder if he's expecting a little bit of push towards mid off of the flash from Zek, and either way, the door hit once again, A.
Just looking for picks through that. Give some dynamic timings on that door, where you can clear the space and potentially hold it.
They are going to funnel through. Tree taken.
That's 4 door taps at this point.
Yeah. So many mind games being played. You see the paranoia and the flash. They've dropped the Seekers too. And the spam out deals some serious damage early on.
Molly actually prevents Finesse from planting.
Where is he going?
But look at TenZ. He had not moved this entire time.
He stays?
Oh.
He's done. Oh my goodness. Well played. As we see this round likely closing out here very soon, Sam's going to continue to hunt for a couple of these frags. We'll see if he's able to clean them up. Def spots him. They know where the pressure's coming from. Really no challenge, though, for the Vandal. Yeah, it's interesting, Ball. I think back to the last time we saw NRG on Lotus and how lost they looked, right? Like, they got obliterated. It seemed like they had no real plan. They didn't know what they wanted to do. This is getting a little bit closer than they would like, but cleaned up eventually. That, I even just think about that Sam TP, and that just feels like, yep, they're hitting the level that we're used to seeing out of them as far as the big picture of how they want to approach the map.
Yeah, and I think that situation is exactly where they needed to find a little bit more creativity. Because they were getting on the sites. It was just Leviathan was rolling them on those retakes.
Yeah.
I feel like I remember NRG not winning a single post plan in that game. Now, that could be wrong. Leviathan was flooding them so fast. It was definitely causing them problems. Because they were not only allowing them to take the sites in the ways that they wanted, but they were also holding on to that space very, very well.
Same cascade we've seen the last couple of rounds. This time, TenZ waiting on the other side with an op.
Flash and Trailblazer, but the Trailblazer does spot him.
Played a little ring around the rosy for a second.
Crazy part, though, is that second cascade coming in right as TenZ falls back. But that also prevents them from going further on that flash off that Trailblazer. So they've just wasted 2 key pieces of initiation utility for nothing.
And it looks like they're going to end back C. Zekin still has a little something to him. Should be able to spot out some of the presence still playing at Mound.
Trailblazer to follow up, and then he also has a flash potential off of TenZ first shot.
There's TenZ, that first shot just narrowly missing. It seems like they want to end B, and they don't go the doorway, too.
Look at Victor. He's always on such a good path. Dashing towards heaven, smoking it up, and then clearing the doorway. So while they lost key pieces of initiation utility, they pulled all the rotates off, and now they've got a pit down.
Oh, Finesse once again. He's going to get another kill where he's just able to drop a couple of bullets into the back of someone's head. His positioning has been excellent.
And that's the cue as well for Victor to take the space A main so he can get away from this lockdown. They're going to push it.
They just don't have much control on the extremities either.
Can they even get to Som in time? No, they've got to go for the spike here.
And even if they do, you still have Victor who's on the flank. You've got Finesse who's creeping around the corner as well.
Nobody tapped. Nobody
Tom's
tapped.
back up. Zekin's back down.
There's no time anymore.
No.
That's confusing there from Sentinels, I have to say. Not a single person even going for the tap. I'm wondering if there was mollies going off that I just didn't see. Possibly was. Artist was in B main. And they're getting these sites very, very easily, NRG.
We'll take a look at it again. Finesse has gifted another. I think you're right. They're able to get onto the site very effectively, and I think once again, you know, we've touched on this a little bit, but they're being proactive in their controlling of the elsewhere on the map, right? They aren't just satisfied with controlling the site. They're controlling choke points or controlling pinches elsewhere on the map. That's just causing so many fits for Sentinels here.
And it's piecewise too. It's step by step on everything that they're doing. Even when Artist gets on the site, they're still trying to check all the boxes. Slowing down, waiting for each other. It's very disciplined. This is a huge shift. And maybe it's just comfort against the teams they're familiar with. They've been the kings of NA for so long at this point.
Could be that. It could be role changes. Who knows? Whatever it is, it's working. Much more than we saw last time.
And it's different looks too. Som has joined up with Victor here. He's going to easily receive 10s, although he's got knives.
Oh, I thought he was going to land the second. Had that been a Sheriff, maybe. But no. 2v2 here. Seeker's dropped. Second still has the op. There's just not a lot of time here.
No more mollies.
The molly's there. Crash, he's having to hold it back, and he cannot.
What a pickup there from Sentinels. There's that fragging ability from both Zekin and Tens. The double duelist duo. Although on this map, and I have to say, I think all the maps that we see in this pool that we'll see today, NRG has forced them away from those maps where they actually do activate. Tens goes for the right click, easily takes out Victor, but with only a classic in that one. And Zekin too. Huge. What else is in the tank here from Sentinels? Just like for the first time, Zekin's on the opposite side of Tens.
They put the op back in his hands too.
I've got your trail.
Fast ult gets canceled. It's a good spot when you want for a fast C hit.
I feel like we just saw him have that ult too. I mean, they're just dumping utility all over the site, man. The paranoia, the flash, the mollies, everything. But the Reckoning is going to cause problems. This site is so tight.
Trailblazer.
Som's just done, man. He's dead. He got up a little bit too far.
And they've retaken it completely. There's still even more retake tools, though.
There's so much utility here they're going to have to navigate. You've got the nanos. You've got the alarm bots. Forcing a reposition. Tens with the op. He got by, but does he aware? Does he know? The swing timing is just too good as Victor gets a second. 3v3 on for the side here. Finesse dancing around the door. Saucy waiting to see if anyone dare challenge.
Hello?
Oh, gosh. That was so close. I mean, can Sentinels get in here? It's another late round situation that's now 2v2.
Finesse let Saucy in way too deep there. You got to kill, and Victor's trying to play the time. Cove's going up. They have nobody to spam this right now.
This is going to be close. They're going to be able to steal this. They got it to half. They're just going to spam their way through. Huge out from Finesse. Can he get the 1v1? Jeff on the tap, on the hold, but Finesse with the swing and the clutch.
Again, the leader showing up clutch for this team. This time while fully in control. This time while reading the map as well. This time while finding the right methods to get on the site over and over and over. It's gotta be like 80% of the rounds that we've seen so far at this point. Last bullet on that one too. And it was Saucy who went back on it because he thought he was gonna be done with the bullets. That's a little unlucky there, but Finesse as well. Channeling Victor's horseshoe.
You got Tens again up on an angle with the Sheriff this time. They're this very carefully, very systematically, clearing out every angle A main.
This is now Sentinels approaching B main, trying to find artists, trying to threaten these flanks. Sassy looked at it in the last one, and he called it the War of the Brains. In one of those interviews that you saw early on, he said that was the win condition, was trying to figure out how Finesse is calling on the map. Currently losing that battle.
And this is just another wrinkle to what Energy are able to introduce on this attacking side. They're burning the clock so far down.
But it's never too far down. There's one round where maybe it was 15 seconds where they actually start to go for the execute, but look, they're gonna have plenty of time, no matter mollies, no matter anything.
Sentinels have been quick on the rotate though. They already have 4 members here. Paranoia's gonna hit a couple, and you see Victor dashing forward anyway. Ten's cleaning him up. How much can Second find? There's the second. The pistols are so good from Sentinels, and now you have rifles that have arrived. Artists in this 1v3, turning 1v2. 8 seconds on the clock. You've got the turret. You still have Pankata and Saucy you're gonna have to deal with. And he cannot.
Just pistols there from Sentinels. They recover after that clutch very quickly. And you're right, I mean, burning the clock. It's making Sentinels sweat. But at a certain point, you're seeing them now start to try.
Multiple enemies A.
Tens mode. They're trying to make the gambles at the end of the round. And this is the first one where it really pays off. They had 4 members there. They were flooding. They had flashed before even coming back onto the site. They got a high tide at the perfect time. That one was tough. The Energy to crack. First real denial there of the plant.
Blades online for Victor. No early target spotted. Orb's gonna get Finesse one step closer to having Seekers. And it looks like it's gonna be another slow round from NRG.
It's been the tone for this entire map. It's been the tone for NRG so far. And in the past too. Victor with knives. Look to want to hit this C-side a lot faster. Let's see if they can get this lockdown down. Force Sassy off. I've been looking for opportunities to use that. Hold on, a clash. Tens.
By himself. Huge out from Artis. And now they know that Tens is on the other side with the op. The jump peek is too good, but Crashes is better. Paranoia out, and Zekin's gonna fall to it.
Last round in the half.
It's a brutal, brutal hold. I like the idea from Sentinels, but it was a hold in the sense that they're actually receiving the aggression through that rotating door. And again, I'm looking for opportunities for Sassy to get this pit down. A lot of times when you hit this C site, you've seen teams, you've seen Leviathan specifically, fall back and use a pit.
Here.
That covers so much of that exit for you in spawn. Surprised to not see him do that when the idea is to play retake as well.
He is on the opposite side of the map, choosing not to use it early. While they had, what, 4 members stacked today? They get Tens into a good position and then start to rotate off. Def now joining the likes of Sassy on the opposite side of the map. And yeah, okay, they are going to spot him. They know where Tens is. The Paranoia, once again, you see him dashing away and getting away with the 2.
Sassy used the pit at the meantime over towards that C site. Crash is going to go investigate, see how it's played, see which one they put down. Are there any gaps? Do they have a protocol for this exact pit? Probably not anymore without that Trailblazer. They're still spread on the map, not wanting to fully commit to this with 50 seconds still. Zekin with the Seekers as well. Pankata with the ult. Those can be used reactively to stop this late hit coming in from NRG. I think they want to pivot through the broken door here.
About 35 seconds left in the round, and as you were mentioning, there's still a lot of delayed tools here on the defensive side.
30 seconds
Mainly
left.
looking at Pankata's ult. As soon as there's enough of a queue, there it is. And they're going to rotate B. And Tens is here with the shorty. He's going to push into it! But Victor wins it out with a shorty of his own. They don't really have time to pivot anywhere else. They're going to have to commit to B. And you see them both Vipers passing right by one another. Crashies patiently waiting and rewarded for it. Now Finesse, once again. Oh, he may have gone a bit too far. No.
I've got your trail.
Beautiful round again from NRG. The war of the brains is, I mean, especially when you look at that kill from Crash. He's on Asasi coming out of that pit. He set that up. They set that up for so long at the beginning of the round. They get the lockdown out on A. All of their goals in that round were achieved and given to them by Sentinels. Everything went well in there. And then as well, they have the ability to do this. Victor just hits him right back with a shorty of his own. It's ridiculous from him.
Very well done out by Sentinels, or excuse me, by NRG. They have a 9-3 lead at half in the opening map of this best of 3. Golden Boy, what do you think? 9-3 good?
Look, I'm just not one. I don't believe in curses. Okay,
that's good.
I'm not today. Okay, not on this day. All right, I think this is going to be good, honest, clean Valorant. That is what we're going to be seeing for. But that being said, though, good, honest, clean Valorant is exactly what we got from NRG because Mimi, they look stupendous. They're playing their comp incredibly well, and the results are in the scoreline.
Yeah, with Sentinels on this defensive side, I think one of the biggest issues with their composition that shows is that they have no line control, no Omen with a Paranoia, no Breach, then nothing like that to early take a long and fight that space, which is normally a priority on this map. So a lot of the times they kind of had this choice of do we anchor sites or do we more often play into these retakes? And what they ended up doing so often was playing for retake because Finesse was calling a really good game in the mid round. Take a look at this round, round number 7, which was one of many where in the late round, NRG managed to get a plant down on this B site. And despite the fact in this one that there was a lockdown to retake, that it was Sentinels plan the whole time, they had Som reposition into Link, they had a player towards long. It was all really good ideas to counter that out. And that shows me FNS has a fantastic read on the comp of his opponent.
Yeah, I really like how they're using the Victor Jet in this composition. I think it's perfect, and it's a great adjustment from how they were using Artis on the Raze previously. It allows you to get those explosive sight hits, but I like this alternative approach with the Jet, where they're still using him to dash entry into the sites, but he's not going so aggressive that he's just kind of maybe trading one for one at best or setting up a teammate for the trade. He's actually throwing down the smokes, managing to stay alive, kind of play around this site, find some picks while the retake is coming in. It's not just this like all or nothing approach that they kind of had before, and that also speaks to the FNS game plan. I like how they're rotating around the map and positioning him in those situations effectively.
Yeah, but 9-3 I think is still doable for Sentinels. This composition is better on the attack side. There's a lot of options in the mid round with the Viper Harbor. And this is a side of the map that NRG really struggled on with their previous comps.
Yeah, well, you know, we're going to see if NRG learned some lessons from last week. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters. Now, Doug, do you believe in 9-3? Back over to you.
I don't think I do. I'm not gonna lie.
Shut up, Mr. 9-3 blessing.
3-9 blessing. Come on, it's a 3-9 blessing. All right. But I do think Mimi makes a good point. I think the composition for Sentinels, given that it's their attack side now, given that you should have a bit more agency and more ability to control the map with 3 sites,
It's
like
now or never.
I don't know that it's as done of a deal as you would think otherwise.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate, especially given you still have a very similar control setup here from Sentinels 2. They can burn him down just like NRG did just a half ago. We'll see though. All starts right here. Already trying to gain some control over towards C-Long, but it's unsuccessful. Look, NRG again re-clearing. And they get a setup that if they do choose to pivot, looks like they want to go for just a fast B split here. If they have to pivot all the way back towards C, that's a really good setup late.
Clearing out the panel, dropping utility through it as well. And now the dash forward. Victor having to throw it back. And they're going to have full site control.
While we have something like 11 plants in that first half. Sentinel starting off in the exact same way. These Harbor Viper comps, so good. Sassy up close though.
Even flash, yeah, it was just too close. He was able to spot him, able to see him. Now Dev spraying with the frenzy.
Finesse is on the spike. I don't even think they know. I think they were paranoid the entire time. Oh my goodness.
They were able to stop him though. That's huge. I thought he was gonna steal it.
I thought so too. Zekin aware. The final second, he had 1 HP when he went to challenge Finesse there. Bit of a gamble. I like the idea, Som and Finesse combined to get the flashes going, and then the smoke on the spike while those flashes are still affecting the players. I think the Q was actually the smoke. I don't think they actually heard that, because I certainly didn't. All starts on the pistol. And NRG did have a little bit of success on these light eco rounds. 1 share of 3 frenzies. It is dangerous.
They're just so bold, man. They just push right through the cascade. Unawares as to what's on the other side, but they choose to do it anyway. And now they've got this, what could potentially be a devastating flank.
I have to draw parallels to, like, I mean, the last time we saw Victor on Jet was on those Breeze maps. And while towards the end of that comp, didn't look as clean. At the very beginning when they pulled it out, when they pulled out the Neon comps, all those different innovative stuff that they did, it looked so
Spike
good.
down
Artist
A.
with the first kill finds the spike too. So he knows exactly how this is going down. The spike is headed towards A and they're pinching on them from all sides.
Victor's a cloud burst too, or he just clears it out. Second spots him, clears him up.
Spike planted.
Yeah, but there's more than one flanker there.
I don't know that they know either. All he has is a frenzy though.
Won't matter either because Artist was already coming from the doorway, and if they leave the rotating door closed, they'll know they have to come through main. Looking for exits now. Here. You saw the shift right there, completely. Just everybody backed up a little bit more, got very tight. And there's really no serious escape here for the side of Sentinels. Might be a lot of guns lost. And they make the right read going up through spawn. Everybody wants to die to Spike.
Yeah. Hell, they're the ones who...
No.
Oh.
Good Molly. There wasn't time either. Slow, methodical from Sentinels. And even though it was NRG encroaching on all sides, they still managed to not get squeezed out there. They still managed to find a way out. First gun round of the game. Everybody light armor on the server.
And NRG with another aggressive push towards A main.
Here.
Victor now, the first one forward. And it seems like Sentinels may be pushing their way in. How far up does Victor go?
I'm wondering if there's a real good combination here.
Yeah, they have a paranoia perhaps from some.
Time to hunt.
Oh, you're just gonna back on up?
Yep. I mean, very similar protocol to what Tens was doing, but instead Victor activates his dash and stays on the angle after he gets cleared by the Trailblazer. And there finally uses it. I like that. How much longer he saves his dash, how he doesn't actually need to use his smoke there. You can see the optimization there from Victor, slightly better than the protocol out of Tens. But will it matter? They've got a tree set up here. We did not really see this sort of thing from Sentinels, but Spike's on the other side of the map. Def's high tide coming back up. They just cycled the wall, doors being popped open as well. But the Trailblazer cleared so much just then, down from stairs. It's only 3 players here against Crashies.
30 seconds left.
Is that gonna be enough? Drops the first molly, still has the second. And just in the nick of time, Finesse seems like he's showing up. Artist is too. The rotation top to trot, not far behind.
Here.
Good molly there for Crashies to keep the push back. Tens definitely wanted to go for it. They're still gonna go for it.
Flash forward, Crashies dancing around the cloud burst, and Tens was blind. They may have gone up just a bit too far. Now starting to back up and fight for control of the site. You see them white-knuckling their way to try to keep them back. But the energy flood trying to funnel through. Victor getting one back. 3v3 here for the rest of the site. Artist spraying through as Victor's gotten the third.
Enemy remaining.
Fourth.
1 HP.
They want it.
Huge round from Victor. I don't know where that came from. He just came out of spawn and did what Finesse could not off that early peak.
If any of you die,
And I thought for a moment there Zekin was farming on the site with that Bulldog. Against the light armor, the Bulldog a lot more effective.
Stay down.
You see him spraying frantically. Here's the kills from Victor.
3.
Nasty things.
Enemy remaining.
Nasty, nasty things from the man himself.
5-round lead for NRG. The only real ult close by is Victor's in the Blades, 1 point away. Meanwhile, Zekin has a very good engage tool in his
Are they going to challenge here? Finesse throws the flash, see if they walk out in front of that one way. And because of that, they do not challenge. Victor's success in that last round reminds me of how he was asked to shift his role so much for this core. From initiator to flex to initiator to duelist. When Ye last year had to play the chamber. And he did it every single time. Here he is again on a star player role with star player performances.
Shadows traveling.
He's delivering the door tap.
Got your trail.
Will he get challenged? His Seeker's cleared. Where do they go off of this? They've taken a lot of B main control, but you still have so much utility from Artis on B. And then you still have to deal with Artis himself.
Damage done, but not the kill. High Tide will get them the spike down. Look at the flank still here though, Crashies. Very curious.
He still has a turret up though.
Toxins going up.
Oh, it just went down.
He's gonna slip the net.
Pankata's up in Waterfall. He doesn't even realize.
He's gonna slip the net, and the flash doesn't tag anything either.
Get out of my
Saucy keeping one back, expecting the other. That's 3 on the round for him, but can Crashies play hero? No, he cannot. The timing's just not great. Pankata getting 2 massive kills at the end. The Sentinels get to 6.
I'm not sure if Pankata had the right timing to come back there after he left his turret go down, or if that was uncomfortability on the roll. I'm leaning towards the latter, and he ends up getting fortunate on the timing that they walk back through Waterfall after clearing it.
squad.
But either way, it is Saucy and Pankata to combine to clean up this round. He's explosive. He really is. You've been seeing a lot of multi-kills for him on this new role. Not playing the initiator that he normally is. And he's playing fantastic. One of the biggest questions for the Sentinel squad after last week was, are the champions on this team going to step back up to champion level form with the new rules? They've got a lot to learn.
Deep harbor wall. They're gonna dash forward. Crashies is there, and he's ready, and he's waiting, and he gets one that was free.
That was an accident.
Yeah.
Pankata goes down by accident. He was vulnerable and decayed through that orb. And the spray that actually was taking down Tenz. Oh gosh. Oh. A wild jump peek from Finesse.
He was wide. He was so wide.
I think the reason he survived might have been how wild that was.
Yeah. Def getting the spike down. Sentinels still have a shot at this. They're just down 1, and they have the pit now.
They can't really play this. They're playing underneath, and that's a little scary because those guys can walk up and negate the near sight.
Look at that wall. You have a wall protecting the pit. So many layers of energy you're gonna have to get through. Flash getting 1. They're waiting, they're patient. Now they start to flood out. Victor getting 1 with the blades, but he's weak. And Zekin getting 2 with the spam. It's a 1v1, but Victor's 1 HP.
Okay, it's coming back.
Yeah, it's back. The flash is good though from Zekin.
And we might just yet have a game still. 3 rounds the difference now. You thought, especially after winning that first gun round, that NRG may just run away with it. Look at this kill on the Tenz, and Pankata was the first guy he shot by accident there. That's
falling.
Absurd.
He was falling, bro. Like, that's just unlucky, man.
And Zekin the spray through that pit that Saucy got up. He kept it up for so long. The energy players were suffocating inside of it that Zekin just needs to breathe on them. And it sucks the life out of the round now. NRG with the timeout. NRG need to come up with the plans. On attack side, it was flawless from them. Really, really good ideas. So far in this defense, they're not really doing an amazing job at stopping these hits. And when they came in there, that was, again, battle of the brains. Saucy leading the way, finding that lurk. It's huge. You saw him get a little bit more comfortable with making those proactive decisions on that first half where he was flanking the door, flanking all the way back around A main, pushing B link, those sorts of things. And it's still continuing this half. He definitely has a read on the game.
Meanwhile, NRG seem to have lost theirs. They've just won one round on this half. But they still have a 3-round lead they can work with.
I have to also think, this is Sentinel's map pick. How important is this in this map pool? I already mentioned a little bit how NRG, in my mind, got this a little favored throughout all 3 maps here because they're avoiding the double duelist of Fracture and Split the entire time. Forcing maps like Lotus, forcing maps like Pearl. And Icebox even, you could consider that one too.
That's the big key. The Seeker's online now for Finesse.
Artist is locked down as well. In this situation, definitely power ults that could swing the round, but they're not exactly ones that fully guarantee it.
What are they waiting for here? Victor gonna feel some pressure with the Trailblazer and shoots True to try to clear it out. Gives his position away and has to tuck tail.
I think one of the things there that you're looking at both Def and Saucy playing such passive positions behind that wall are hoping that instead of re-aggroing and re-clearing down C like NRG is doing consistently, they'll swap that over to A in the late round. Breaks the door open for those Seekers to go through, get a little bit more info.
Tenz is already on site.
Look at the last Seeker all the way in spawn right now, actually giving them all the information. All 5 players now are going to be here for the NRG squad.
They use the lockdown. There's still going to be tree that Sentinels can play in. They get the spike down, and yeah, they're going to tuck right on back. And if that's not enough, you also have Saucy who's playing off further back.
They're swinging back in the site.
And they hit the door to pretend that they're going to be pulling off, but they want to take the fight to NRG. And it's gone 2 for 2, the dash, and now Second swinging around, and Second able to get 2, the 3rd on the round for him. Finesse just on the other side. A 4K for the young star on Sentinels.
He is going crazy this game on the Sky. 18-11, top fragger on the server. And it's moments like that. A great call from Sentinels to reflood into the site after they realize that lockdown's not pushing them far.
Yeah.
And you expect from the NRG side that they're not going to do that. They're going to sit back in tree. They're going to go for post plants. Just try to find picks on the entry back in. But because of that flood, they lost track of where all the players were coming back out of. That smoke from Tenz as well. It's going great.
This has the potential to be chaotic. Look at how far up NRG are on C. Sentinels once again wanting to fight with the paranoia. Oh my gosh, it's a disaster. It's a disaster.
That is so cool from Victor and Sam. The paranoia deafens them. And Victor goes for the up trap dash. They have no way to track that while deaf. You have to hear the audio cues of those up traps. And he gets the disgusting flank off with just a classic, mind you.
Towards an orb emitting.
And a huge round out from NRG. Again, in a situation where they didn't have a ton of buys. You alluded to the classic previously. Crashies has a stinger. They're able to scoop up some of the weapons. Now Victor and Finesse having rifles. Sam as well.
And more layers to that too while we have a second. They tap that orb, expecting the trap there from Tenz to peek through the one-way and try to challenge the player with the orb. And once that trap is triggered, that's when the paranoia comes in. Sentinels is trying to group to receive the anti-eco push. Battle of the brains continue.
Yeah, that's a telestrator play right there.
That is. That one was a lot of fun. They're going to continue 15 seconds. They got all the guns already, so happy to chase down Saucy.
Perhaps get another rifle. Artist was the only one, and yeah, he's going to get something. Now 4 rifles carried into that round from NRG.
Yeah, they might have just given themselves room for almost the rest of this game economically just because of that one thrifty. I'm not sure if it's a reset for Sentinels. We need to check on that one. Look, everybody, and the flash as well coming in late. They have no clue. Look how grouped up they were. All 4 players hit by that paranoia.
Last player standing.
Oh, and it's cold from Finesse too. Usually, yo, he's popping off on the stage. Especially after a call like that.
Uh-huh. Dialed in. A timeout called here as we near the end of this opening map. Still a 3-round lead for NRG. You know, you mentioned the coldness out of Finesse in situations like that. I just go back to the previous round where Zekin face like no expression in his face, but still playing up to the crowd. Like you can tell these are just two like this feels like a match that is delivering in the way that we expected, right? Like Sentinels looking better as the season has gone on, and Energy on return to form from last week. It just feels like a heavyweight fight.
I mean, this could definitely be the two best teams in North America. I think we're trying mostly to place them outside of that, but the battle for the Americas League is not fought within North America only. But it still matters so much to these teams.
Placing swarm grenade.
Sentinels down 3.
Interesting too, we haven't really seen Sentinels go for something fast and aggressive, and right now they're all stacked up A into the op from Victor.
Doesn't have the same leeway here with the Phantom that he did, and he does get tagged. A lot of damage actually done to him. Part of that was the decay of running back through the wall. Still gets a bullet though in the leg. Surprised to see him going for the op when he's finding success with the Phantom, especially on the retakes. But he does have that knives as a secondary option.
They've got them trapped. Yeah, the pit's there, and they're also controlling panel. There was a flash. Victor now landing the shot with the op.
Surviving every time, though. Keel's coming back up. Saucy.
Oh, he's getting so far up. And he walks right into the shorty barrel.
The game sense from Victor is insane right now with those shorties.
Only a couple of members left for Sentinels on A, and it feels like they're spread a little thin. What's the cue for Energy to go? Where do they pounce? Zekin already falls. Death able to take one with him, but that's all it is, and it would be an outrageous play out from Pekala for him to pull that off, but he cannot. Sam's gonna get the defuse. Energy are gonna get to 12. And they still have the op for Victor.
And he still has his knives too. I don't think he popped them. He used the shorty instead as the secondary.
Match point.
In situations like that anyways, the knives are going to be used in the same sense of a shorty, where you're just trying to get a right-click kill while you go back to your primary.
Right.
Because it is so cheap. I mean, the knives in this instance can kill from a much longer range with the right-click. But I have to point out the game sense from Victor there to recognize Saucy was going to go for something cheeky. Saucy is the one. While Zekin is receiving the plays a lot of times and living up to the moment, Saucy is the one being proactive about it. So if they cancel that, nobody else on Sentinels is really finding that same groove.
That flash hit? Yeah, it did. Sam backing up. Got Finesse close by.
I suggest you move.
They're investing a lot into this, but that paranoia. Oh, Finesse falls. I mean, they've dropped the Reckoning, they've dropped Harbor Utility, but they all want to go towards C.
And there's actually Spike canceled mollies here. And nothing breaks them, so 1 minute, this is going to be a lot of time for them to get back into this. That turret down right now, Pankata's trying to get it back up.
Oh, and it's clear.
He pulled it away.
Victor's creeping up. You've got Zekin who's waiting to receive.
Spike
And the timing on that is just so much fun. Is he going to swing out? Is it going to be Victor who's coming through? But Victor's slow walking his way into Zekin's crosshair.
Gets out of there as well. A secondary attempt going to come through from Crashies, but the rest of NRG.
Zekin's ready for it, man. Look at him. He's pushing forward.
At this point, he's hunting.
Yeah.
It looked like NRG wanted to maybe put Crashies there in a position to get a lot of exits with the pressure from the door that Sam was putting on while the rest of them walk away and save their weapons. And especially if they get these two guns saved, there's 3 rounds for sure of buffer economically for the NRG side, even losing this one and getting the reset. We got gun rounds all the way through.
Yep.
For both sides, it looks like. It's the second time out, last time out from NRG. They called one this second half early, and now, again, trying to find a way to close out this game, and they're not taking this lightly either. This threat right now is within 3 from Sentinels.
A moment to talk things through here. We saw just before the timeout was called, another op was invested. So they're continuing to put trust in Victor to find value with that weapon.
Again, that decision to me is very surprising given the comp that you have out from Sentinels. The Harbor Viper is so difficult to find good angles from. You get everything chopped up in front of you. Yet, I say that, and he found that gap and drop that one time. And he's able to find value other ways as well. Especially because I think he still has his knives up.
I believe he does as well, yeah. NRG just within arm's reach of closing out this map and taking a 1-0 series lead into the next. But Sentinel's not far behind here.
Turret out.
Both teams definitely improving on their last week's performance so far, in my opinion. Even though Sentinels got that win over 100 Thieves, I don't think it was as clean as it might have looked from the surface. Every single game went to the wire. 2 games went to overtime. They barely pulled it out on Ascent. That was a nice comeback from them. They're attempting the same thing here against NRG.
We're gonna take a main control again, but note here, it's historically been the Trailblazer out from the attacking side that pushes the Jet off of this angle, but this time it's Trailblazer that's getting Victor into an aggressive spot.
Remember, he flanked last time too. He's gonna go for it.
Oh, what a shot!
Might just be a game-ending pick right there. Def the Harbor. It's so much more difficult. Sassy's already committed his wall. The strengths of this comp are with having the ability to pivot.
And now they don't. What else do you have to provide cover? And now the Blade's online.
Som has to stay on this fake. He cannot bite on the B fake right now.
He's patient. And they're creeping right by him. The alarm bot gives the positioning away. Artist walks into his death, but Som's trying to hold the line.
I got the spike.
Tense comes in, untrapped to trade that. I'm not even sure that Pancata was going to be in the position to do so himself.
Second once again to receive, and he does. But I don't know that he's expecting the second.
He is.
Should give it away, though. Confirming his suspicions, the flash to swing around, and Crashies was a dead man walking. Another round for Sentinels. Oh, they're far from done.
2-round lead. Victor trying to escape second hunting. This is a difficult spot to get through, though. But it is spammable. If you don't want to go through the big queue of opening the door itself, I think there's about 10 seconds left on the spike, so plenty of time to hunt. 15 total, maybe. And 1 second, even if he dies here, you have Tens who has the opportunity of chasing this down.
He knows.
2
How
seconds.
aggressive does Tens go?
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, yeah, he was about to swing.
He was looking up for the updraft too from Tens. That's surprising. Did have the knife, so.
That was so clean from Tens.
But the knives were out there from Finesse. And I believe, yeah, Crashies too. And Zach can put him in the blender.
Op carried over for Victor once again, opening the round towards A. And that's where all of Sentinels are. 10 stashing forward. And he's got a flash over the top to help out. Instantly door triggered. Victor not going to get a shot.
Flooding them.
You have so many members of energy here. You've got Song close by, Finesse getting info with his Trailblazer, and you still have that op you have to take care of.
Again, lines of sight blocked over and over from Victor. He's trying to be dynamic. Trying to get into better positions every time. But when you're starting off all the way back, you saw the success of the last round was because he started way forward. Unexpectedly, now he's almost neutered entirely right here.
Third tap of the door, if I'm not mistaken. It's just Tens. Fourth now.
Oh, no! Whoa!
Oh, gosh.
Still gets the kill. It's not the end of the world, but definitely a little bit of an issue there from Som.
Spike planted.
3 gonna funnel in. from the defender's side, and Tenzel's far up. Artist takes care of him. Numbers NRG here, but Spike ticking away, and it has for a little while now. They're gonna have to move forward with some pace. Dev not able to get the second. It's all on Bangala. Finesse on the tap. He's gonna get it to half. No, but that Molly's gonna help. It's gonna buy some time. The spam out. He's gotta land these shots on Crashies now, and he cannot. The defuse is gonna come through, and Sentinels gave a run at it, but NRG close out Lotus 13-10.
Defenders words of our sober. The pack.
Scary moment there. As Sam almost didn't even get the first one, but they're gonna take that, fix whatever issue happened to him, and move on forward. That's a huge win. Sentinels really put up a face that they might have a chance in that on the comeback.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I have to wonder how important that Lotus pick was to them. They forego the opportunity to go for a double duelist comp by picking Lotus because they saw how weak it was for NRG. But they are not Leviathan. And NRG had a complete, I mean, that first half was beautiful, the 9-3. And then able to close out against the fake comeback.
And it was all off of, again, the composition changes. You can tell the game plan was different in a truncated time window. Remember, they just played this last weekend. Yep. They came in with something fresh. Either way, it is a 1-0 series lead for NRG. They take Sentinels down on Lotus. Icebox on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, friends. We will be right back.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, as NRG picks up a massive win on Lotus. And boy, oh boy, if you told me last week that NRG would win on Lotus, I would have said that you were taking some crazy pills. But not the case here today, because NRG looked fantastic. And Wyatt, Mimi, this is really the NRG that we want to see. The NRG that always comes in with a game plan. The NRG that always outthinks their opponent. This very much felt like that NRG returning to form based on what we saw last week.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like Sen wanted to go for what we saw C9 do to Loud yesterday. They pick into the map the other team picked the previous week.
Yeah.
Counter-strat them. But it didn't go that way because NRG, unlike Loud yesterday, actually came into this week with a new look. They changed around what was not working for them on the previous, and Sen struggled against that new look, things being centered around Victor.
Yeah, they really did. And I think for Sentinels, we saw some of the issues with their composition in this one. With this double controller, taking early space is a bit of a challenge. You have to kind of be slow, work it with your smokes, but they wanted to play this mid-round. So in rounds like this one, they were oftentimes hitting these late sites without a smoke to back them up. And because you're investing so much in these early rounds, you have to put a sky flash to pressure to get your harbor wall up, to use your Viper utility in that way. In the late rounds, you're often running into these situations where you're at kind of a utility deficit, where NRG is playing to the strength of their comp, which is with the Omen and the Sky and the Jet, playing for these super fast and strong retakes. And I think that was kind of a struggle that also showed in the head-to-head between these two Jet players, because the support for Victor was fantastic, Wyatt.
Yeah, Ten's far worse stats than Victor, but I don't really think that's much fault of his own. He was put in a terrible position most of that attack half because he's just having to dash into his smoke into sight. But when he pops out of it, there's not really good smokes in front of him for the defenders to have to work around. There's just that one high tide. So for the defenders, it's pretty easy to immediately just take the fight onto him. Also, even if he stayed alive, then his job is to take point after the fact and keep fighting, because after the spike goes down, those players on Sentinels, to win out the rounds, just have to take fights. They can't play back. There's no smokes to play around. And honestly, most of the reason that this game even ended up kind of close in the end was because of Zekin just going crazy and winning out some of those rounds, taking the fights they needed to. So they did the right thing. But the comp for me just wasn't lending itself to a good game.
Yeah, and it meant that, sure, Sentinels has a fantastic player quality. Their kind of synergy has improved vastly, so they were good at winning some of those late round fights. But for me, this is another game where I think NRG looked a lot stronger in the way of game plan, which I'm very happy to see, because their last two kind of ideas around Lotus ended in disappointment. This looked a lot better.
Yeah, and I think also when you talk about Sentinels and NRG, really the devil's in the details with them, because they're such practice, prepared, prep teams. They're so good. So you really have to exploit those small details where you can, which was to your point, which is the reason why I think Tens really suffered today.
Yeah, one of the main problems with that comp too is just in the early rounds and the late rounds, honestly, with the, Sentinels players being forced to play around high tides and Viper utility, it's just so obvious where they're going. And especially in the early round, like the way that they were trying to take parts of A and control that, where they have the Viper wall through A, and then the Viper orb, and then a Sky Dog, and then Tens goes out to clear the right side. Like, already you're committing 3 players there, and that's enormous information for the defending side. It's not like you have an Omen and you can throw that smoke down, but you're actually, playing with your Sentinel, trying to control C-main at the same time. Like, no, you actually just have to have 3 players there to control it. You're hitting the site. Okay, well, we know you're hitting it because you have to be there with that utility.
For sure.
And they tried to go for a fake, and it just didn't really work that well because they had to go into a site with no smokes down. So it's just rough.
And even when Sentinels was struggling with their game plans, we still saw NRG shine. I want to just take a moment to talk about the artist formerly known as FNS, because Finesse was having some amazing calls in this game, and the casters were going crazy about this one. Super cool idea, right? You have the Paranoia to block out the sound. You have Victor dashing in behind. It's just these little plays that might be preset, might not, but these ideas that NRG is able to come up with on the fly are just excellent. And I think that's what's always defined teams led by Finesse.
And to your point on this round, I think one of the reasons that it was called is because nothing happened towards A, and they knew that they could go for that. There was just no noise there, so that was one of the reasons that they, I think, opted to actually going for that aggressive play on that round.
There were just so many tells, right? I think from across the board, and when you give that info, right, or lack of info to FNS, he knows exactly what to do. Sorry, the artist formerly known as FNS, now known
thank
as
you.
But yeah, you know, I am very, very excited for where this NRG team can potentially go, especially going into Icebox, or the Heineken 0.0 Icebox, which will be coming up here in a moment. But before we get into match 2, a slow roll for a minute here. Let's get a little warm-up going with the Aim Lab shoot-around. And here's everyone's favorite streamer. It's Sam. He's going to be shooting bubbles like a champion.
I'm very excited. We get to see Sam on Icebox. This guy was incredible on this map at Lock-In. Probably, like, the best individual player on a map was his Viper on Icebox.
Yeah, that box.
He's so damn good at it. And he was also fantastic at the start of this series. His Omen play on Lotus was really quality. Sam is continuing to prove that even though before their first couple matches, people had doubts of whether he could perform at this level, he's here to stay. This guy's fantastic.
Yeah, I think someone had to tell him what was going on in this segment. He looked somewhat confused. Okay, now
he thought people wanted to see a smile.
He looks like he, oh, wait, I got to shoot the bubbles.
What am I doing?
Oh, okay, that makes sense now. Okay, let me go faster here. What a guy.
He's figuring it out. He learns fast. That's why he's such a good player.
Exactly. Really. I think that this Aim Lab shoot-around has just taught us everything that we need to know here about Sam.
I feel so
no more
connected
analysis
with him
is
as a person
necessary.
now.
Yeah, I've connected with him as a human being, and this is where we are right now. But yeah, I mean, again, you know, I think it just goes without saying, Sam has been such an instrumental part of this team. The young players on this squad, right? You know, Zekin also popping off too in that last game. And now we go to the Heineken 0.0 Icebox. I've been wanting to say that all season long, so I'm really stoked that we're going into the box now. And look, this is a great position here, Mimi, for NRG. You look at this pool, you're like, this makes sense. Sentinels, of course, they're going to pick Lotus. NRG looked booty at it last week, and then they win it. They come out 13-10. NRG have to be feeling so good right now.
Yeah, they really do. And we've already talked about how good NRG is. But for the side of Sentinels, they're solid on this map. They've been willing to play it. They
For
played
sure.
the basic comp
Let's not
with the
count them
KO,
out.
But it's not one of the favorites in their pool. You know, they're reaching into the bottom of the cooler. It's still nice and cool. It's a good drink.
Yeah.
It's not quite your first choice.
Exactly.
That was a Heineken 0.0.
You want a fresh, crisp Heineken 0.0. That's what you really want there. They're getting their money's worth, let me tell you this much. That being said, though, as we get ready for this next matchup, Wyatt, what are you looking for here as far as like adjustments from Sentinels? Because, and I say this because to the point we were talking about in the pre-show, Sentinels very focused on putting their players in their comfort roles, their comfort picks. Do you think that we're going to get more of the same here potentially on Icebox, or could we potentially see some innovation?
It's possible that we could see them try and lean into something like we saw on the previous map, since Harbor is becoming so prevalent on Icebox.
Sure, yeah.
But of course, Icebox is still one of the maps in the pool that is, since it came out and still is, it's just so scrappy. And you want to see Tens and Zekin just be put in position to go nuts on the A site and run around and swing with freedom, be set up in that way.
Yeah, I think we established yesterday as well that I really like duelist players, and this is a map where I want to see
your favorite thing to talk about.
Absolutely, and I'm going to talk about it more because I want to see both Artists and Tens maybe having an opportunity to go onto the Jet on this map. Previously, both these teams were playing the variation with the KO, where it was forcing players to flex around a little bit. I'm not sure if NRG will make the change to Artists on Jet, because I think, as we saw in map number 1, they've kind of moved away from comfort, and on the other side, Sentinels has really moved towards it. So I think that they might put Tens on the Jet, but I don't think NRG will do the same for Artists.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, where it's like, do you keep this going, right? I thought Victor was fantastic in that last game. He was effective. He got the op shots where he needed to. Victor's a phenomenal rifler, but to see him also take that op and do some work with it, good. That's all you want. Baseline, right? Just get you over the line here. And I think on Icebox, especially with NRG's experience on this map here, Sentinels have a lot to worry about here, Wyatt.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, speaking of the comfort picks, Artists, the Jet for him was definitely a comfort pick for sure. At a lot of points in his career. That was one of the things where Na'Vi, at the time FPX, sometimes when they were in a pinch, they would just switch things back to, all right, we've gone too crazy. We've strayed too far away from what works. Let's bring Artists back onto the Jet, bring a little normalcy to the composition. And that was something where he would always shine if they kind of, you know, went a little bit too outside the box.
Yeah. Now, I do want to let everyone know at home, because I'm sure you guys are like, man, these guys are talking forever. And I get it. I totally understand. I love the sound of my own voice. But thankfully, though, the game is going to be starting in a moment here. We had an issue on the stage. We had a crash there, so we just had to get that sorted out to ensure that we can get back into the matchup as fast as possible. And that's why you're hanging out with us, you know, so stop spamming caster, start the game. Also, I'm a host, not a caster. Come on, learn your roles, people. Anyway, moving on, though, as we look forward to this matchup, I am excited because I do think we can go to this game 3 here, and I would really like to see Sentinels knock NRG off of their game. But let's do this. 10s on the Jet. So part 1 of your favorite thing to talk about, Mimi, is happening.
Part 1 and part 2 is Artis is still on the stage, so that makes me think that maybe we get the Jet on Victor or we get the KO. I would expect him to probably stick with that, but maybe they're really into the Victor Jet, and I wouldn't hate that.
Yeah, it's possible. My question is honestly on the next one. I just want to see what Def picks. I think if anyone we're going to play the Harbor, it would probably be him here. So we'll see how that's actually going to end up in a moment. And they're all so they are.
It's almost as if you understand this game very well, Wyatt.
That's crazy.
Well done, though. And yeah, and Finesse is going to go for the pickup on KJ there. So we'll see if we're going to get this Victor Jet. But I think we are going to get Victor at least on a duelist of some kind here.
Yeah, so I think this is going to play out quite similarly with this attack siding start for the double controller composition. A lot of your strengths with this one are towards B, fighting deep with the Harbor Wall, towards A, taking the deep fights as well with that Jet player. So I think that a lot of what is going to have to be emphasized for the defensive side here on NRG is leaning into the fast flood retakes that they're playing on map number 1 and denying space in deep areas like towards Snowman against this Harbor comp. But at this point, we've seen this comp a million times. You kind of know what to expect. It's no longer a new thing, really.
Yeah, this comp really defined the latter part of the Icebox meta this last year. And now, finally, for the first time on Icebox, there's actually new things you can do, so that's nice. And we always see those new things on Sentinels, so that's pretty cool, kind of the clash of the new and the old.
All right, guys, well, let's see how this one's going to play out. And come on, Riot Games Arena, let's go ahead. Let's wake up. Let's make some noise, and let's send it over to your casters. You got Doug and Balla for the call.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yeah, we're heading over to the Heineken 0.0 Icebox, and it's going to be a banger. My only request is that we get to map 3. Honestly, like, however this plays out, I hope it's a good game, and I hope it goes the distance.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get there. Icebox is the pick of NRG, and we saw at Locken how strong it was for them. That was one where they had pulled off a 9-3 comeback against Koi in their very, very first map, and it's the exact same comp. So let's see it, how it plays out. This is where I think I saw the first flashes of Som being a tier 1 controller, being a tier 1 level player on that international stage. And he's continued to live up to that expectation of him, replacing Marved, who, by the way, on the bench for Sentinels on the other side of the stage as well. Fast all dropping off on the left side there. The Cascade denies a lot of the vision that you might see for the players over towards Boiler.
That turret's a little deep. This 3-man flank that's coming through from NRG is going to have to scale it pretty far before it's caught.
Which also means that that turret is going to not really tell them early enough, maybe. No, they break it really early, so Pancata's aware.
Yeah, instantly has to turn around.
So which is the call for Sentinels? Are they going to push forward, or are they going to fall back and try to receive the flank?
Oh, they want to go forward. The drone pushes his way up. Tessie, Tens, and Sasi close by. Finesse not able to get anything, but Artis can. And you see this fight happening across the middle of the map as well. Goes in favor of Artis. Now NRG have full control.
And that's not a frenzy for Tens. That is a big round, and Artis immediately having impact. He was by himself over there at that Boiler. Completely solo. Received both Tens and the rest of the Sentinels players that were pushing behind him. Dealt with that so easily. And you do see him picking up that Marshall. He does tend to op on this map when he gets down to it. Even though you won't see that too often on the KJ. I think for everybody here, this is a little bit more traditional roles for most of them. And for Sentinels, they're still sticking to that same sort of switch up. Definitely full committing. And when you do see Harbor Viper on one map, for most teams, you're going to tend to see that on all the maps where you can run it on, which is pretty much all the maps.
Great opener out from Artis. Again, picking up where he left off in the previous round. Hot start for him. What more can he find? They've left Def close by, too. Perhaps expecting aggression once again, like they saw in the previous round.
Good drone out from Crashies too. Spots at least one of the Sentinels players over here. And they do want to pivot over. Tens does... Oh, he did make some noise on that jump.
Just a step. It wasn't much, but it was enough.
Still gets all the way up here. That's the thing with Tens on this map. He does take a lot of risks, and it does pay off for him. But a big indicator for how this game is going to go is if Sentinels can continue the same success they had on Lotus at getting on the site, getting that plant down.
Right. See Finesse and Crash, he's just dancing around, back sight, and then you have Artist close by too, but Tens has gotten so close, and truly, they know where he is at this point. Every single shot going wide.
Poison's off.
Saucy delivering a clean one of his own. Crash, he's still trying to spam control the spray from the Spectre. And it all quietly turns into a 2v2. Look at how weak the remaining members of Sentinels
12 seconds.
are.
And the Molly is not going to let him through.
Finesse is in such a good position too. Even if they choose to swing out from that, he's able to receive. He's able to hold him. Well done by NRG.
Still issues there, rearing. For Artis, he definitely was not aware of how close Tens was. Remember, he was all the way at the B side at the beginning, so he's rotating into unknown information. Maybe missed the comm or the comm was not made. And that is a ridiculous pedigree for the players on the server here. 7 of 10. Winning an a global tournament. At this point, there is a distinction. This event is international right here. Even though it's still only one region in a sense.
Interesting, but no protocols to deny that orb early on.
Take flight.
No shock mollies or anything like that. They hold it. The dart, too.
Oh. And I'm not sure. I think that drone did not clear properly, leading Artist to getting that first kill.
Got the wall up in a cheeky little spot. Oh, and Saucy was ready for it. He was waiting.
That one was one he was relying on over and over and over, so not surprised to see the Sentinels players easily handling that.
Victor spotting 3 there wasn't able to easily handle that. Had so many targets there.
Everybody hiding from the dart, but it gives Croshy space to walk up right now. Trying to make a play.
One spotted, and there's a member just up top. No peek.
I don't think Zekin saw him. Otherwise, Crashes would be out of here.
He's patient. Where's the swing from? Crash, he's just so aware. The game sense is insane. Not able to deliver on the third.
How does he make that work?
He's just good, man.
And they're low. Look, Saucy Pecada. Portuguese mode activated in the 2v2, but they're low.
Yeah, how does that account for poor health? It doesn't. It cannot.
Spike down A.
10 seconds, spike gone. Oh! Scrappy on that one.
Yeah, it was.
I can't believe Crashy's made that work. That was a completely unadvantaged situation, but again, losing that drone early, Zekin doesn't use a dart to follow up. And I think on that jiggle, he did not see him. Must not have. Because he just walks back in that angle. Not really slow clearing and not ready to pre-fire.
10 seconds left.
Dude, Finesse has gotten so many kills in this series of just shooting someone in the back of the head. As he's just like tucked in a corner and they just walk into his crosshair.
That's what this energy team strives for. Take the advantage fights whenever you can. Back to the standard Harbor Viper. B main control right now with that Cascade deep. But this is Psalm's playground, the back of yellow. The key thing here is how good Victor is at supporting him with a flash, but he doesn't have any. Super low money, and they're not actually going light armor here. Surprising, given their insistence on going for it on every other map.
There is a little help from Crashies. He does have Hunter's Fury too. A lot of patience there. They're just waiting, and they're so far up. They're ahead of the utility that they've dropped, the Viper Wall and the Harbor Wall.
They've got to wait for the second dart to come back up. It just did. 10 stashes, and Psalm's in the off angle.
He was never pushed off of it.
He's about to get this angle named after him.
If he continues to just farm from back there, yeah. Mid-map's not open either for Sentinels. And now you see some attempted pressure towards Sam via the shock dart.
Triple swing coming.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
And a double kill for Victor.
Next time, mind the heavy machinery.
4-0 lead for NRG. And this is now a gun round for Sentinels. They should be able to punch back here, but it's just looking very clean early on.
That's just insanely easy there, too. I do really enjoy watching NRG play this map because of how often and how many protocols they show for dealing with stuff like that. The regular, slow, patient push. Criticism of Sentinels there would be that High Tide came out way before Tens and Second were even ready. The cooldown on his dart was not up yet. And so instantly when it came back up, they're going for it because they want to spend all the time on the High Tide. But at that point, NRG already know what's going on. And yeah, Doug, you're right. No util to try to deny that over and over is going to cause problems later on.
That was insane. Finesse getting tagged through. They use the Reckoning and they scale up with it. What do NRG have for response? No, Crashies has this Hunter's Fury, and there it is.
This might be the first plant.
Yeah. Def took some damage off of it, but the job is done. He did what he was looking to do. Now the fight for the site ensues. Ten's the first to fall. Crashies using utility to get some info and push them back. Look at how NRG just flawed onto the site like a death ball that's pushing back the attacking side. You still have so much utility you're gonna have to deal with from Sentinels. So you still have another Molly out from Sasi, who's now dead. Second spotted, dropped. Hey, this is getting ugly very quickly for Sentinels faithful.
I mean, similar start to Lotus, but sides flipped. NRG dominating so far.
Time to stop back
On
up.
Icebox again, their map choice. And the bricks are called for Sentinels. For that to be the first plant is definitely concerning outside of Pistol. Because this comp relies on getting into post-plant situation. It relies on the staying power and the cooldowns of Harbor coming back up. That's how DRX played it. That's how Loud played it when introducing the Harbor Viper on this map. Yes, it provides you some early control options, but that is the main win condition. And NRG denying it over and over and over. That's got to be the discussion right now. Tens feels like he's the only guy who's being proactive on getting into that site, which is a difference because I don't feel like he was that proactive on Lotus. Even though to what Wyatt said on the desk, to Tens' credit, he was definitely being put in positions that were difficult for him.
Yeah, rough spots for sure.
And where the team relied on him to be sending away his life. But not in this case. This case, he's jumping up top 410, finding picks. His team's just not there to follow up with him.
Key ults here for Sentinels, though. You've got the pit. You can play around once you get into a post-plant situation. You have Zekin's ult, too, for the same circumstance.
And to counter Finesse's ult. Which, with the pit that you just mentioned, would be so crazy if he just uses that to counter. So let's see. Zekin's got to be aware of that. We have seen mistakes in the past, especially with new teams, where they don't fully consider the ults.
Knife deployed. Point suppressed.
They're scaling up mid.
Yeah, aggro here, Artis. No op, but they're going for it.
They haven't really tested this before.
That is a place where NRG can start to find even more value, though, which is insane to see. And think that NRG can find more value than they are. But if they put a player down there, Finesse is known to just post up on the angle and watch the cross. And Sentinels hasn't really been pivoting so much so far. So I don't think you're really looking for that yet from NRG. But if that becomes a tool in the kit for Sentinels, it definitely could end up being abused in mid. Wow.
Early.
I mean, that is so early, but it also, it's not going to bait out the Hunter's Fury from Zekin.
Oh, there's still so much time.
So he's getting value by the time. Look how he just bought 3 players to rotate into him.
Not a single sound. They're so quiet. That's gonna erupt, and Crashies once again ready for it. Bill's going back and forth. The spike still not making its way past 410.
They can't give up on this, though.
No, I mean,
20
you don't really have
seconds.
time to pivot.
This is full fuel right now from some. The 10 seconds isn't even going to be enough. They're staying on sites.
Spam, 13 seconds left.
Spike's down.
I don't know that they're going to be able to do this. Play on the outside of it now. Saucy getting the spike down to 2v2, but Pancada's weak. Again, Brazilian buff activated, and they've gotten that far. Sam left in this 1v2. He gets one.
Toxin screen down.
Can he do it? So patient. Letting it swing into him, and it does.
And it's the newcomer to this core of NRG who takes down the players that the core struggled against so often last year. The Saucy and Pancada from Loud.
Down A.
Great round for Pancada, but Sam, I mean, I thought he was going to get the molly in time to deny the plant entirely. There's the pop-off I'm expecting, but it's for his teammates, not for himself. 6-0 lead now.
And honestly, with tools for more. But maybe Tens can find something with the Blaze.
He's alone
again, you
here.
see this two-man creep down from NRG in towards Tube, and they know he's there! Tens not able to find anything.
And Artis is the one who's traded, so that's actually at least good for Zek in there. That he's able to target down the Sage who had the res. Pancada finding a kill too. It's good to see Pancada get active. In the series against 100 Thieves, he was 0-8 in first kills, first deaths. Now that wasn't one of those. But he is looking for those kills while his team finds space elsewhere. Finally an advantage here for Sentinels.
And a key one too. It's not just the numbers, but think about how good Crashies has been at anchoring sites in these last couple of rounds. Not a factor here.
I'm wondering if they get the right read right now. It's the kitchen pressure that actually ultimately, that duel in mid, ends up giving them. How does Victor find it?
I don't know, man. They were in trouble. It was a 4v2 essentially as they were starting to surround him.
They know there's more. Sam puts down the pit as well. They can now tuck inside.
Saucy with the spam, Def from up top. He is in such a good spot. He can make such a big play here. I don't know that he's expecting a second. Now his position given away.
Not the pit player though.
30 seconds left.
He's staring right at him. Oh, they continue to pass by one another.
Eventually they're gonna find the spam here. Oh!
There it is.
He can give this up now. His teammates here. Look, Finesse is on the flank. He's all the way up on the flank. That turret's nearsighted.
13 seconds left. What can you do?
10 seconds left.
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Is this the best?
What a stomp.
Sam with the pit. Victor with the awareness to find that first on the flank is ridiculous. And I thought for sure they were going to be able to at least process of elimination. Sam away from that little corner.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
So many players getting active here for NRG now. Victor in that last round, I think, huge props to him. He was so good on Lotus. And it's the game sense considerably improved for what I can tell on the server right now. He's consistently finding the right places to look at the right times.
Sentinels left searching for answers, looking for some sort of an opening. They've succeeded at getting the spike down a couple times, but they haven't been able to convert from there. Once again, you have Sam back yellow.
Pancada won this duel last time, but
He did this time too.
Again, improvements from Pancada, super important to see for Sentinels, regardless. But the trade back immediately on the other side of the map.
Poison's off.
And Saucy still hasn't found a time to use this ult yet.
This might be as good a time as any.
You should run.
Pancada's investing his. And they can play retake here. They have Victor's ult if they just want to wait this out and then fight. Or they're just going to push into it.
It's used, but
early.
None of the Yuto countered out from Sentinels that were possible here. And because of that lockdown on the one player,
Wait, Pancada's in trouble. He's in so much trouble. This two-man flank from NRG once again has members of Sentinels trapped.
Reckoning used.
Reckoning suit as Victor has to sidestep. But Finesse continuing to frag, continuing to lead from the front. Sassy and Pancada outnumbered and outgunned. 4 for Finesse. The defuse for Sam, 8 for NRG.
Reckoning there too, they're dancing around it that entire time in a 4v4 situation.
My ultimate is ready.
You thought, oh, that's gonna be impossible for them to walk through, but they treat that ult like it's a boss fight. They just sidestep every little thing that's getting thrown out in phase 2 of that post plan, and it's like they've practiced it a million times.
Ult that's intended to cause chaos, honestly, and it was just cool, calm, and collected from them.
Honestly, might have caused more chaos there for Sentinels in the case, where they're trying to track them. But I think as well, they're all playing in the pit too, so they don't have the same value out of the pulses from the Reckoning. One of the toughest score lines we've seen so far here in the Americas League. We've definitely seen some first half deficits, but we have not seen really anything like this.
There's still a shot for them to keep it competitive. I think an 8-4, given how this has gone, would feel like a win.
Oh, for
really,
sure.
But I mean, it has
given
to
how
start
it's gone,
now.
yeah, for sure. I think the thing that I'm thinking in my head, I'm just like, how is this possible? Given the fact that, you remember that game I was talking about, where the only game we saw for Energy on Icebox against Koi, the first map that we saw from them this year. They lost the first half 9-3, and that was the defense side they started on. That was the defense side. They came back on the attack. One of the most ridiculous Icebox comebacks. I mean, maybe it was a precursor to the finals of that tournament, but
Try not to get shot, okay?
how can Sentinels find a way back into that, given that context?
Not like that. That's not the start they were looking for.
That's Tens again, too. He's been consistently dying over here, fast B main. And he's updrafting and trying to find something again. But now I think it's starting to hurt him more than be a positive factor in the Sentinels' approach. On Lotus, he went 8 and 16. He was 2 for 7. First kills, first deaths. A brutal scoreline for Tens, who we all thought was return of the king last week.
Yeah. On the Jet, too. On Icebox. I mean, so historic on this map.
If he can't get going now, I'm questioning the role changes entirely.
Still a shot here. First Sentinels, even though they find themselves down. Actually, I don't know. This is going to be really difficult to deal with. You have the lockdown. You have the Hunter's Fury. Well, you have the Hunter's Fury. Second's using his.
Should be broken, yeah.
It is, yeah. And they're just going to try to spam the Cove, and they do.
Where's the
Stop the plant for now.
Where's the defense on that? KO nade comes in on top of it, too. Pancada does retrieve it just in time.
Last player standing.
Saw him clean for the first. Victor left in this 1v2. Another clutch situation. Can he pull it off? Can he continue to pile it on? He's got time here. He can play this quietly. He can play it carefully. They hear him. The onus is on Sentinels. They have to go fast. Victor's gotten it down to a 1v1. Having to tuck tail. He's only got 1 second. He's got to commit to the plant now. And just puts all the onus on Pancada, but he gives him enough of a time window to play it. Now Victor on the back foot, and Pancada clutches it out.
Got it when he needed it most. Got it when the situation looked ever so dire. You wanted an 8-4. Here comes the start of something from Sentinels. And it shifted the energy in this room just slightly, momentum potentially. Now for Pancada, who has been having a great game on this A-Lurk consistently. Maybe finding some form. Looks like Ten's got purposefully knifed there so that he could start to rotate, trying to give Zekin the opportunity to come in and drone and make it look like there's something behind. And it's worked, actually. NRG has pulled 4 people to this side.
And Sassy may find some room to work with mid. It seems like Victor's watching it, understanding that that's a weakness on the map right now. And they've left Finesse on an island. Yeah, he has utility, but he's by himself.
He's been finding some value, and I think if Crashes can start to rotate back now that no noise has been found for so long, Victor's knife is going to be coming back up soon here. Be very curious if he uses it earlier, if they're just going to call the rotate. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, knife just came up. You're absolutely
They're
right.
here for Finesse now.
And Finesse manages to stay alive. That's huge. Now the Hunter's Fury, Ten's weak, trying to tuck away, trying to stay alive. But no, Finesse's turret kills him. We've seen a lot of turret kills this weekend. Very quickly here, a 3v3. And you still have two members of NRG who are still backside. Victor, one of them. Death playing with fire and the high-lows. Too much to deal with. Crashes with 3. Pankala once again left in this clutch situation. But it's not a 1v1 anymore. It's way more difficult.
10 seconds left.
As the closing moments of the round come to an end, you start to think about the following. And you look at the buy for Sentinels, there's not much here. For Pankala, saving this rifle's huge.
They don't even get the economic benefits of a win streak there. Instead, back to relying on the loss bonus. That is so unlucky for Tens. There's barely a gap in that Viper wall, by the way. But he was updrafting that entire time. I'm surprised that turret wasn't just pecking at him the entire... When that Hunter's Fury was going off, he was really trying to avoid it. Fear in Tens.
Ooh, early wall from Artis. I don't think we've seen this before.
Not in this game, which is... He took the orb while having the res. He still hasn't used that, by the way, the entire half. They haven't had a need for it. But he just stole the orb from them, which is funny. It is close to the end of the half, but Som could have gotten that. They're just interested in denying on this eco more than anything.
And this is NRG at full force, right? Like, this is the roster, this is the squad, the look that we expected. They're not just satisfied with taking everything, they're also denying from the other side. Sentinels, the remaining members of Sentinels anyway, still 2 rifles here, but they're all pushing it onto A, where once again you see a couple of members from NRG close by. You've got Finesse, you have Crashies. The shock dart could be good. Yep, deal some damage on Asasi. How much more can he find? The second shock dart right in his face. Really not aware of the fact that there are a couple of members right above him too. Sentinel starting to flood out, starting to swing through.
Spike down A.
The res bringing Victor back up. And 2 rifles still in play for the attacking side.
Those Artist slows are so good. Continuously, they're trying to fight within them, but no room to actually move.
There's one. They're doing it. They're keeping it competitive. 2v2.
1 enemy remaining.
And it's just a share for Tens. Is this another tense moment in the books? He's gotten it down to 1. Victor up top. The swing is there, and the shot is 2 from Tens. The Red Bull clutch for Sentinels.
Last round.
Relying on the big moments from their big players, Pekata and Tens now. 2 big clutches to keep this game somewhat interesting. And it's what everybody came here to see, is moments like this from Tens.
1 enemy remaining.
With just the sheriff.
Vintage Tens moment. And while that feels like a really good high right now, I have to point out the fact that unfortunately Tens just doubled his kills on the map with that 2K.
That one hurts. Oh, aggro from Som. Last time they conditioned him to stay back behind the wall. This time, there's so many layers.
And Som has just been, he's just gotten Tens number this entire half.
Yes, I would love to see the head-to-head at some point during this game, because it's got to be so favorable towards the new kid on the block.
Poison's off.
Once again, he's gonna find value from back yellow. He spots another. He's gotten 3, not able to get the 4th, but I mean, at this point, it's done.
Oh, almost tagged Sassy too. That would have been info, and surely the round over.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
Poison's off.
Wow.
And they know where he is. At least they have an idea.
Victor, he's so aware, dude. He is just consistently on the money with every piece of util. Hilarious that gap in the smoke there from Sasi actually nets him the kill, but not going to be enough. It is a brutal battering in this first half by Energy. 10-2. I don't know if there's a way back into this.
I don't know that there is either, man. It's so clean from top to bottom. They haven't been able to deal with Sam back yellow. They haven't been able to get advantages for them off of him too. Again, I point back to the Sam 10s 1v1 that we've seen a couple times, and now Sam has just had his number. If they can't find openings with the tip of their spear, then how do they? Maybe defensively you can find a little bit more success, but that's just a tall order.
Yeah, that one hurts. Sentinels on the back foot, only 2 rounds in the first half. And there's really not even much to discuss for 10s. 4-11, 4-12 for Def. How do they get back in this?
I don't know if they can, but you know what? Maybe Sue and Baby Bay know. They're standing by for a quick interview at halftime.
Thank you very much, Doug and Bala. Standing here with Baby Bay, who is in the house. Baby Bay, it is such a pleasure to be able to speak with you. What brings you into town today?
Honestly, like I was here rooting for the Sentinels, but the boys on NRG looking too cold right now, too cold. So it's gonna be a rough comeback. But I know we got some Sentinels fans in the house. Like they need your energy right now.
I know you were saying that this is a map that Sam is particularly nasty on, but you made it clear you're here rooting for the Sentinels. So if we got Coach Baby Bay up in there, what would you be saying to them?
Honestly, right now, I'm just trying to get some energy into the 10s, man. He just needs to turn up. He's the one player that can completely change the entire series. So I'm really hoping he can bring it back into this half and just go off.
Well, it's still not over. We'll see how it goes in that second half. But speaking for yourself, we saw how challenges went out. Now that Split 1 and the midseason face-off has wrapped up, how are you feeling overall, and where's your headspace at?
It's definitely not the result we wanted, but you know we're working hard every day, and I'm trying to make it to play with these guys on this stage. So you know I want to compete against the best, and we're gonna do whatever it takes to get there. So it's looking good for us.
Speaking to that, it's clear that there are so many fans here that are fans of yours. It's clear that, you know, you want to be playing on this stage. Finesse, my daddy, and very nice time, very nice time. So with that being said, you know, what is that mentality like headed into that next year? Can we see you here?
I'm gonna do my best to make it. Like I said, I'm a hard worker. I do what it takes to make it. So I'm gonna make sure my team's ready for this upcoming Challenger split and really show out.
All right. Last question before I get to let you go. Any last words being here in person in front of all of these amazing fans and, of course, all the lovely viewers online?
Honestly, if you guys aren't here and you're thinking about coming, you should definitely come. The arena is sick. The energy in here is like nothing else. So you guys got to get out here. Come show out. I guarantee you will not regret it.
Thank you very much for taking the time for this interview. Doug and Bala, back to you.
Thank you so much, Sue. Always good to hear from Baby Bay. You gotta love the guy.
It's a travesty he's not on the stage. He has such a wide personality. Lovely guy. But right now, focus back on Energy and Sentinels. Crowd refocusing. We're refocusing. It is a monumental ask from them. I think the Lotus game definitely showed some improvements from Sentinels, but this Icebox game is a complete shift. Energy not giving them any room to work.
And you can see they're trying to push the pace to try to equalize things to get momentum back their way. Zekin getting the opener, instantly traded back though. And Crashies continues to form.
He actually falls off of that again. Speaks to the confidence here from 10s that he's showing. His team all falls. The dink is nice. But you want energy in him. You need a moment. Like that 1v2 at the end of the half.
Tough to stress really the importance of this pistol for Sentinels. You have to convert. There's just no other really way to describe it.
An advantage started for Sentinels here. Zekin got that first pick, but immediately 2 more kills coming in from NRG. In time, a factor. We saw how they were so willing to bring it down to the end. They're going for the hit right now.
I think Bakal is aware of the fact that Finesse is going to try to apply pressure mid. Yeah, he is, but he's spotted by the turret. Finesse patient. Here's him rotate off too. You see his little mind games, his little micro chess matches happening throughout the map.
Orb's gonna fall now. Gonna have the opportunity to go for it. Finesse trying to find a gap too. 20 seconds. This is all the way down to it.
10's is weak. They're just waiting for that.
Max fuel.
Yep. Able to come up, and now the wall's up too. Sasi's pushed back right into the molly, and Finesse strikes at just the right time.
They're breaking their own wall there, so they can get the angle back onto it. And yeah, there's the angle that they broke it for. It's suffocating. They had the perfect idea there. The wall a little deeper, the Viper wall coming up with max fuel, the molly as well landing just where they're trying to challenge back against anything. Oh my God, that is disgusting.
You mentioned suffocating. 78% of the time you find yourself down at the beginning of the round. That sucks. Like, that's so difficult to navigate. Yeah.
And the funny part is it actually is an issue now for Sentinels. This is 2 weeks in a row where they're struggling on that front exactly. With a player like TenZ, that's not how you want to start the season. They won the series against 100 Thieves despite being below in that specific stat.
Let's take a look at how far back Sam is playing, still in spawn.
Poison orb emitting.
Expecting pressure from mid.
It's a force as well, by the way, from Sentinels. Got to touch on that real quick.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
Bulldog, no armor for Zekin. Light armor, Stinger, Spectre for the rest of them.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
And I wondered just how antsy Sasi would get. He's playing close by mid, but not pushing for reject. Meanwhile, NRG are towards A.
Here.
You can see the pings on the minimap too. Tench playing back site, waiting to respond. You've got Zekin close by as well.
A little damage found there, but Finesse diving through the smoke against Sasi.
Yeah.
They expect the second here. No.
It's another opener.
30 seconds left.
For Sentinels, they find themselves up pretty big on numbers here. But should find so much value. Spike down. Oh my goodness. That was probably the best chance they had, numbers-wise, and it just once again falls apart. The force does not pay off.
Gotta say as well, that Bulldog from Sam. Just nasty. Over and over and over. One of the few players who's consistently relying on it in these anti-ecos and constantly finding values, especially against forces like this.
One enemy remaining.
It's all light armor, so much easier to find that two-tap kill.
All smiles, man, and they have every reason to.
They're on the verge of the biggest margin of any America's map so far.
Placing swamp.
Big opener. They were able to buy up enough to have some bite in this round.
Yeah, but because of that, Sasi's not really in a position to completely deny this. He doesn't have that molly. You talk about a buy, yes, they got Bulldogs, they have a Guardian. But no mollies, no util, so they can't deny this plan, even with the breaking of the wall.
Yeah, but what they do have is map presence. Look at how they're starting to flank around. They've got mid presence. They've got TenZ on the flank. Tom's ready for it, not again. Sam once again at a shot to get the best of TenZ, and he does. That head-to-head, I'm sure, is going to be interesting to discuss afterwards, but for now, a couple of moments still in this map. First, Sentinels have to figure out how they navigate with 3 Bulldogs, getting the spike defused, re-establishing control on the site with so much before them. NRG with so many tools at their disposal. Artist trying to put them away. Zekin in this 1v3 turned into nothing. A statement made from NRG. They looked rough last week, but they're back on top.
They absolutely are. Everybody pegged them within that top 3. And then they lost. And the discussion shifted all of a sudden. But not anymore. Making a statement, that is for sure. Making everybody know 100% is still NA's best. A good showing from Sentinels, I think, especially that first map on Lotus. It was a nice attempt at a counter pick. And you see some signs of them being able to commit a little further within the meta where they've had issues trying to adapt to it on other maps. You see them commit back to double duelist, the recommittal after lock-in. For comfort reasons, but I think the Des touched it on earlier today. This is a new team. This is a new project, one of the first of its kind, intra-region, with the Brazilian players joining in. And there's room for growth, that's for sure. But in terms of map pool, I think NRG absolutely got the advantage of this, forcing them into the places where you know they're trying to force themselves to be comfortable.
All right. I think it's just such a huge testament. And, you know, you kind of alluded to this earlier. Yeah, there was still some weakness that they showed on Lotus, but the fact that they were able to close it out in the face of a comeback to a tank from Sentinels, that was their weak map.
Yep.
That's where they looked rough. So if you're able to check that box off, I'm thinking about NRG long picture here, right?
Yep.
Over the entire split. If they're able to take care of their map weakness, they're able to completely dominate on their map choices, NRG very quickly are answering the questions that we had at the end of last week.
Oh, for sure. And also bringing out some surprises, you're right. The Victor Jet in that first map looked great.
Yep. Crashy's back to form. Finesse continuing to frag. Victor looked good on the Jet.
And Artist with some consistency too.
Yeah, yep.
Looking good, NRG, looking good. I also have to say, we kept touching on that Psalm versus Tens fight. The battle of the influencers at this point, right? W streamer versus W streamer. But Psalm was so good. Somebody had to take the L in that fight, and Psalm was just so dominant on Icebox.
Yep.
He's continuing to impress on so many levels again.
Yeah, I agree.
This guy was not playing on that international level prior to this year. He came in, had some massive shoes to fill. It was Marks, one of the best controllers in the world, and he's doing such a good job.
And it just seems to be getting better, to be honest, right? Like every single time we see him, he continues to perform at a high level, continues to show that, yeah, he belongs. He's very comfortable on this stage, and there's no doubt about it. You guys have to take care of the MVP. Scan the QR code on the screen. Let us know who you think is deserving. You got Victor, Psalm, or the Galaxy Brain in Finesse. Plenty of good options, really.
There were so many moments that you could definitely attribute to the Galaxy Brain, but he was good himself on an individual level.
Absolutely.
I mean, I look back to Victor on that Lotus, though, coming out with a brand new agent for him on a map that we haven't seen him play that agent on, and it looked great. Then Psalm as well on Icebox was, again, we just talked about that duel. A big factor in why Tens was not a factor on that server today.
Obliteration is probably the best way to describe what we just saw as NRG take down Sentinels 2-0. Let's throw it back down to the desk. GB and the rest of the panel to talk through what they saw.
Thank you so much, Doug and Bala. And I have to say, Doug, you know, that next season of Miami Vice, you're a shoo-in for it. I believe it. All right. Love you, buddy. Great job, though, as always, to you guys. And, yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and break this down because I think that, you know, and it's actually, I shouldn't even say I think that. I know that NRG fans are elated. They're so happy because they feel like this team, who struggled last week, Wyatt, they are back. They're here, and could be recency bias, but NRG to the moon.
Yeah, it was uncommon to see them lose in the fashion that they did last week, and to see them just immediately bounce back, it gives hope for the NRG fans. And damn it, old boy, it gives hope to America.
That's right. No, I'm pretty sure we have some Canadians on that team.
Close enough.
Finesse is an honorary American.
North America. I mean, and yeah, a little help from Europe. I mean, you get the point, though.
Yes, I do.
You understand where I'm taking this, where I'm weaving the story, okay? It's been a tough time in these first 2 weeks from any North American teams at NRG, giving some hope to the region.
Yeah, I think they absolutely are. And what they succeeded with, again, I think, was playing well to the issues that their opponent's composition had. For Sentinels, their idea with this harbor comp was, we have this cool thing called the Cove. We can surely get the spike down if Tens is pushing deep and then play into these post plants. And fairly consistently, they managed to get that spike down. But NRG's retakes were just really, really strong. They had a good read of when these executes were coming, and Finesse would pre-position people to be able to go for really quick kind of flood retakes. And also, they were double flanking, which is something that so few North American teams do on this map, which always makes me mauled because it's so strong against A-takes. It's really clear that this squad knows how to play this map on defense super well at a macro level, as Finesse always has. And I think to kind of talk about the series in a totality, this was kind of the redemption arc for Finesse. If he ran out of ideas on Lotus last week, he had perfect ideas, I feel, throughout this entire series today.
Yeah, it truly, truly was exquisite there. On the other side today, on the other side of the field, you know, we do have to address Tens right now. I think it's safe to say, right, like Tens, phenomenal player. We know that the kid's capable, but this was certainly not his best series. Why is that?
Yeah, I think as well for this one, it's because of the support. Again, it was similar issues that we were seeing before, right? This composition had a Sova, no Sky. It didn't feel like he had the resources to be set up for success. And what was that, 3 and 15 in opening kills? It's unlike him.
Yeah, he had so many first deaths in that half. And I can't help but feel that there was times where I think he was trying to be a hero and he wasn't able to. But also, I just can't get down with this comp for that team. I know this is the comp that DRX had used previously on Icebox when the Harbor was first kind of coming into the fold there. But I would prefer the Loud angle for this Sentinels team where you would have Zekken on the Sky, because even from what we just saw in Lotus, Zekken's Sky is crazy.
Yeah.
He pops
Saw him
off
at one.
And I think Sentinel's best moments that we've seen from them so far is during the executes when you have Zekken and Tens in tandem on the site. That's when they can deal serious damage. And I think on the Sky, if he was a bit closer with Tens to pop flash out of Tens' smokes, that kind of thing, and they were able to push a bit more effectively together, that might have been nice, because Tens alone there and just with the support he was getting from the Sova, just didn't.
Asking a lot from him.
Didn't feel like enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it ended up not being enough, obviously, in this one. But if you compare that to week number 1, the compositions they were running and the maps that they were playing were focused on giving Tens tools to succeed. And you saw Tens was fantastic, the best performer of maybe the whole weekend on that matchup against 100 Thieves. Today, didn't have the same resources and wasn't able to provide the same value.
But I also think part of that is because of this young man that we're going to talk about right here, and that's Som, because Som was cracked out. And obviously it's expected on Icebox, Wyatt. Like, this is like the Som box, if you will. That yellow box is his home.
Yeah, it really is. This is 3 Iceboxes in a row now with his, what is currently a short stint with NRG, and he's just gone crazy on all of them. From the debut game against Koi, where he was actually the guy that brought them back into the game when they were down at the beginning of lock-in. It was him, the new player, bringing them back into it and carrying that over again today. It's just 3 performances in a row where he's just gone demonic on the map. He is the key element of them winning on this map. And again, it's just kind of crazy to me that they didn't pick it last week. I'll never understand, but that's okay. They won this week, GB.
We're here now. We're here now.
I'm moving on.
No more Lotus picks, please, except they're actually pretty good at that map now.
Actually,
anyways,
yes.
I think that we're seeing, again, a continuation of some of the stories that we've been talking about with NRG, where versus back when they were Optic, they were very reliant on Ye. And everyone else on the team was great, but that's how they built themselves, on letting that guy succeed. Now in this version with NRG, there's so much more flexibility, and it's not the same thing where we're making artists a superstar. It's flexibility in the compositions and different players popping off, as we saw today with Som and with Victor, especially in map 1.
It's a long season. It's a long season, and everyone's going to have to step up. And I think for Som today, this definitely was prevalent for him. Looking forward to seeing what he could do next week. But let's actually go ahead and check in on everyone's favorite social media platform that surely never breaks. It's Twitter for our poll. Som is your winner, but I almost feel like I think Som deserved it, personally speaking. But, W streamer.
I would vote for Finesse in this one. I was just so impressed with the calling across the board, Wyatt.
True. Yeah. Well, you know what? Good news, Mimi, because while you say that you would have voted for Finesse, we actually have Finesse standing by. That's right. For our Verizon post-match interview, we have Finesse standing by with Smigs. What you got?
Thank you very much, Golden Boy, standing with Finesse, who yelled facts as Mimi yelled out that Finesse is indeed her MVP for this match, and for good reason. Congratulations, Finesse. This is such a reversal of what we saw last week, and what a way to do so. How satisfying is it to not only walk away with the win, but to do so against Sentinels, who looked so hot against 100 Thieves last week, and also do so in such convincing fashion on that Icebox? We kind of saw, at least I saw the Lotus pick coming because they had information on us and we didn't have much on or any on them because they hadn't played Lotus yet. So I kind of saw it coming a little bit. We knew that if we got through Lotus that we'd have a pretty good chance because Icebox has been a good map for us, at least in practice. So we were just hoping that we were able to get by Lotus, and having that 9-3 first half on Lotus was massive for us, especially starting attack, because last time we started defense versus Lev and that didn't go so well for us. So we started attack, and yeah, we played a lot better today. And speaking of that Lotus, we saw a few changes come around this week, specifically with double controller. Were those changes made specifically with takeaways from that loss from last week, or is this something you've just been thinking about all along? Yeah, I mean, a lot of inspiration was taken from the Lev comp, to be honest. I mean, we saw how King was playing with the Viper, and we're like, all right, gotta add that. So we added Viper. A lot of European teams also play that Viper character. So in general, it was pretty easy to implement since we have like 3 Viper players now. So we just tried the best that we could to implement it as fast as possible, had enough practice on it, so we're pretty confident. I feel like a lot of teams are also experimenting with Harbor Viper, as we saw Sentinels do in both maps as well, but you have chosen to not do that. What are your thoughts on Harbor Viper meta overall, and why have you chosen not to utilize it? I mean, we have on Pearl, but that's it. I mean, in general, it's a very, very good way to play, but I think we've been practicing so much against it, we kind of have counters for it, so it's still not a bad thing to do it. It's just, you know, if you do get anti-strat a little bit, or if, you know, the other opponent has, you know, decent counters, it's pretty hard. All right, last question for you, Finesse. I know last week, a lot of people came into week 1 talking about NRG definitely being top 3. And I know after the loss, there were some who were like, what's going on? But now with this performance, I'm sure that a lot of doubters have been proven wrong. How do you feel about the team overall right now, and how confident are you in the condition of the team? Still not totally convinced that we're as good as we can be, for sure. But again, we have a long season ahead of us, and that's what's good about this format, is we have time to prepare and get better. So we're just gonna do the best that we can to try and, you know, improve while this, you know, matches go along, and yeah, do our thing. Awesome. Thank you very much for taking the time for this interview. Finesse, for now, we are going to head to a short commercial break. We are going to take a look at the post-match Prime Gaming highlights, and when we come back, it'll be MIBR taking on KRU.
It's a beautiful Sunday, so why don't we go ahead and stay inside and watch some Valorant, shall we? 2 prolific teams in the Americas region square off here for the first time at the Riot Games Arena. NRG takes on Sentinels.
Flash forward, Crashy's dancing around the cloud, but the energy flood trying to funnel through. Victor getting one back. 3v3 here for the rest of the side. Artist spraying through as Victor's gotten the third. Four.
Nice, Vic.
And Zekin getting 2 with the spam.
Okay, it's coming back.
Yeah, it's back. The flash is good though from Zekin. Sentinels once again wanting to fight with the paranoia. Oh my gosh, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. Sentinels gave a run at it, but NRG close out Lotus 13-10. Gonna have to deal with Sentinels though. You still have another Molly out from Sasi, who's now dead. Zekin spotted, dropped.
Nice.
But Finesse continuing to frag, continuing to lead from the front. Sasi and Paka outnumbered and outgunned. He's got it down to 1. Victor up top, the swing is there, and the shot is 2 from 10. The Red Bull clutch for Sentinels. But Thom should find so much value. Spike down.
1 enemy remains.
Numbers-wise, and it just once again falls apart. A statement made from NRG. They looked rough last week, but they're back on top.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match of the day. It's MIBR facing off against KRU. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside with my partner in crime, Mimi, and joining us here, Sean Gares. Hello, Sean. How are you doing, my friend? It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in forever.
Thank you.
Didn't you see him this morning?
Well, you know, I mean, like in an official work capacity, because I only engage with people when I'm being paid.
It's like when two countries send like an envoy to another. You're visiting the embassy of Sean Gares.
Yes.
Okay. This is weird because this was my host yesterday. You trained her.
Yes. Yes.
I saw you actually via the call.
That's right. And now I'm here.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Crazy.
almost TV magic, Sean. TV magic. All right. Well, first, let's go ahead and talk about our first squad, and that is, of course, going to be KRU. Now, they suffered a pretty big loss to a Brazilian team last week, which is something that KRU had never really struggled with before. But now this is the Americas League, maybe. It's a whole different ball game, and KRU, they're starting from scratch.
Yeah, and heading into Americas, KRU obviously made some big changes. They switched around the leadership, brought in a new coach, and of course, signed Kesnet. All of these things were obviously new stuff that they had to get used to. And I think for week number one, a lot of it was about like having a testing period, figuring out what they could do. And Kesnet was solid, but overall, it was still showing that this is a very, very new team that is having a lot of changes right now.
Yeah, I was very impressed with Kesnet. I mean, he picked up right where he left off on this team.
Yeah,
Star player of the team, had an impactful performance on the jet role, but strategically they fell behind, especially in the second map. I'm interested to see, can KRU have a game plan across an entire series? We haven't seen it for years.
Yeah, we really haven't. It has been ages since we've seen them have those ideas. And it's kind of the question for this team of like, how long do we give them? Because sure, you have a 9-week split, but if you're trying to make it towards the upper echelon, make playoffs, those kinds of goals, you have to start picking up wins, especially in a game today versus MIBR. And you brought up some of the strategic issues. I think map number 1 this series, like you were saying, looked better, but I feel like a lot of that was kind of brought through by individuals, by Kesnet and by Davies popping off. And you can see a tweet from Kesnet here as well, GB, talking about the progress of the team.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, one of the things he said was that the work that we're putting into KRU Esports is very hard. I have no doubt that at some point it will bear fruit. We're giving everything to improve and build a good work team. Our time will come. And, of course, good morning. So I think, you know, buenos dias. I think it goes without saying that, like, yes, this is a team that we've seen the capabilities of them in the past. We know that the skill is there. It's like that for a lot of squads here in the Americas League. But Sean, there really does seem to be this like, I don't want to say changing of the guard, but it does feel as if a lot of these players that were popping off in the 2021 season, in the beginning of the 2022 season, you know, and beyond, they're really starting to struggle here. Why is that?
They've really fallen back. The Zoomies are taking over. They're just coming in showing, nah, everyone's young in this game at this point. But I honestly think KRU is going to have a resurgence, right? And having Kesnet back on the team, reading that tweet specifically, he talks about their work ethic and just making sure they're staying focused on the game. And he came from Leviathan, who was coached by Owner, who is constantly known for just drilling his players and the brutal practice schedule that the players talked about before lock-in. So I think Kesnet's going to bring some of those things back to this KRU team. And it's just a matter of time. But there's only 9 weeks.
That's true. There's only 9 weeks. There's only 9 weeks. You don't have a lot of time here to figure it out, you know. So it's going to be a lot of work here. But one player that was putting in that work last week, though, was Davies, and was kind of the high point here for this KRU lineup, who did struggle in that last game against the Brazilians.
Yeah, you brought up kind of the leadership, bringing in new ideas. This team worked with Owner when they were at their peak. He was their coach, and I think they're trying to re-hit some of that. But they're also bringing in fresh ideas, fresh players, and Davies is one of those. He was kind of the main prospect out of LATAM North, and thus far on this team, I feel like he's actually looked really good. He's been flexing around, playing some Raze, playing some Killjoy. He's been a solid individual player, and I think a good piece of talent to add to this roster. But it's kind of the same thing we've been talking about for everything about this team, where it's about finding the coordination and finding the strategic depth that's been missing thus far.
Yeah, Davies is an excellent player that's been known around the North American scene for quite a while. He was playing on that Zolos team.
Yeah.
And they scrim against a lot of North American teams. We played against them when I was on 100 Thieves, and they're an insane team, despite playing with 100 ping online in a lot of these games, very stratted up.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of time before he, you know, feels comfortable in this team.
Yeah, and the new coach of KRU as well, Adam, is the coach from that squad that you were talking about. So some of those ideas, I hope, will get implemented into KRU now.
But again, you know, time's a ticking. You got to make this happen here. Now, for more on this matchup, we've enlisted 2 of the biggest brains in all of esports to run the telestrator. At the same time, it's the Breakdown Buddies. That's right. And here to show, well, let me go ahead and explain how this whole thing's going to work, all right? We have Bala, who's going to silently run the video, and Wyatt, who will be talking and handling the analysization. All right, now, here's the thing. Despite not knowing what's going to happen happen on screen, both of these guys are so smart that this is going to 100% work. Ironclad strategy, baby. Let's do it.
Yeah, surely this is going to go well. Ball actually gets paid by the word, and he's not allowed to say anything, so here he is. He's $0. Everything on the board, and I'm going to try my best to explain it. Ball is a pro with the telestrator. Surely this will be fine. I know a lot about Valorant, surely. All right, so first of all, he's going to show you smokes down from the attacking side on split. But there's one down lower mid? Well, that's peculiar. What is that Astra doing? What is Melser cooking? Ball is asking. Jet and Raze. He really likes Jet a lot. I mean, that's good. Now he's starting the round. The Jet and the Raze. What are they going to do? Are they going to do something crazy up mid? Sky Flash. You love to see it. Double Satchel. Love to see it. Jet Dash. Love to see it. The Jet's going forward. And now they swing together. Holy, they've swung together. Astra sucked down.
Holy, they've swung together.
There it is. What's coming up next? What will KRU cook on this B split? He's paused it. I'm pausing.
Pause for brevity. Pause for brevity.
Pausers. And he's, oh my God, Davies is about to have the ultimate, the showstopper, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming out top. Khalil with 2 nice kills. God, Khalil is so good. Davies, though, he trades it out, gets the showstopper. 3rd kill on the round. Look at him cracking open the sight. Amazing gameplay. Ball, what do you have in store for us next? Okay. On this next round, it's round 8. There's a minute 38 on the clock.
He did not mean
8's
to
on
do that
8.
circle.
Okay, 2 circles in mid. Those are really big circles. That could mean all types of stuff. There's a lot of utility and a lot of things in mid. Okay, so they're pushing up mid. The Astra's gonna, okay. I mean, hey, Ball, a little bit of info here, dude. Any information? Were you pointing at the Raze kicks? What are you talking about? Okay, there's right. I mean, I can see that I can see Digizina's opping, dude. It's on the screen. So he's opping out. Okay, peaks. Davies gets the trade. Great. In the meantime, Melser is pushed up into the mailroom. USPS on the way. Here comes the USPS B hit coming through heaven. What? Okay. Yep. Box. Dude, can you? Ball, you got to make sense of this. Okay, Kesnet has an operator on attack. That is a little, okay, but also has the knives. Sure.
What?
Is that a question mark? I think.
Okay. I mean, sure, I'm questioning that that's a question mark, but yeah, I'm rolling with it. All right. Flash out of the smoke. Makes sense. The dash behind, craziness. Insanity. Yep, I saw that too, Ball. It just happened, actually. Yeah, you're right. And now they're going into B. Still, Khalil, backside. What can he do? He's got the Bucky. Is he feeling lucky? Yes, that's one. Caster moment. Riot, hire me. I'm a caster. four attackers on the site. Oh. Is that it? I mean, what are you trying to illustrate to the people? Are KRU supposed to be good? Are they supposed to? Can you write something?
Wait, is he gonna spell it out?
Freehand it. Kesnet, Davies, double duelist, double the fun. There we go.
That's it.
Good job, Balla.
I learned so much, and I hope everyone at home learned a lot as well. Thank you guys so much, but now it's time to move on to MIBR.
I mean, I think KRU's just going to win. Double duelist, double the fun.
Double duelist, double the fun. Bucky, maybe you're lucky. Who knows? We'll find out next time. Dragon Ball Z. Okay, well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about MIBR. Because here's the thing. Yes, they did lose to Loud last week, but that match, Sean, was so good. It showed us a lot about MIBR.
It really did, and it showed us that they can compete with the teams at the upper echelon of this Americas division. And I didn't expect it personally, because what we saw at lock-in was so disjointed, so little team play when they ran up against Talon, especially on Haven. I did not like what I saw there. I thought Talon abused a lot of holes in their game, and MIBR couldn't find the holes in Talon's game. But that wasn't there last week when we watched them play, and that was massive. But I think if they want to have a run here, Heat is going to actually need to play at a higher level than what we even saw last week.
Yeah, I'm hopeful for that. But you talked about them kind of having a lot of holes that were found. They actually managed to exploit some holes in Loud setup last week on that Lotus map. Yeah. I thought they had one of the best defensive sides that we've seen on that map. It was really incredible. They lent a lot into applying these fast retakes together. And, well, it's not a super crazy idea. It was the coordination that was really well done for this MIBR squad. JZZ and RGL were always fighting deep forward to aid the team and create space for these retakes to happen, that they were consistently winning on a map where most of the time, once you get that spike down, it can be pretty difficult to win that out as a defender.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think their Lotus was super impressive, in particular, like you said, their defensive half.
Sure.
But I don't believe it's something that was super sustainable, particularly against the Harbor Viper comp that Loud were running. And I'm also not too big of a fan of some of the changes Loud has made since lock-in.
Sure.
Now, I think I was impressed with what they did on Haven, and I thought the comeback should have happened. I actually thought they should have beat Loud last week. So what can MIBR maintain that, or was that a flash in the pan?
That's true.
Was there a lot of anti-stratting last week? And that's what today we're going to learn.
Yeah, and I think in that we saw some of the kind of ideas finally coming together. There's a lot of hype around this team when we first heard who the roster was, about like Bazooka as a coach, his prep, his anti-strat that we saw with Loud. And I think we got a little bit more of that last week. And they actually came in with really good ideas and good counters to what Loud was doing, which I don't think we've really gotten to see much of up until last week for MIBR, which gives me a lot more faith in them.
Yeah, and you know, another reason why I have a lot of faith in this MIBR team as well is a player that oftentimes goes really under the radar, I think, and that's RGL, right? Like RGL, I think last week really made his presence felt, really had a great debut on the Americas stage. But Mimi, I think like if RGL, if MIBR can continue to find this form, this could very well be a contending team. But again, it's too early to tell. But I like what I saw last week.
Yeah, I mean, RGL's anchoring across this one was really good, and also the way that he managed to play in clutch situations is a big part of what kept MIBR in this series against Loud. There's a lot of strong players that have been known about being great in the Brazilian scene for quite a while. Obviously, RGL is one of those, FRZ. Most of the guys on this team have had that excitement regionally, but I think now for the first time, we're seeing that translate into an international stage, which was MIBR's struggle for so long, because the core of this roster has been together quite a while.
Yeah, you mentioned they struggled. FRZ, actually, he's struggling quite significantly. I believe he's like the worst rated player right now in the group stage. Him and Klaus are actually right down there together. So can those players, the in-game leader specifically, find success, get some momentum behind the team?
You're really going to be turning to the leadership here, right? And obviously you turn to Coach Bazooka here as well. World champion, a guy who's done it. He's been at the top of the mountain. So let's actually go ahead and hear from MIBR's Coach Bazooka, because there was a tweet that he put out where he says, "We lost our debut by 1-2 against Loud. No time for sadness. I'm proud of our performance and our evolution." And of course, like I said before, Mimi, this is coming from a world championship coach, a guy who's been here, who has done that, who knows what it takes to get to the top of the mountain. He believes in this team, and I think if he believes, I believe.
And I feel like MIBR is setting reasonable goals for themselves, and we're starting to see the incremental improvement. The last point about the evolution of the squad, I think is quite important for this team, because they looked really rough at lock-in. They improved in the first week that we've seen in Americas. Slowly, I feel like the strategy and the coordination between this team is continuing to improve, because it was kind of a bold project, right? You brought FRZ, Bazooka, guys that have been leaning more into that kind of Loud style of Brazilian play, the more modern style, with some guys who were great talents, but more so just individually skilled, haven't had that structure in the same way before. And that's something that takes time to develop, but they're getting towards.
Yeah,
they're definitely getting there towards the structure, but they still they're going to need to rely on Heat, because he's just such a talent that I feel like if you have a Jet like that, you have to kind of take the shackles off of him. You have to let him go for opening picks, opening duels. And I feel like that's something that other teams in the region, like Loud with Ospus or Furia with DGZin, they do that really, really well. And it doesn't seem like MIBR has all of the protocols set right now to get those things done. And it's mainly just Heat popping off on an individual level. And it's very easy for him to fall flat.
Yeah, if you let these two, and actually I did want to have an opportunity to talk about this, because we had two players really highlight. We did talk about Heat a little bit, but also, Kesnick coming in last week, right? Being the player to kind of step into those shoes again. It's going to be important. And Sean, to your point, you were talking about how you really need these types of players, these star players really pop off to be the difference makers here. Mimi, I think that, Heat is certainly going to be one of those players that we have to keep an eye on here throughout the rest of the split.
Yeah, Sean, you brought up similar points about both these teams, where we see the talent, we see the stars in their duelist players, but they're working to find the structure and the coordination behind it to hit that next level. But today, in two teams that are kind of in their formative stages, if one of your individuals like that takes over, that can just be your win condition.
Yeah, and I think that's what we saw happen for KRU on Split last week. They started to have that. They started to be able to run away with it, but they lost both pistols on their map pick, and it slipped right out of their hands, right? But I think Kesnet has that star player potential just like Heat does, right? They're both willing to just take aim duels.
Yeah.
And they're willing to just put the team on their back. And not a lot of Star Jets do that, right? Even in the matchup we just watched, you don't see that a lot out of Victor. He's kind of playing safer and more towards the team.
Yeah.
There's not a right or wrong way to play, but I think if you can mix in the strategy with kind of that punchy Jet style, you get something like Loud and a mega successful team.
Yeah, do you guys feel like MIBR, right? Given what we saw last week, are they at that, or can they get to that point? Do they have the tools to get to that point? Or are they missing that piece that could potentially take them to the next level?
I think they can. I think every team from the Latin American region can. They've taken the leadership from the top teams in the region, Leviathan and Loud, and they've brought it down. They've trickled it down to the bottom of the scene, and they're now boot camping here for 10 weeks. It's just a matter of time before these teams pop off and become insane. And I'm here for it. I definitely think MIBR and KRU are going to be competing, maybe not this season, but next one. Like
Sure.
they are building projects right now, and they're going to be really good.
But I also think that if one of these teams can start to hit those stages, can really kind of move more quickly in their development, there is a world where maybe hitting playoffs, just kind of scraping into that 6th position, is possible. I think especially for MIBR. I've had a little bit more confidence in what I've seen from them thus far than with KRU, but they've also had more time together as that project. But going back to the point around development and having that time, that's really fantastic for these teams because you have Bazooka on one side to bring that in. And for KRU, you have guys who have hit the peak before. Kesnet has been there. Nags has been there. The core of KRU has been on top of the world. And the last year has been about them trying to get back to that. So they're definitely driven. They're definitely grinding to try and hit those peaks again.
Yeah, and let's actually shine a light there on Nags from KRU for a moment here because he also, I think last week, overall, you're kind of happy with the way things, have played out stats-wise for you, not happy that you weren't able to pick up those dubs. But performance-wise, it wasn't the absolute worst it could have potentially had been. Sean, you're saying different?
Yeah, I feel like Nags is one of those players that has been very streaky on this roster throughout his time frame on it. And, if KRU suffers a loss today, I feel like, you have to look at potentially making some changes, right? And I think Nags is the type of player that has the skill set. We've seen him pop off. We've seen him be a huge pivotal piece of this team, and he needs to regain that form. And that's where I think, the coaching staff of the team comes into play. And maybe Kesnet has some ideas from the stuff he saw at Leviathan.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think for Nags as well, most of the criticism that came under him was during the chamber meta. When Kesnet was still playing on the primary duelist, they had him flexing onto the chamber. It didn't feel like a role. Shining the spotlight on him in that way was as comfortable. I think the Sentinel role is where he's always felt better, has performed better. When he was hitting those peaks, it was in a meta that was more similar to what we have now. So if he can perform, if he can kind of shake off some of those past woes, I think there is still a reason to prove why this guy has survived on the KRU roster for so long.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, a microscope is going to be on Nags here to see what happens in this game. All these players as well, projects that obviously are going to take some time to develop, but the skill is most definitely there. Now, one thing that I did want to let everyone know back at home, as well as for those of you guys here at the Riot Arena, is that we are having some technical issues on stage before this match. So we're going to take a quick break, relax for a minute, and then when we come back, we're going to have KRU versus MIBR. We'll get underway in just a few minutes, so stay right there. We'll see you soon.
There's nowhere to go, but holy smokes, what a shot from JZZ.
What a shot by Kessin! And it's halfway for Kessin, and he gets the ADS!
We have KRU Esports taking on MIBR, and this is gonna be awesome. Let's see what we end up getting from this. Has KRU developed? Have they found themselves within this week? Or will MIBR continue to show us why they are a team to fear here in the VCT Americas region? This is gonna be a great matchup, Mimi. I'm looking forward to it.
MIBR got the bunny buff. They're gonna be on stage.
They got the bunny buff. Feeling a little festive out there, I see. I like it. I like it.
Magic for a second.
Could be.
Not the rest of Sentinels.
Maybe everyone else needs to come out with bunny ears, you know?
Honestly, they need to take those ears off.
The tack timeout's going to be crazy for MIBR.
Oh, man. Look, I'm stoked for this matchup because I agree with you, Sean. These are projects. This is going to take a little while to, like, really develop. But I feel like MIBR is a lot further along that process because they had those pieces in place already, and they've also been surrounded by some high-quality talent in Brazil. So they have grown so much over this course of time.
I would love to be there with you in that, but I guess I just haven't seen them do anything significant on an international level in so long.
That's fair, completely fair. I think I'm just really going nuts about the Loud game yesterday. I was really shocked, or last week, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I remember those early days with Heat, and I'm sure you do as well, Mimi, where he would just dominate games, absolutely take them over. And I see flashes of it still when I watched his lock-in performance, but nothing like what we used to see. I think he can get back to that level.
Yeah, but the thing is that the game has progressed so much. You can't just be Vivo Kid anymore, having a star duelist who goes around and kills everyone. We've seen that with the rest of the Brazilian teams, having the progress, leaning more into strategy, actually being the leading innovators in the meta with Furia and with Loud. And MIBR now, with Bazooka in the team, are going to try and follow in their footsteps. But I agree with you, it's not there yet. But also, I haven't seen it yet from KRU. They had some good moments. I like the double duelist comp on Split. But their Ascent, they struggled to really find anything in that second match against Furia.
All right, well, we're not going to be going to the box here today. KRU does not like Heineken Fun, but that's fine. We'll see what we end up going here for our first match. Split is going to get removed by MIBR. Let's see what this first option is going to be here. It, of course, will be KRU's pick.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do they go into the Haven here? That's kind of what I'd expect, but instead they go to the Ascent. And my guess is they saw some of the, I mean, what? They were the ones who struggled so much on that map.
What did they see? I don't know. I don't think they
I'm
saw.
surprised by that.
I think
maybe
they just
they saw what the team that bodied them did, because they did not look good there. And MIBR going back to Lotus.
Yeah.
This is what we saw them on last week. This is where they look good.
And this is good for MIBR because really think about this, right? This is a long season, as we keep on saying. You don't show a lot of your maps throughout these first few weeks. That's pretty solid for MIBR. They keep going back to Lotus. They only really have to worry about Ascent, which we've already seen.
Yeah, we saw KRU play on Lotus at lock-in against Navi, I believe. It was like a 13-10 loss where they got kind of dumpstered on one side, but they had some good moments on their attack. They were playing a kind of strange neon rays composition that I liked some of the ideas I was saying, but it felt a lot more kind of reliant on the individuals, like some of the stuff we've been talking with KRU already. But map number 3, we will head to Pearl in this one, which neither of these teams have played yet in their current iteration.
Yeah, that's what I was actually going to look
literally
into.
against my counterpoint. Like, you're not showing a lot. You might be.
These are super interesting maps, and if I had to say, GB, I actually think that these maps do favor MIBR a little bit. I would favor them on Lotus based on what we've seen, and Ascent. I mean, KRU looked kind of rough there, and honestly, every team in the region is good on Ascent.
Yeah.
It's a coin flip.
Especially since you're picking into it. You're likely going to start on attack here, which is so rough against an MIBR squad, who I think you were talking a lot about. Heat. This is a map where he is incredible on. I mean, obviously, you're a Jet player. You're going to do good on Ascent. But yeah, this is going to be a strange one. Don't expect anything special with the compositions. It's Ascent. We should get our bog standard. And we've been talking a lot about both these teams developing their fundamentals. This is a chance to show it, because that's what Ascent is really all about.
Exactly. It's just how well can these initiators control the main? Are they able to take mid control, break that alarm bot in mid? What is their tree pressure like on the attack side? And are the Omen one-ways sticking?
Yeah. And I'm looking at the IGLs in this one as well. Which team can adapt better? For IGLs that are stepping kind of freshly into the role, can you find that adaptation at the end? Because Ascent is almost always going to be a close game.
This is going to be a fun one. I have no idea how this, no one knows. If I did, I probably would have played the lottery by now. But that being said, the good news is two guys who play the lottery all the time. That's because we're all old. We have the one and only Vansili and Riv on the call. Let's see what ends up happening with this game.
Thank you so much to the boy who's golden, Riv. Yeah, well, I mean, we're old, but we don't really gamble here, but it might be a gamble to figure out who's going to win throughout this series, between these two teams, because MIBR, they have an opportunity here to be the second team to beat KRU. KRU's always been a powerhouse against Brazilian teams, but Fura kind of broke that last week.
They did. They absolutely did. We'll see if it can happen. Are they bleeding still, right? Have they repaired? Are they recovered? Are they patched up? Or is that wound still open? And can MIBR find it? I believe it's going to be the Jet matchup like we were hearing before. Heat being able to control games before. Do we see him back to that position? Back to a place where he can basically make a team think twice about peeking an angle unless you have two people on it. Hasn't it the same story there, as it looks like we'll get more mid-play now than we have all Ascent at the start of VCT Americas.
Started very fast. He was already under heavy control. Is forced to dash away into the market. Forfeiting a bit towards that market side, but look at FRZ, still very much pushed up. Could hear the auto cues, the flash moving forward as RGL's also pushed back. So two players on the defense now damaged as KRU's moving into the A site.
Pretty quick and easy take. The gamble for mid allows MIBR the retake, but now how quick does KRU set up the post plant? Everybody quick huddles under that hell area, but it's an in-sight hold. This could get tricky if that util dump comes in here from MIBR. Looking at the 0 point.
Waiting for a good timing.
4. So they know.
On the defense, Paranoia, and even a recon there. So a nice combo. As KRU's moving in for a hold, GZZ enters back with a frenzy. Slowly but surely, all of KRU is falling down. Only one to go. And it's JZZ stepping up to the plate for this pistol round for MIBR.
MIBR instantly recognizing with utility that they really didn't have to do much other than cover the site, right? Everybody's focused on an internal angle. A main's fine. You already have tree covered. It made it that much easier to be confident about what angles you're checking. And KRU kind of went for a bet there. That is definitely a difficult hold to make happen. And we see why. Nice job by MIBR to start off strong here. Looks like they won't do any gamble stack, but still leaving Heat towards middle on these rounds. So it looks like they will not allow KRU any sort of games towards that area. And the spike's going to stay towards A. Might be just util and ultra grabs here for the beginning. Right, 3 pretty big util actually used just to get that space, and the spike's first. So easy hold now for MIBR.
Spike down out of the open. It's going to be very difficult for KRU to get it back, especially these one-ways continuing to come up on the defensive side of RGL. Also see on that mini-map, the radar, a player has been lost for KRU early from the hands of Heat on that mid battle, as you mentioned over here, Riz. So Kesnet activating that dash, looking to get a lucky kill here. But there's just so much deniability because of these smokes. Very tough to lose that spike out in the open early.
Looks to be the flawless. MIBR sets a little bit of pace here, and it's not even pushing up too much, right? They're meeting at the entrance. They're fighting for A main. They're just making sure KRU can't get positioned to set up that utility to make the site take happen. Always there on the line of scrimmage so far. We'll see what the bonus round has for him. Here is Davies working around the map, seeing if he can find someone's back here in the last few seconds of the round.
Exactly. After he got spotted on tree, trying to catch one off the rotate of B.
30 seconds
that rotation
left.
of MIBR came from mid into cat. Easy kill for Heat and Yen. 2 unanswered rounds. Not much you could do here for KRU on that eco that you brought in. But now an opportunity to fight back as the rifles are at least coming in on the attack.
JZZ 2 away from ultimate at 4-0, 3-0 for Heat. They're feeling good, so we should see those actually come up if they do find any trouble. But it's Vandals across the board here. So it's like KRU's going for the 1 taps, and we'll see how they try to play a 3-2 split. 0 point probably going up towards Cat here so they can make sure mid's covered for the most part, but more pressure towards mid from MIBR. 3 again.
I like it for KRU though. Those Vandals that are coming out, playing that distance of pressure exactly in that. The long range of the Vandals against the submachine guns, and Keston opens up 2 while they lose 1 on KRU's side. The action slows down for a bit. RGL couldn't really come out for the support from Cat because of the smoke that was thrown from Melzer. Now KRU has a lot of the map that they could work with. All of them now leaning towards this A side.
That's a big play from Kesnet too. They put a lot of flashes in there. Davies over the wall. Bolt came through as well from Klaus, so a lot rested on Davies' shoulders to be able to get an opening pick there. 4v3 as they look to enter A. The drone's going to signal this as MIBR starts to rotate.
Good delay. Fragment on the ground, so that cancels out the paranoia that was thrown on the attack from Melzer. Gonna make it even more difficult for KRU to try to enter in. And this gives a chance for all of the players of MIBR to rotate over and stack towards this A site. Recon dart will be important here for KRU to see if they could spot anybody. But we stay hidden, we stay behind for MIBR. Finally, after the initiation, still we open up! A 1v1 Klaus is low on HP! And the bonus round comes in for MIBR.
That's absolutely huge. The execution from RGL coming in from Tree as soon as he could find KRU's back. The timing was perfect. I don't think there was any other window to choose as the players from Heaven were also peeking. And it wasn't the paranoia, right? They come in just smoking out and making sure they can get the angle that they need. You see the 2 players in A main weren't really affected. They were just lost on what angle they needed to look. And there were only 3 members of MIBR. Really creating stress once KRU gets to the site. MIBR seems to have KRU quite shook. Stingers to Sheriffs for the side of KRU as they look to kind of put all their forces and cards here towards B.
Blocking sight.
The attempt of trying to go quick. Stopped by the Nano Swarm. FRZ already playing towards the switch. The half buy that comes in very low for KRU. A little bit of a dink, yes. Heavily damaged our KRU.
Up already.
Yeah, came in early for Heat right there for that mid pressure.
Whoops.
Well, at least he loses it immediately as we mentioned that. But still looking pretty good for MIBR. Keeping the last 2 players pinched inside switch and market.
Last player standing.
The Aldrone allows the wall bang from JZ to come out. Davies with that rifle that got that pick onto Heat. Attempting to clutch. A 3 versus 1 fragment to force out the double swing. It almost had that at that point, but it's still MIBR. That will salvage the up and put 4 on the board.
One of those plays that makes you hold your breath for a moment. You see it in this play right here. FRZ coming out with a smart one. You see MIBR thinking it's the save. What tricks can they pull? Jet to switch is always a good one. So FRZ holds that down right away, and they can't even execute the second layer of that strategy after you see Kesnet go in. 4-0 now. 7-1 for JZZ. RGL still hasn't died, and we see the plays that they're making to get back into the site. They aren't just playing it safe. They are still pushing forward. Here to fight for A main a little bit again is Maurice gets a bit of info.
Oh, and it's a paranoid Hunter to come out. That pings onto Davies. And he also falls. Didn't get the ping onto the other ones, but that's a nice way to answer back early into this round of what KRU was trying to do. Both extremities controlled by Made in Brazil.
That's so neat to see. It's the reverse, right? Usually it's the tacking Sova from Gelato that puts it up the gut of Tree. Whoever is near window also gets hit, but that return fire, as you called, with the paranoia too, and they're back into the site.
One enemy remaining.
Dancing around.
Spike
the support
down
system's
A.
already there for MIBR too. Just really seems that everything that we're trying so far for KRU just gets fully denied. Only one being damaged into this round is Moritz. As Melzer, 47 seconds left to just try to save this weapon. And he just got nowhere to go. Push already came out from the B link. Trying to get this timing as FRZ just silently walks behind him.
30 seconds left.
Right now, we're still just trying to see for crew. I mean, this is going to be a very important rifle moving into the next round. You see the economy coming out on the attack is almost non-existent.
Yeah, it's a already third loss max. They get 2,900 on top of what, 250 credits, 300 credits.
Left.
So sitting around just 3,000 credits for crew next round, which means MIBR gets to fold these rounds over, and they're to maybe 5 or 6, and they're not playing it slow. Right now they're hunting. Oh, quick shot at the end there, and we see how this happened in the beginning with the paranoia kind of just denying any type of dodge. And Heat still getting that off of pickup last round. The MIBR is holding mid, and when they're not holding mid, still one person there and anchoring the sites completely. They're staying far enough back to the 0 point that crew is throwing out. Davies isn't getting as much information. I think we'll have to wait to see what this null command and the 3 ultimates that crew have on deck here even do, since they aren't going to be on that low buy round. But who knows? Maybe they try to pull out something tricky here. They've just, MIBR has had their number, and it doesn't look like MIBR has had to do too much to do that. The defense is great, the 1v1s are great, and JZZ 9-1 right now. Everybody is playing on their game.
No, I think to piggyback on what you're saying, the defense is really good for MIBR. So far, with the first contact that you have from Heat, taking control of middle, they had numbers to play on that pistol, but as we get into these gun rounds, now Heat can really shut down a whole lane with this operator. Not too much pressure going in from crew at these points. They're trying to fight on the sides, and when they're fighting on these extremities, there's just a lot of utility coming out on that end to actually hold them back. So we had a little bit of that pause coming through, and we have an opportunity to come back here into this round for crew. Gonna be a full eco coming in.
And it was interesting to see how fast Heat went for that up, right? You know how much it
Third
means
round,
to
I think,
MIBR.
right?
Yeah, just right off of the after the bonus round, yeah. So seeing how quickly they actually put priority on that, so he can change the game or control whatever and go from place to place. He's a little bit of a mid peak. They actually mistime each other for a quick second.
Could be important right here.
Double miss.
Kunai's missing from Kesnet, but the information's there. A little bit of support coming out from crew. We talked about not too much mid pressure happening from crew. It's happening this time. Plan to break the alarm bot, rotating back towards tree. Only one player holding, and actually 2 now. You can see it down the lane through the X-ray. That's RGL, and Modri's holding it towards the tree.
Interesting position. Drone goes down. You see Murray's ready to just play a flash and kind of get out of here with the fragment.
Just so much delay.
So one person, a denial of everyone on cash.
Util now the lockdown just to push crew once again outside of the extremities of this lockdown. Kesset still manages to get a pick off the rotation though. Lockdown finally gets broken. At first he's holding towards the back of the site, waiting for the cavalry to help him out. Under heavy pressure as the null command comes out on the attack, and finally things are looking good for crew.
Spike planted.
So they do use the ultimates. They go right in, garrison themselves inside the site now, and this is where it makes the operator tough to use. We saw this yesterday as well. C9 would get by the operator when they would just dash into the site, make sure they're in there, and make that retake even harder once they post up.
Waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Still an opportunity for MIBR to get some picks if they can. Again, Kesnet dancing around and taunting Heat.
Last player standing.
Finally, it's gonna be Davies that had enough out of that. RGL just trying to line up the last ones coming out. And that becomes actually pretty clean in the end for Crew Thrifty.
Finally, this is how I like to win.
Coming out of the, at least the timeout, wasn't much said in it. But that definitely, as you said, reset players. They find themselves using ultimates on an eco round that they're pushing through, getting the Thrifty to the 2 count. Now we have the actual timeout to come through. And this is to keep the flow, to say here, this is what we're missing, I think, right? It seems like they're running into sites. They're not blind, but that phrase, they're running in blind, is kind of applying here. It seems like it's always MIBR in the upper hand of a fight, or peaking at the right time and just having all the info. So I think it's sourcing more of that for crew. Slow it down to be able to go faster. I know that makes a bunch of sense. Bunch of sense right there, but yeah.
At least I'm able to decipher to say that Crew's under default's doing definitely a lot better at this point. On that Thrifty, trying to get into this A site. We talked about the deniability that MIBR had on the defense, the counter paranoia, the flashes, the fragment, but that means it's a lot less as well of utility that's available for MIBR for these retakes. So flooding these sites later, working out that map. It has been a great solution for Crew's rounds that they're able to get last week against Furia. They're able to, or they're trying at least to bring this back now again. Off the timeout. Couple of those ults that's been used on that Thrifty. They still have the Hunter's Fury into this round here. Defaulting into another round.
That's the big one is defaulting.
Yeah.
The knife, it looks like it's going to hit, actually, Heat right in the face here. Just on the outside, they find out where he is.
And they want to default because Kesnet also has this operator, so working towards that back, going head-to-head against Heat if Heat was playing towards that mark.
Oh, close-up upwards. You love to see it. Spike is still left behind, so this is going to be the alert bot destroy. See who they can pull. Pull for Heat. Battle. Takes down Kesnet.
Denied. GZZ just playing the bait, the teammate to find the first contact in the kill, and Davies couldn't clear the corner. So off a timeout that was supposed to be in favor of Crew, of trying to figure out what they could do after winning that Thrifty. Well, MIBR just plays the patience game. Lets Crew walk into them.
Exactly.
With all these 1v1s.
And in rounds, Van Silly, where we've seen 3 members of MIBR mid, and it's a place where Kesnet in the squad was able to find a fight on a protocol that would flash mid and clear cat. But this time, MIBR sits back. They have an awesome setup between Killjoy and FRZ sitting in mid. Like, that was just such a nicely done play.
30 seconds
See how they continue to make this one work here. It's just Nags left, trying to hide it out. Another time we see Crew with 1 member left and MIBR hunting them down. There's a ping.
Doesn't want to go for that orb, just wants to fight his opponents. 14 seconds left to save his Vandal. The silver lining, though, the good news for Crew into this round is that thankfully 2 rounds ago they won a Thrifty, so they'll have economy to move into the next.
Finished.
Nice little pick, which would then potentially allow Crew to maybe work towards an orb into the next round, use a lockdown to gain some space.
Yeah.
Because that space is all taken by MIBR so far.
Just ask.
So we got some money around. Klaus should be able to do a low buy, kind of focus on the Hunter's Fury here. And yeah, it's MIBR receiving. That setup looks so good between FRC and JZZ. Like, you think it's safe, 1 picks, you don't see the Killjoy, but no, there's still 2 market. And I think that's the kind of slow down before you go fast for Crew. Identify a bit more. Use that utility. Taking it in just a dry space. MIBR is not afraid. You already took down Kesnet, right? So they are easily holding their angles here. And I think Crew just has to start comboing their utility more for each and every angle to gain that layer.
Talk about not being afraid. Look at that Owl Drone pushing out Heat on the extremity again. Controlling 1 portion of the map. A change of positioning for the Killjoy too to set up towards the A site. And with that, Nags and Crew at the beginning with the pressure towards A side, we're able to pick up an orb. So Nags does have the lockdown to move into the mid round, the mid portion of this map, as we're about to reach that minute mark on the clock.
Quick,
that's nice. Very, very nice, actually.
I was like, let's see how fast they move on the drone. It looks like nobody gets to move on this. He gets the setup again. They choose the right site for him.
And a leg shot onto Davies. Could have been a collateral too. But that null command with the 0 point delays the clock. Finally, we're able to get the lockdown in for Nags. This is a great opportunity to get a recon dart, spam 2 smokes if we can. It's a Hunter's Fury instead on the attack. Just trying to push them back even more. Crew answer back though.
4v4.
A 4v4 for the plant into the site.
It's that utility. I think we saw Bladestorm as well come out from Heat, so it's going to be a little bit easier of a retake in that sense too. Crew is positioned though pretty well for this. We'll have to see what the take is. Is there a sonar coming up? There is one. No, it's not up actually.
If anything, it's more delays coming out from Crew. A fragment on lane. The rest of that util, we have a big paranoia on the defense, and there you go, comes out from RGL. There's that cue for MIBR to move in, but it's still gonna be KRU that holds it out to the side on the post plant. He decides to fall back instead. The round's gonna come in for KRU to put 2 on the board, but that's a nice shot, at least on the escape.
Wow, KRU really having a nice audible to be able to call there. They get shut down immediately on the drone. They've been having trouble taking that space without enough intel and initiator information, and it's still, they make it work. Everybody on that play is what makes it work. We saw the teamwork there from KRU going into the site as well. Having each other's back, Melzer gets an easy focus on the angles that are necessary, and a deep breath there, right? That's a round win, but these feel like they're just a war, I bet, for KRU each time it comes through. And they're still going against an op. They're still battling against the big economy here. It's almost getting dwindled down on the side of MIBR. So one rung of the ladder. They got climbing now. There's a few more to go to tie this first half up.
Oh, the flash pushed him away, but he swings back out. And once again, a 1v1 between the two Jets. And it's Heat that comes ahead. Aldrone on the defense as we're rotating Heat into the main aspect of B main. The Aldrone also allows him to hold the angle and not get spotted by the turret to allow for him to get that second pick onto Nagset. And Heat's just all over this map on defense.
Just promoting Heat to do things. We actually saw the combo of JZZ and Heat moving around quite a bit throughout the map. Now the A-take.
Just gonna answer back right away. KRU doesn't want to give a chance for MIBR to breathe, but all that time in the world for them to breathe. Instead, for MIBR, just a solid anchor towards that A site.
Van Silly, this is kind of nutty. 11 and 3 for both Heat and JZZ. This is becoming pretty tough for KRU to do anything. And you just have to look at how Heat continues to do this. The rest of the team is they assist each other, right? JZZ and Heat are playing next to each other, and somehow they're still just trading, fragging, being in the right place at the right time, and actually gambling on the situations they need to. So at KRU, I don't know what the answer is at this point, honestly. It might have to be all in and go. Last time they had an eco is the one that worked for them.
So whole W, but Heat's there towards Wine.
Down A.
Already once again, we're seeing that story of that second round, the spike dropping very early just by the orb. And this is just going to be RGL putting smoke after smoke, but still gets dropped by a Sheriff. Nano trying to push Heat out of position, also being hit by fragments. And the utility actually works back for KRU.
Yeah.
Get the player advantage.
Overwhelm strategy right now. But this is going to be tough. Now they have to break this distance and see if they can get to FRZ's Vandal in time. Just on the outside, they could as well have JZZ coming from tree here.
The Melzer's posted up just watching the angle, finally waiting for that smoke to come up. So gets out of that position of looking towards heaven. JZZ looking to spray through that smoke right after. Gets spraying a bit, maybe could have had some taps onto Davies. Clear cat together. As for KRU, a big crossfire, no smokes available for the retake of MIBR. Because it's FRZ and JZZ, so this is great positioning for KRU in the end. Nanoswarm as well. And that's Melzer with the wall bang. Salvaging some rounds now for KRU as they have 3.
A little more W that brings them the W. So they take that A main control. And last time they were so hesitant to even retake to the spike that they lost, right? It seemed like they gave MIBR a bit too much credit for what was going on. And it almost feels like that's been the match. KRU really timid to take these angles or use util and let MIBR know where they are to a detriment. And it's like, okay, you might have gotten or saw that there was a kill towards market. Now you can creep in. No, they're ready for it, right? But if it was a flash, if they were just kind of going with the fundamentals and not trying to be so tricky, I think, in a sense. It's obviously not the reason they're losing. You got to look at MIBR for this one. Absolutely out of their mind play from all the players backing each other up throughout this entire first half here on defense. And I think they go for the throat as they come out on attack, too. I mean, we still have 2 rounds for defense here for KRU to pick up. And it almost seems like they're needed.
Yeah. And MIBR was playing with a lot of that confidence thanks to Heat's opening kills. You saw how aggressive they were on that beginning of that last previous fight from KRU once again in such a lower buy. They had 2 rifles, 2 stingers, and a frenzy, and still were able to win that round. So this technically, if you're looking from a sound play from MIBR, should have been potentially like a 9-1. But there's Some small overheats coming out here and there for the defender side, sorry, which is why probably VZK is holding on a timeout, reeling back a bit, and go back to what was that game plan, what allowed for them to get so many rounds and such a big lead at the beginning of this game.
The variations on this defensive setup too that MIBR is using continues to keep crew guessing. They can always go back to checking mid, clearing mid, and having Kesnet work for a fight, right? That's a tried and true. So we continue to do that for now and really facilitate Kesnet the way that MIBR is facilitating Heat.
And it's Klaus actually opting on the attack, so we really want to try to create space with Kesnet. Already dashing across from Pizza, looking at the spawn, a battle in the back of the spawn. But once again, it's still Heat at the top.
Trying to push all the way through. MIBR is playing so safe in this. They're not getting caught in kind of the aggression of the strategy. Waiting to play their life. Looking for the 1v1 all the time this match so far. And here, slow down crew once again as they look for the 1v1s, and now they're going to have to push forward even more. This becomes that no util usage I was talking about. Yes, they have the space, but now they're somewhat forced to clear. See if this paranoia hits.
Hits JZZ.
Okay, so they have it. There we go.
Both of them drop. As now crew are moving inside that site. A plant save towards the back as Heat is on the top of that wall, looking for a pick above the shed into the back of the site. Still 3 players alive, still that paranoia, 2 flashes. So lots of the util for MIBR to flood this site. Nobody from crew playing towards B main. But MIBR is being diligent. They want to make sure nothing's going on there.
Waiting to see if they can get anybody on the ANSI movement.
So Davies activated that null command. So you had to go to the fundies. Get that spacing and that trace! How does Maurice gets those 2 kills? And now Heat's by himself, thankfully, because you had the power of numbers of crew on that post plant. And Heat decides once again, play the exits. It was close, it was dangerous. But it's still gonna be crew to finish with another round on the board. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Davies was creeping out there. He's like, oh man, can I actually drop the op? Because that the money, the credits, I don't think would have been there for it. So kind of playing against that and thereby, what a shot by Maurice there. But you give the credit there, obviously, to crew. Seeing that happen to your team, you have to make the instant reaction play. They choose the right angles and come out on top of that. It got pretty scary, but we do see they are able to get some purchases in here, even if it breaks the bank. At the last round, we're spending all the way down, and they could bring it to that 7-5 after such a dominating first half by MIBR.
Yeah. Positive aspect for MIBR with the amount of rounds that they're losing. They still have money to work with, and tried to go fast into the site for crew. Melzer still gets the opener as it comes in from the door. And FRZ, that low weapon still lands one between the eyes of Melzer, holding towards Tell. GZZ for the rescue to move forward from Heavens to drop Davies. But the player advantage is still for crew.
Hunter's Fury.
Coming in from the spawn, down Kesnet. Still no plants coming in.
If Nags can plant, they can put it, they can use a lockdown.
Exactly.
It has to get back to it though. Plenty of time to make this happen, but they have to figure out where they're surrounded from. He's obviously going to move after one shot for it, but is he? Is the question. Yeah, he went towards Street. There's the lockdown. Do they use it right away?
Aldrone 2. Now you know exactly where they both are. But he still couldn't get that kill onto Klaus. Both of them now playing towards Hell. Lockdown now broken, but his position's now given away. Shot dart close. No damage onto Klaus and Nags. Actually, it's not even a crossfire for those 2 players. It's a drop down. JCZ looking in. The wall bang, but it doesn't work out. Nags finally gets the kill. And just like that, we actually have a game in our hands. It's a 7-5 in the end at the half.
Yeah, crew really start to turn up the heat towards that second portion of the first half, not giving MIBR as much credit, working around each other as much. And by not giving them as much credit, they weren't as timid on angles. They were anchoring each other on trades, and they were getting into the site with much more confidence. MIBR started to get pushed back on that because we weren't seeing the wins from them come from much more than awesome fragging and great placement. So that was a really great opportunity for MIBR to come back, or crew to come back, make it 7-5, and now we'll see what the analyst desk has to say before second half.
Thank you so much, fellas. And yeah, I mean, you know, I think that I agree with Vancillion Rivington. A great comeback, really showing crew like, hey, when they're down, they find ways to dig themselves back up, Sean.
Yeah. It was that timeout that happened in about the middle of the half. I think they won 5 out of the last 6. Because they looked like they were in a really, really rough spot based on the start of that game.
Yeah.
MIBR was dominating them in the beginning.
Yeah, but I think you had a round that you wanted to talk about here, which was MIBR. We had some questions about their development, but their fundamentals actually looked really good throughout at least the first part of that half.
Yeah, this is the bonus actually for MIBR. This is pretty cool. This is mainly just looking at their kind of communication, how they play off of each other really well. They fight in mid on the bonus, which is a really good idea, right? You're at a disadvantage. You want to get as much info as possible. You're willing to take a couple risks, and they end up actually losing, you know, these fights in mid right here. So we're gonna fast forward through the fights in mid, and what ends up happening is a 4-on-3 right here. And the way that MIBR handles this is really well. You can see both initiators playing over here at the B site. The Omen's on Cat. The KO comes towards mid, ends up knifing mid, and you can see it right there on the mini-map, actually. If we take a look at the mini-map, you can actually see KO rotating over toward this A site. Omen on Cat. Sova's actually B. He just darted outside of B, and that's allowing this Omen to come in the smoke. The KO is holding Heaven, and if we take a step back one more time here, we're gonna actually see right here on the hit, KO actually is gonna stop things with the molly, and then the flash that comes over right there stalls the hit for just a second, and that allows RGL to come out the door, get this frag, blind, and clean up the round. And it was just really, really good how they got the information. They stacked the site in a man-down situation, and the player site had the know-it-all to play util first and swing off of RGL. And it was just such a good little round by them.
Yeah, it was really fantastic. The fundamentals for this team were great, but they also had some cool preset ideas as well. We had round 5 in which they were going for, if we want to pull that one up too really quick, to run
share the
how does technology work? There we go. They had some cool preset ideas as well, where they were able to have this one, where they go initially for just this early Omen paranoia. I think the idea initially was just, okay, we can condition, we can try and fight for this space, but upon their player here hearing this one, they actually instantly react with this Sova ultimate through. And you see he was set up to do that if players were there. And it comes through and actually manages to get a kill off of this one, which sets him up in a really good place. And that's what's been cool about MIBR, having some of those preset ideas and also some good mid rounds.
Yeah, so what was really, really cool about this clip is both teams used similar tech. They threw KO flashes and Omen blinds paired with Sova darts, so that way the Sova darts would get pings, which is how they knew where to Hunter's Fury right there.
There's just so many great ideas that are being implemented, and of course MIBR looking great, but so is crew. We have, at the very least on Ascent, a fun match on our hands. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your cast and take it through to that next half.
Thank you so much to our friends over here at the desk. Indeed, great utility being used. Sean mentioned it at the beginning of this game. Keep an eye out for both of these initiators going on to the attack from Davies and Klaus for crew, for Maritz and to JZZ for MIBR. That allows players like Heat to get all these first bloods, and hopefully we could see the same thing for Kesnet now as they take the defender half for crew.
Kind of almost the same setup. Not as many mid, but yeah, Kesnet is going to be hanging out in that mid area. Gain a little bit of information, and they wait for the knife. MIBR is totally looking for this. As they throw one of their own.
Yeah, and that actually hits Melzers, so you can't really get an early timing into getting another smoke in, but Kesnet decides to push down to get information. A nice first pick onto Moritz, as that may activate a split into this A site, trying to delay as much as it can. All that util's coming in early on the defender side, so they're gonna have even less for crew to try to hold this. It's all up to the crossfires. It's all up to the guns now. It's fully smoked out, doors being closed. Heat gaining some space by going on the top of the generator. Now they spot that crossfire for MIBR, but still at a disadvantage. 2 alive, a 2-player advantage. As Heat is looking for that clutch, a drop in as it gets caught into his reload. Still lands a headshot to Klaus. Kesnet long range. It's too far for these Frenzies to connect.
No way.
Does
No
so.
way.
8 HP, only 11 bullets left. Make that even 10. Naxxon on the top has the verticality, the advantage as Heat looks up. Almost comes in for it, but Naxxon saves it. for Crew.
The kind of plays that he and their situations he can create. You see him putting the sweat onto Crew for that one. Huge play by Kesnet there to actually activate what MIBR was doing. MIBR looks like they wanted to hit A, but Kesnet's frag there kind of made them jump the gun. So they push in a little unready. Still able to find the rest of this though, as Heat gives them hell in sight. Nagzak clutches it up. These rounds are getting very brutal. That's just the pistol round. We'll see how this second goes. Guardian for Kesnet here. Maybe keep this long range as they spam through some smokes. Instantly covered out by MIBR so they can start to really push up into the map. Looks like they may actually leave JZZ here for a while.
No plan came in from MIBR, so a full save that you have. A great opportunity for Crew to instantly just tie this game on a 7-7 scoreline. Passive play, getting information off the initiators. As a rotate comes back from Klaus into the B site to support here onto Nags. And all of MIBR are just really trying to pivot some players across here towards this A site.
Spike a little late on the rotate, but that actually might be what they want if they decide to actually back up on this. 2 got on that 0 point. And it looks like a re-hit of pistol somewhat. Just on their own time. Running into tree here, Vansili. They pressure Davies.
Trying to pressure him, and Kesnet was able to land 2 though. Thankfully with the Guardian, does a lot of damage with that armor pin. Or lack of armor even at all from MIBR into this round. Spikes down out of the open though, just on the staircase of tree. Both players of Crew just watching it, but in different angles. So this is 2 2v1s.
One enemy remaining.
And it's still held back by Crew in the end. Tied up 7-7.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned. Sometimes old ways are best.
Another hit from Crew. They're feeling pretty powerful in these rounds. I think that first half is a little bit of a mental check for what was happening. As the desk said, that timeout was about, what, 5 in a row, and they were able to grab it. Now feeling a little bit better in these situations, but still the rounds go down to only a few members. That's going to start making the economy real weird if Crew can't start selecting or getting these with a lot of members up, find the W, and get an operator into Kesnet's hand if that is the operation that they're looking for.
Tough to do here as Crew has lost a lot of players on that previous round, only keeping 2 alive, so the bonus round is not that great on a defender half, on the defender side of Crew. Meanwhile, for MIBR, shot dart that seems to be landing towards mid to counter up onto the alarm bot. Average Jonas, if you're watching, do you like that one?
It's interesting. Crew taking all this space back up towards middle. I think they realized that FRZ pushed through that last time, and they're just making sure nobody's getting any space. So mid's cleared. They might start to rotate off that or rotate through to tiles. This is going to be the detection here by Klaus.
Trying to go for shot guard damage into B main.
Nice dodge.
But it's now finally MIBR comes in. Paranoia from both ends. 4 players fully blinded. That's going to slow down the push from MIBR just for a bit. Now it's all it comes down to who's lucky by spraying through the smoke, and it's going to be MIBR instead. First blood into this, but Melzer answers back. Heat now falls towards the switch. That's both jets down. 13 seconds left on the clock. We have to commit inside this B site. Crew still holds it back with the stack that they have as JZZ gets popped off. A 2v1. There's no time left for a plant. And the bonus round in the end. Lure weaponry for Crew. As even Davies lands one through the wall.
Crew feeling it now. What a defense. It's not even the Killjoy defensive setup too. That required the team good usage of utility coming in there and everybody on board with the same strats. Now they'll switch it up. The KJ util will be over towards that B area. And from the get-go, they kind of avoided everything MIBR was trying to do. The denial of utility in middle, trying to make MIBR move out of position. Just, or Crew rather, not going to happen, and it didn't. So What guns do we have here? I actually retract my statement about Kesmet maybe going for the op. We did see the Guardian buy, so really no focus there. If the Jet's going to do it, maybe the Famis, or I always say that, Bulldog comes through for them, and they're able to get themselves in that long shot range. But we have seen the Oppers playing real close. Tree play, whatnot. We'll have to see if that comes back into play. Yeah, no ops yet.
Crew with full Vandals. Eco round from MIBR. First contact from the utility that came out from Naxxit and Heat.
Wow, Heat.
That's how you get that right click in. Weapon now upgraded. Still not moved into the site. Aldron's gonna spot so much, but no ping, no wallbang opportunity for Crew. But they're already moving in towards the sidewalk.
Yeah, this is really fast.
5 players stuck inside the site. Melzer answers already. First blood into the retake. Now you're playing so pushed up for MIBR, close to their staircase, making sure that nobody could really move down. A 0 point was also thrown by Moritz just to prevent more utility from coming out. 2 flashes available for Crew in the hands of Davies to activate this retake. Cloudburst first up. There's that first flash, but FRZ was ready for that one. Second one has been used, but we can't get any more kills coming in. That line of attack just by their staircase is just too much for Crew to handle. As Kesnet now just looking for the exits. But another thrifty, this time in favor of MIBR.
What is? Man, this, we get a lot of thrifties.
Oh, yeah.
It's interesting. Since the start of the Americas, this is, I don't know. Definitely, maybe it doesn't. But yeah, playing inside the site here.
That's when he knew.
Yeah, that's when he knew. It's like the Sage Wall we saw in week 1. That's the plays that we have to see MIBR making, though. He, again, on his shoulders, 19 and 9 this game. And making the plays to enter and get into the site. Even with that denial, you cannot stop what he is putting down.
Bucky not lucky
one way
for Melzer pushing forward. And that was nice utility on the attack for MIBR. Early per advantage, more pressure being done. Double push from Klaus and from Nax out towards B main.
Gotta talk about that peak when this round is over. That was so cheeky from Heat and JZZ. Here we go into A, though.
Davies is ready just at the front. MIBR really wanted to move into this site as they knew they had players advantage. But that's great anchoring play at the start. Null command then on the attack from Moritz. As JZZ's looking in for the plant will also allow the Hunter Secure to come out if he could make it out towards A main, but the door's been broken. Naxxit watching a recross out towards A main. So maybe decides to play the crossfire, double towards Hell, 1 towards A main instead. Recon out, turret on the defense. But it's so patient right now. Holding back for MIBR. Waiting for the utility to dissipate from that Cloudburst disappearing. Now playing close. No tap onto the spike. Things are looking grim here for Crew to be able to win this round. Especially with that timer on that clock continuing to dwindle down. MIBR finally regained the lead.
Taking it back off a little one-way play towards that A main control. We've seen a lot of it from both teams. If it's not a fight that you're expecting mid, you can probably find a 1v1 or however many are going to be at A main. And this one-way that was thrown from the side of Crew totally played off of by MIBR. The recon bolt goes over, and instead of Heat strafing out on that smoke, Heat was jumping out. So all you see on the other side is feet landing halfway out of the smoke while you're already being pinged. Heat picks up a first frag. Really neat stuff that they're putting together to give Crew trouble at the beginning of these rounds. They'll stay back for the 0 points. Both teams just getting that early info. It looks like they respect the distance and space on it too. No damage, a little bit of damage.
We know now there's an Odin playing on a defense. Close towards the sidewalk. Now MIBR decide to fall back to just creep back up, scale back up for some mid control. The ping's already coming out here. So the idea potentially just to try to break this alarm bot and figure out what we want to do after that into the next steps. For Crew, just patience. Holding it from a double tree. There is that move up.
Looking for a fight, looking for that alarm bot. Mission accomplished. And they, I think, leave. No, they don't leave. Seeing that Maurice has the spike now, they're probably going to stay with this situation. And 0 Point doesn't clear market or anything in market, so they're looking for the distant shot, maybe down towards switch. Still somewhat of a default here if they want to break out of this play and go somewhere else, but none of crew is leaving themselves open to allow MIBR anything until MIBR goes for the full hit. Execution on the B site now through market.
And from that, identifying that the KJ is playing towards the B site, pushing towards there, avoiding the KOL from spawn. 100 Stewart towards the back of the site, and it lands onto Klaus. 10 seconds left on the clock, though. The double stack in the back works really well for crew. Spike is now down with 6 seconds. Almost no time left.
One enemy remaining.
That's it.
Crew does it, holds it in. And it's going to be back to a 9-9 scoreline. Back and forth here, Riv.
Yeah, Crew is doing a great job of figuring out what MIBR is doing and avoiding everything they're trying to push. Repositioning these rounds for their defensive setup to kind of allow MIBR to walk in without finding much, revealing their location if they have to take down the alarm bot. It's that situation, that late, Crew is getting set up. They're able to lean and have safe positional movement. So now back to mid. We're going to see one go for Crew. Both teams kind of played this back and forth with having someone mid, and they're two of the first we really saw in VCT Americas doing this and have full hits through it still. So they'll continue to test each other, looking for that fight. If it's not at the A main control fight, it's at the mid fight.
And that mid fight is Heat setting out to fight 1v1 against Kesnit. Both of them falling back, forcing an Aldrone early from Klaus. Just looking for potentially an assist here. We have flashes available from both Gelato and also towards Tree, just to try to add that pressure to see if he could get an opener here. But this position from Melzer towards Wine. It's been identified, got spotted. He's gonna have to try to TP away, get the shrouded step back into the A side safely, and even at 0 Point for the defense, spots 2 towards Catwalk. So Crew doing a great job to spot at least 3 players down towards the A side.
FRZ with the fake. Also just separating the map completely. Everybody in B is in prison right now.
Paranoia out towards Generator, though. Heat's trying to dash in Melzer. A great spot, usually a great anchor player towards Dice. Gets a transfer on the second kill. JCC, though, answers back. Davey for the rescue, for the support in the end. And that lockdown that was thrown from FRZ was looking for an opportunity to catch some on the rotation, does so onto Naxit. Now picks up a Nodin, comes into a 1v1, breaks this door as Davies in the front. Flash in, no time for a plan, and Davies just trying to survive, jumping in towards the front. The spray goes into the wrong corner. And Crew back in the lead as we go again back and forth.
Gotta get a count of how many rounds have gone down to no plant, just fight at this point. They are drawing these out so far. Melzer able to do this over and over again, and MIBR had such a good setup. FRZ draws out the Hunter's Fury with the lockdown, so it can't be used later in the round, but it does not matter. Crew still finds the defense on the other side of the map with all of the team being separated. Incredible stuff right now as this game goes back and forth. Crew again take the lead, Van Silly, as we start off just a little bit back, waiting for these 0 points. And now we go forward. Up towards Cat is going to be 2 here. We'll see if they can get Heat into Tree with a little bit of utility. Oh, he's forced.
Flashed. That was Davey with no utility left, though. Still Maurice falls. Aniko coming in from MIBR. Trying to activate at least something they had. The strongest weapon being a stinger in the hands of Heat. But the dash and the flash, just he ran into a wall with that dash, unfortunately. So no opportunity for MIBR to capitalize early into the round. So Crew has a great opportunity now to get the lead by 2. Some breathing room. And even more confidence because we're nearing the end of this first map. Where once again, if you're just tuned in, this is supposed to be an MIBR map as they were looking so good on that first half. The Crew now has found a way to answer back since that timeout. Winning 5 out of 6 mentioned by Sean, and now taking the lead 10-9.
Yeah, those first rounds for MIBR were 5-1 before Crew, I think, found themselves
30 seconds left.
way back in this. And now a way to win this very much in their future. 20 seconds left in this. Another round that goes right down to the pressure cooker here, Vansili.
Davies wasn't even scared on a low HP. Manages to escape on time. And yeah, always down to these last second plants. Will they work out? We stuck it off.
3 seconds.
Not gonna happen here. There's 4 left. We're just trying to do that damage. And it's the right click classic from Klaus. We do have the 2-point spread after all for KRU.
It finally got a little bit of a cushion to rely on, but never letting down. A timeout for MIBR here to sort out how these site takes have really been going down. I think that's the problem. MIBR KRU looked really focused in what they're doing on the retakes, on getting the positions of MIBR dislodged on those retakes, right? They really don't have time to set up. We actually saw some of the B takes where KRU was just already hitting while MIBR was trying to plant. It's all in the same motion. So there is no real like exact to post plant. It's all happening at the same time. It seems like KRU is really being able to thrive in that chaos.
KRU is definitely doing a good job to make MIBR think that they have map control here.
Exactly.
You see how passive they are on market. And when they actually even give up towards switch, double up towards the back of the site. Same thing for A site. You have somebody like Davies that's playing close to the tree, using the utility when MIBR think that they have tree control and go into an A site hit. Well, it's players playing passively towards Hell, towards Dice. And they're always activating great utility to allow these double swings to come out and just shut down MIBR in these hits, which is why we're seeing this current result.
Yeah. MIBR still with some great mid-round calls. We saw the lockdown going towards B, being able to separate the map in that 3-2 formation, and KRU not having the Sova utility to get back in. A lot of the recon and the Killjoy as well, just to come through, usually in that tree position when you're trying to reflank. Honestly, it doesn't seem like they felt any pressure in these situations. Now we'll switch up that Killjoy utility back over towards A. We get a little bit more mid-focus, and a change from MIBR too. They're going to go ahead and actually leave RGL and FRZ over towards B to start this off. So you see a lot of the initiator utility backing up heat to make sure A main fight works, and orb control is pretty easy.
There's really no pressure being done towards A main in the beginning. Not even a 0 point coming out. Just a one-ways continuing on a defense for KRU. MIBR looking to fall back and work towards this mid like they always did, but look at this double play inside that smoke. Keze looking out the flash, but it's a bad timing, but at least Melzer is able to come out to get that kill. Instantly gets traded up by Moritz. As MIBR is still looking to fight back for mid, KRU decides to do the opposite. Anchor back and turtle back towards this B side, the strength that they've been currently getting towards these late rounds.
Smoke still left. They choose to use it on tree. That's the last one for now. The team's gonna look to move on this, or at least see what utility. Actually, they may be stopped here knowing it's Killjoy.
Oh no. Unfortunate there. He almost had that knife, but getting hit by that 0 point. That's no utility used now towards the A site, allowing MIBR to move in. Both dinosaurs did get broken. And he, no! Gets owned by his teammate Fragment as he was running away from the Nanoswarm. Yet, the plan still comes down for MIBR, and KRU are looking to go for the retake with this player advantage.
Each wishing that Nanoswarm change didn't come through for line of sight, but nonetheless, the site take comes in. They're stomping down from heaven.
3 dropping at the same time, though, and they get instantly dropped for MIBR. Heroic play not available for RGL. KRU get the defuse. Am I saying this right? KRU are at map point.
KRU are at that point, persevering through this match, saying thank you very much for a bit of help on that last round, obviously. Definitely made the retake a little easier, but you're right. It almost looked like that last 0 point was perfect to go into FRZ. It wouldn't allow the utility going through, but they only shot the alarm bot going through. The mollies are so much harder to see, really want to shoot. You're focusing on angles, and it comes up to bite heat in the butt, and then a fragment. Still 20 and 14 on top. I would say that's a fine play to have happen if you're going to put these numbers up still, but they are looking for heat to do that. It's going to be tough, fans. Low buy Spectres for the side of MIBR here. KRU has been running the show. Ultimates to be used on the side of KRU, and you're looking at that Null Command and Hunter's Fury for the side of MIBR being even more important as we get to these close rounds. 3 chances to tie it up.
MIBR avoided the 0 point early into this round. Maybe want to try to get a timing as soon as the second smoke dissipates here from that Omen thrown by Melzer, that dark cover. Then a null command is going to be a big one here. Here it comes. The timing of that smoke disappearing. The null command coming out, so no fragments out into the front side of A on the defense for Crew. Paranoia then comes in. Hunter's Fury on the attack. Melzer's just letting everybody through, but a nice little underhander. No, we're not clearing it! We're not clearing it! As he gets 2 kills! And even a third one!
Remaining.
Only 1 left to go. It's JZZ against all odds in a 4 versus 1. At least avoids the owl drone, but I don't know what else you could do here.
Watch this. 30 seconds left.
They're waiting. They know. No chance to let this one go, but it is all up to JZZ here. Once he peeks, gonna be instantly hit. Kesnet's gonna make that last and final shot. Crew with the comeback. From the first half carrying through to the second, the thrifty rounds, slicing and dicing through everybody's hopes and dreams on this one. But Crew, once they got that 2-round gap that you mentioned, they were able to extend it, find the win, even over Heat, putting out that much pressure with the rest of the squad. Everybody on MIBR looked like they had this match locked in. And Crew had to do a lot of thinking behind the scenes.
A lot of things, but it still manages to amass them a victory into this map. Again, a start from MIBR that was very strong. And it seems as though when they were talked about at the desk, which type of team is going to play a map of Ascent much better with a standard comp on a standard map. But that storyline was always around how both of these teams held a very good defense. And now slight rounds of overheat that MIBR did that forced the timeout to come out in their favor on the attack was probably that small overheat that allowed Crew to make that comeback and win this first map.
Absolutely. The desk talked about Davies. He's looking good, flexing around, having great additions. We're going to be stepping away, but GB and the analyst desk will be breaking this one down for map number 2 coming up next.
Stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. I'm a racing car, passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, there's no stopping me. Stop me now, I'm having such a good time. I'm having a
Red Bull gives you wings.
was a tale of two halves as we saw MIBR look pretty darn good. Unfortunately for them, they crumbled in the second half, and KRU found that second life on Ascent, walking away with a pivotal victory as they get ready for map 2. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here along with Sean Garris as well as Mimi. As we look to discuss that game, and coming out of it, we exited halftime. We were all just going nuts for MIBR. You know, they make some great plays, Sean. And then here comes KRU telling us to shut it. That was awesome to watch.
Yeah, with Davies actually popping off. When he closed out that bonus round from back B, that was insane. And that's when the comeback was really on. The bonus round conversion. And you just saw it. The crumble started to happen from KRU. They even got an eco. They won the first bloods in this matchup. Look at the screen. Like this.
Yeah.
What happened to them?
There was so much good going for them. And then it felt like in the second half, some of the calling on attack just started overheating. They were going for so many of these rounds where they were trying to play their mid control, and KRU was giving them absolutely nothing. They were heavily setting up these kind of 3-2 setups on either side and just had great anchoring in these late rounds when MIBR was letting that clock drain away. And for KRU, we were talking about a little bit of this ahead of halftime, but what they're strong at is they have really great individuals, they have really solid coordination and do a good job of setting each other up with their utility. So when you give them those late rounds where you're running into them, you haven't really drained out their utility, they'll fry. And you already talked about Davies, but he was the guy doing the damage in those late rounds.
Oh, he was so good with the flashes as support, flashing out of the smoke. We saw even an entry round for Kesnet where he accidentally blinded Kesnet because he missed his timing in mid.
Yeah.
He was constantly supporting, and when KO ults were popped on the opposing team, it's a common thing in pro play to counter KO ult. You have that 1 second to get yours off, and Davies did it at one point in this match, I believe. He just did really, really well in the mid to late rounds of this game. And that's what you're going to see throughout this highlight package of him. He's just cleaning up the rounds for KRU.
Yeah, and for MIBR, again, I was a little disappointed to see some of that trading falling off when they were going for these late round executes as well. Some of that was falling apart. It felt like players would sometimes panic to try and, okay, we're running out of time. We need to get the play. Someone has to make the play. And at times that happened. We saw some good moments for Heat throughout this. We saw those moments from MIBR, and it looked great in the first half. But after that, once they started running out of ideas, it felt like they never had a door back in.
Yeah, it also, you go back and look at those highlights, how many of them were literally happening at the 10-second mark, you know? Like, they were just being held back the whole time. And KRU, credit to them, right? Because you even saw there were times where, even on, like, the defense, right? MIBR throwing all this util out there, trying to create all this noise. And KRU just stay still.
Yeah,
we just don't do anything.
We even saw it in the highlight package, that B execute with the Hunter's Fury going back sight, Omen blinds going back there. And you see the reaction to Omen ult back B. There's 3 players back B. Now, only 1 gets taken out by the Hunter's Fury, but the 2 remaining just bolster on the site and hold it easily.
Yeah, they're just chilling. Yeah.
Their rotations were so good.
Yeah.
Just their counter plays to everything MIBR wanted to do in that second half were just next level good.
Yeah, they really were. And for MIBR as well, like, losing a game like that feels like kind of a theme that we've seen before. At lock-in, there was moments where in their kind of opening part of their games, they would have some good ideas. It looked like they were going to win out. And then it felt like when they ran into that initial roadblock, they struggled to find that mid-game adaptation. Where on the other side for KRU, we were talking about the fact that they had a lot of new leadership, changing your coach, changing your IGL. Despite all that, they were still able to find those adaptations here, which gives, I think we should give a lot of credit to KRU for.
Yeah, for sure. They deserve it, and that is why they walked away with the win. But before map 2, it's always a good idea to get a little warm-up going. Win our AIM Lab shoot-around, and this time we're going to be following FRZ. And we can continue to just talk more about what we saw in that matchup. And also, you know, what is to come as well. Because I think that, you know, for MIBR, they're probably looking at Lotus as a potential opportunity for them to turn the tides here, Sean.
They are, and this is where they played a good map against Loud last week, right? Can they have that form? They won a lot of swing rounds in that matchup. KRU, on the other hand, they looked really shaky when we saw them, you know, on Lotus at lock-in. They dropped that, I believe it was like a 9-3 lead they had against Navi, where they made Angel just look like the GOAT. Right? He was just ulting behind them and just TPing all over the place, getting multi-kills. So that was an abysmal second half by them again at lock-in. So, I mean, this is something that I want to see KRU work through. This is they can't have a half like that and expect to like compete in the Americas region.
Very true.
Yeah, I agree completely. And for them as well, it was the defense that they really struggled with. And in their game versus Loud for the side of MIBR, the defense of Lotus is what they were looking actually really, really great on. So I think it's fair to favor them pretty heavily heading into this next map. But still, some of the changes that we saw out of KRU, their ability to adapt in that first game, gives me a lot more hope than I had initially looking at this series.
Well, look, guys, if you are an MIBR fan, you're at the very least are hopeful for what is to come from Map 2, but you guys want to hear from us. You don't want to hear from us talking and breaking it all down. Why don't we hear from the players? Because earlier we sat down with MIBR's FRZ, for his take on their matchup against KRU.
Cara, eu não diria assim que tem alguma falha específica, algo em específico que eles fazem de errado ou fazem de certo. Eu acho que o diferencial deles agora principalmente eu diria, acho que o Kesnet, eu acho que ele é um cara que ele puxa muito a responsa e a maioria do time joga em volta dele, então acho que ele seria a maior ameaça assim pro time, mas se a gente fazer o nosso jogo, o que a gente está acostumado a fazer nos treinos, vai dar bom pra gente.
Interesting from FRZ there, but I think after that last game, don't get me wrong, Kesnet is that guy, like he is a very talented player, but hey, I think if Davies can also be that second, a pilot for them, maybe that could be the difference maker. Sean, what do you make of this?
I mean, I think you would hate to see the stat page of that first map.
This is true. This is true.
Because Kesnet wasn't even remotely close to the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a brutal statement that he just released. And I would have agreed with it before that first map, but we were proved very wrong there.
Yeah, we absolutely were. And I think as well, going into Lotus now, this is a map where both Kesnet and Davis in the past have been enabled. They were running this like kind of crazy double duelist comp before they had Kesnet on the team with the Neon, with the Raised. I'd expect them to change it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they stuck with putting those two players on roles where they can thrive, like on their split, which you were talking about is one of their stronger maps already with some of the ideas that they have, Sean.
Oh, but the double duelist on Lotus, it just has never really played out all that well whenever I see it. There's so many things to hold on defense with these three sites, the breakable door that leads to B from, A holding area. I hate seeing the double duelist. It always fails on the defensive side.
Maybe get some Gecko?
I don't know. I'm not huge on either of these teams implementing Gecko because I feel like a lot of the strengths that they can try and lean into is I just want to see more opportunities for just playing into your fundamentals a little bit more. Like, I think both of these teams' goals should be less around like trying to cook up a crazy int strat or a crazy comp and just kind of focusing on your fundamentals inside.
No tricks, just good, honest
Maybe a little bit of tricks.
Maybe a little bit of trickery.
Hey,
look at that trickery!
As I was saying. Anyways.
Yeah, Mimi, I called it.
Sean, talk about Gecko.
Yeah.
You like this guy.
I really do actually enjoy Gecko on Lotus. I think he's a super good character. The Molly can stop the A aggression if you're on defense. It can also be used to push through very crucial areas of the map. Post plants, obviously great. Wingman is so good at entering the C site. You can bait him, throw Dizzy up in the air as he enters. And let's see what else they're rounding out the comp with, because that's really going to give us an idea of what they're going for. The Omen is kind of weird.
You reckon?
I think if I'm running the Gecko, I want to run a double controller type style that has a lot of
could you not still run a double control? Some teams have tried like an Omen Harbor, something along those lines have been ideas that we've seen. Generally, though, it is that that Harbor Viper, but no double controller in this one. So on your attacking side, you don't have that same utility to support Gecko, it feels.
Yeah, I think Wingman, we might be seeing a rough one from the little
homie's gonna be running out there with his spike getting bodied. Is that what you're saying?
I wonder then, with this composition, if they're gonna approach the Gecko more like Loud did when they were playing it, where more often you're prioritizing using Wingman in combination with Dizzy to clear space and push these sites, and sometimes even just like relieving him of his spike planting duties. It's gonna be really interesting to see how they've cooked this one up.
A fascinating map 2 is about to go underway. So let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters who are big Wingman fans. It's Vansili and Riv.
I love wings, man.
Yeah.
No, definitely. They've been cooking up onto this map here for KRU on Lotus. This is going to be a very interesting one. Not having that double controller going in that comp, I do kind of agree with Sean, but maybe we're going to try to lean more towards trying to get information with the Gecko on that Dizzy, but also that Sky is going to be very important here on how KRU maybe wants to play this map.
True, and I'm excited. It's like so many mollies to be thrown. These site takes, retakes, how they're able to displace their opponents is going to be huge. I think KRU has to be worried. MIBR, by transitive properties, is like the best Lotus team in the world. They beat Loud on Lotus, and Loud beat Fnatic on Lotus at lock-in, so
Therefore
that MIBR has a sick Lotus. We'll see how this one turns out, though.
Yeah.
We are going to be starting off here a little bit of a default, but focus towards B, one of the easiest grabs, but still a very forward Dizzy here. So it looks like they are meaning to take that space and start getting thrash on the level up.
And thankfully, when you're looking out here for MIBR, the double controller that they choose is also a Omen and a Viper. Not really going for the Harbor, so there's not too much aggression coming out from the Dizzy information on C side at the beginning for Crew. So that's an orb picked up in the hands of Klaus, focusing potentially on really controlling these orbs in the early and mid rounds. Again, double initiator, try to find information, rather. As it stays clear, wall coming up on the defense. We're so for Crew. We're trying to catch players off rotations. We even break doors, but finally, you see her Nags Riv running back towards the mid.
Yep.
This might be one of those late mid to Bs here.
Smash through the paranoia here on somebody that's trying to sit towards left or right side B. There it is. No, 2 smokes only. They're waiting for the full hit.
30 seconds left.
Wingman coming in for that plant at the default spot for long. Nades to stop it, though. So that's no plants coming in. Battle will ensue for sure into this site as we have 17 seconds left and the crowd's not happy with Wingman not planting. But here comes the fight. The flash assist. Kesset opens it up. Was a threat before. Not anymore. As Crew comes in and floods into the B site. FRZ has other words to say. But in the end, it's still Crew with the pistol.
Yeah, honestly, almost kind of, I'm sorry for the crowd, but almost kind of happy to see that nade going out, right? They don't have to deal with it in sight. And there is a line from Gecko himself that says, he said bullets tickle, so you're good. As Wingman takes damage, he's laughing it off. Don't have to worry. Don't feel as bad. This is the purpose. A nice play here on the first round. Wingman used right away. I like it from B as well. They get both smokes out, and it requires a different angle to be able to take that, right? You're not just shooting a Wingman running straight at you from mid. Repeating the first round strat, and it is met with the flash quickly from MIBR to playing for this orb control already.
Fully denied. It's 2 players from MIBR. We're looking to fight long range. Into the spawn. Orb will get picked up at least by JZZ. Meanwhile, that opens up the A site for Crew, and this time they'll get that plant down.
1 for 2. We'll keep track. This should be a pretty easy setup here, all the way down to MIBR. It looks like they'll gather together and just look for some exits here, if not run into the spike at the end. So a good start for Crew. This is what they wanted to see, especially with this composition. It's going to be interesting to see really how they continue to use it once MIBR gets guns, who they mostly decide to focus, right? Is it going to just be all onto Kesnet? Do we follow Kesnet around and boost him up with all the utility?
It's really just a discipline from MIBR as well. Not really trying to push in to do the econ damage versus Crew for the first thing, but secondly also do not want to give any more orbs in favor of Crew.
Yeah.
As they've been doing a good job here, as we mentioned on that pistol. Klaus picking up the orbs, trying to get that thrash up early on Crew's attack.
And MIBR noticed, pushing out a B, even losing a few. They were ready to throw bodies at stopping that, but you're right, still 3 away. So the Crew focus is paying off. Might get a nade towards A to stop here. It looks like Crew might actually walk into this right away. They are not stepped back, so they may try to run right through, blast pack onto that right, and just swarm this rubble side. Here comes Dizzy. A quick flank watch. Over by Nags. And no nade to come through, actually.
I got you.
Yeah, because of the first 2 rounds, Crew did add a lot more pressure towards the C side. Kesnet wanted to save these paint shells into a deeper push into the A side, anchoring here with 2 more players right next with him.
Little pissed around variation, Vans. Over towards that door, open it, fire some shots through, and then make your way towards the other side of the map. Pistol round was a full B take here. Once they were able to get through, much different positioning by Melzer, now on the right side extremity. And it looks like they reused Dizzy here. So a little bit of awareness for MIBR. We'll see how they rotate. It looks like the execute will initially happen to be.
Well, Melzo's still keeping a rotation busy on the A site. Breaking that Trailblazer early, so MIBR has to identify that and move slowly out down towards the A site to re-clear it. Meanwhile, great delays coming out from MIBR on the defense, at least. Poison Orb rotating that over with some smokes coming out from Omen 2.
I got the spike.
And here comes a full initiation. Wingman to come out looking for that plant. Kezet opening with the satchels at the site. And he's running a marathon for this one.
2 for 3.
Oh yeah, monster on the move.
And that allows the Thrash to be ready to move towards spawn, get stopped right away. Even a snake butt on the ground to prevent any aggressive pushes on the pulse plant from KRU. Well done from MIBR to stop that to start. As now it's their turn to try to come in for the retake. Satchel in, but there's only one player moving. Still gets the opener onto Melzer. Now down towards that ram, stopped by Klaus. Desi once again coming up, and the Coop's gonna hit a few. But Mariz not affected by that, goes down towards the bottom. Meanwhile, the spike is planted for outside towards Mound. 3 players out there just spamming through, and he gets 2 out of that one. Sticking on to the spike, we're so close, but the paint shells will not work out.
That's an MIBR round. That's a defuse. Nice job on the top side. Couldn't see with the signature ability there coming up on the screen, but what a defuse, what chaos. And heat, are you serious? Breaking the timing of the mosh that was in front of the defensive side to blast into the site. The moment that they thought a moment was there. Just to think, just to process, set up more defense. Oh my gosh. They absolutely threw KRU for a loop there just by pressing forward over that mosh pit. So big ups to Heat, the team to follow up, make sure it happens. And those quick fingers on the defuse by FRZ.
Back to me.
KRU coming out strong with the rifles, despite losing a round. And for MIBR, they have nothing except for a flash and an attempt of an aggression towards C. And it's Kesset once again. Maybe silent on that first map, but coming up huge into the second map so far. Being the lead opener to lead at the charge, following Klaus's utility.
Kesnet has ult already too, so this is just adding. They know they can take these quick picks and just let Kesnet heat up here. That eco round where they can just push FRZ back in a safe plant here towards B.
I got the spike.
Double initiator is just too good right now. Just to allow that forward spacing from KRU, and yes, definitely. A big thank you to Wingman as honorary member, 6th player for the KRU.
Yeah. Just too good. You mentioned the double initiator. I think one of the big things it really allows you to do is make a fake look good.
Yeah.
You can sell the fake truly, right? Whether you switch it up or not, you can even have Kesnet do some fake blast packing around, but if you dump a lot of Sky utility into a site, that's gonna pull some members, even if it's not a real buy to the strategy from your defending or your opposing team. You're still getting that the movement out of their first defensive positions, and then you have Gecko or vice versa, Sky, Davies Sky, to use at another site. So great job by KRU to really be versatile in those re-hits, whether it's the same site or not. This initiator utility gives them so many options.
Yeah.
Straight out to A to start off this one.
Especially in the early rounds here. Just getting the initial space.
Okay.
Going into the mid-range fights. As now Kezet's trying to open it up towards A site with the showstopper. And look at MIBR, 4 players out towards the spawn. But KRU decides still not to move inside the A site for a plant.
Showstopper for alt grab, alt for an alt orb, and they're gaining good space here, really setting up the building blocks to how they want to play these rounds, what's to come if they lose these. So not even just thinking of right here for this last minute.
The Seekers came out at the minute. MIBR getting information that there's still more pressure towards the A site. One still rotating towards C though, as we're playing contact on the top of the staircase, and it's 2 for 2. Evened up, Klaus at low HP. Trying to move in and get a plant. Elisa heal up first. Have time to do it as we have 40 seconds left on the clock. Using utility to clear out towards the site to play it safe. Nice shot from Heat. Paint shells coming in. That might be a kill, but at least a plant.
Oh! Splash on the paint shells. Magzet trying to get in a good position to find some 1v1s. This is tough. 3 to take down.
Put in the boom bod, looking up. Satchel on to the left. Has an opportunity to reset. Now both players are forward. He does have a lockdown to work with. No time to pull it out, as he was just looking for the percentage play to see the aggression out of MIBR, but still loses the fight. As the Brazilians get the defuse to put 2 now on the board.
Heat with these swings. Just been unstoppable. Keznit as well, being the forefront of a lot of these plays with the showstopper. 8-3 there. It looks like we're going to get a raise off on this one. Let's see a replay of this. Just on the right side. So he took a bit of the initial damage, 2 of the extras. And then Naxat, I think the Viper Bite here really made this play difficult. So MIBR nicely able to kind of dictate how that round goes. And we see the mosh pit being used. We see Keznit's nade being used. How confident it makes them in taking the site and getting there and being able to clear these angles. You know, it's almost like MIBR always has to play back, or at least in a position where they do have an escape route from this utility coming overhead. Focus towards B. No real actually a slight gamble here, as we still see full move by Heat over towards this C side.
We have a Thrash to work with to find the information, and already MIBR has 3 players out there. Starting things off with a lockdown. Showstopper to push forward, does not connect here from Heat, and he misses the satchels, almost no time left. Will he make it out?
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter at this point, though. We still have the Thrash to allow the attackers to move in.
It's a play of their life. Thrash comes through. Almost. Once they have the site here for the lockdown, they're going to get locked down. That Thrash almost could have been used here coming up, but nonetheless, it wasn't a problem to be used, and we'll see if they can get this clutch. Everybody outside here to make this play work.
The TP got hurt, though, so the lurk might not work out. Even the flank's better for JZZ. And there you go. That lurk that came through was hurt by Moritz. And this is looking really good for the retake of MIBR. A 5 versus 2, 2 players on mound. Both players had to fight against JZZ at least to start, and that's not going to be good news at all. Klaus shooting just around the silhouette of Heat. But MIBR tie the game up 3-3.
What a pinch. MIBR fully reading that play. Already leaning 1 towards B. We saw Heat starting to make that move. And JZZ was there. Nice lineup to come through. It kills the Killjoy utility that was really protecting everything, and Maurice was ready. MIBR really had their ducks in a row for that round. They did not get faked out by anything. Coming up on round 7, they take 2 back of their own. And now we'll see if they can get that momentum once again. Honestly, you can't tell who... There's a bounce. Who's gonna keep it at this point? A mid play? Really playing towards contact here, among all outs.
And FRZ was spotted. Alarm button now broken, forcing out an early nanoswarm and even an early smoke out of RGL. Crew deciding to fall back and rework the map. 1 creeping up on 1 extremity here for Melzer. And the rest back towards C.
They like C. The way that Davies and Keznit hit this, it's like he's on the Iditarod, just riding the Trailblazer in. Every time here, if they can sync it up one more time, they get to the back side of the site. They're waiting for Klaus to come up with this once again. A little bit more util. Oh, they're using like a 1-2-3 layer, nade into everything. FRZ's ready.
With this, the lockdown comes early, but that's still okay. You could still move in and get the wingman in for a plant. And there you go, starting to run through, starting to run in. And all players can play under the mound, so a free plant. Thank you for the lockdown. Oh!
30 seconds.
Okay, it was close. It was close. FRZ denies it. So now we have to reinitiate for Crew. Keston now trying to battle it forward. 2 of his teammates are actually vulnerable by the snake bite on the ground. And MIBR is already rotated across. Restopped by Keston. Big paranoia coming through as Naxat gets the wall bang. 10 seconds left on the clock. Still answers on a second kill. A 2v2. Keston, no pain shells available, protecting his teammates as he falls. The same fight comes in and Naxat at low HP. Both for RGL and Heat. Only 1 smoke available. At least no paranoia. The crouch from Heat just waiting for the peak. And MIBR take the lead in the half.
These rounds are getting wild. I think the initial delay off the utility for FRZ was absolutely huge there. able to just use one molly to deny quite a bit of that entry. The Trailblazer kind of fizzled out without any use happening. It was Wingman that went in, and with everybody outside,
so close.
There's so much space then for MIBR to get back in. Maurice is just on one this game. Honestly, the 3K is able to pull out multi-kills, allowing MIBR so much more space in this. Good confidence throughout the team here. MIBR 3 in a row, but you see that their defuses. Crew making it to the site, pressuring down, using this Wingman quite effectively, but it's the post plant that seems to be a problem at this point that Crew or MIBR is able to figure out and calculate what Crew wants to do. Picked up, that's Seekers, you just heard it from Davies. Sky Alt ready to figure out where MIBR is going to defend from. Two still pushing mid here for Crew on this A take. It could go through door.
Seekers just gonna slow things down for a bit. Paranoia now as a hit comes towards the B site. Kesnet moving through. Stinger and a Spectre with 3 Sheriffs moving in. And that's a successful one. But you mentioned it, Riv. The issue right now for Crew is the post plan. Currently 3 and 7.
What do they have? What can they do? The Paranoia is down. Dizzy's down. They do have a guiding light to identify. And FRZ starts to push in with the rest of the team. Heat there by the side.
Slowly but surely, there's less and less utility.
1 for 1.
MIBR pushing forward for the retake. Big flash here as we're still not on that defuse. Delays coming out from the Nanoswarm that are left behind. And Crew's actually fighting back. Seekers then coming out on the defense to retaliate. But the advantage still comes out in player's advantage until Davies evens it up. Even makes it a 1v1. And now there's no time on to the spike.
Nope.
Wasted by Kesnet.
Oh my gosh.
As Crew gets the lure by win.
I thought it was just going to be last map, but this map too, these post plants are wild. The plant itself going down to seconds each time, the post plant going haywire, and nobody really coming out alive on these. Great patience in here by the side of Crew. Davies just holding that position. Could have peeked 4 or 5 times, but did not. And it really paid off for being able to get the final kill on the diffuser. So ups to Davies on that one, really helping out Crew from, honestly, last map to this map again. And we're gonna get a quick pause here for MIBR.
Yeah. So those post plants, the lower buy that you have, still for Crew winning that one was thanks to the positioning, the Nanoswarms they had, but also from that Sky. It's just delaying as much as they could with the guided lights into the corners, not allowing MIBR to really gain that space inside that B site. Becomes chaotic as this seems to be the underlying storyline for this inter-region battle always between LATAM and Brazil. And I'm always here for it.
MIBR currently with 5 first bloods, I believe. 6 actually to the 3 on the other side. No, 5, yeah, okay, that can count. To the 3 on the other side, so you can see coming out in these last few rounds how MIBR has kind of been able to start off, get some conversions, figure out how this is going to work for themselves. But again, Crew pick up the round as Davies able to clutch this one out on the last diffuser. And then we saw, I think it was the hit from Nags there, or Kesnet, to finish it off fully. Kesnet it was, I believe.
Yep.
Towards A, Molly hasn't come out here yet, so they're not trying to play anything that really ruffles Crew before they start the round. They're giving Crew the A space if they want to work out. Man, smoke this time may delay them, but it's really only been at C where we're seeing MIBR show defensive aggression.
See the trap play attempt from MIBR, waiting for that door open, Paranoia, and just flood in towards C. If Crew were going to do that Dizzy hit again. But it's going to be the Dizzy hit for information on A instead, in front of the A Rubbles. We do have the Thrash available. And Crew seems to be committed here to get that info towards the A site. Thrash to spot one towards the back of the site. Pain shells into the corner. Maurice getting sprayed and survives.
Still a lot of options. Could go towards B. They've been liking that site so far. No mid hit this time, but using Thrash there in tree is so smart. You're guaranteed almost to get someone or find that they are there as the trade's happening.
Yeah, JZZ just let the wingman pass so he could get that headshot. Trying to catch the rotators. Big Paranoia to flood at least a 3 versus 1 on to Melzer, who then puts the smoke, puts the Paranoia, and nullifies that aggression attempt that came from MIBR.
Here.
Up forward timing, at least for JZZ with the guided light, potentially. There it comes towards the front, and you run through the smoke right after. But nobody's affected from this flash anymore, so crew looking good, at least for now. Oof. Still ensuing chaos, but it's once again Kesnet. Always his name on the scoreboard on this map of Lotus.
Looking at how they defend the site, that becomes so awkward when you're the first one to peek. With the distance there is between the hole in the middle of the site and everybody stacked up on top, you saw everyone peeking from B have just a mid-range direction of where they wanted to shoot and not a target. That is such a neat setup, and we see how well they played here off of each other, able to get the trades, able to get the anchors, and B seems to be a bit of a new love here for the side of Crew as they continue to pressure A. It was a nice thrash, distraction, and misdirection to that side of the site too. Really throwing MIBR for a loop. Crew take 5 now, and they're back to a bit of this mid strategy, but will not give that pressure to C just yet. They think MIBR might be pushing, so maybe they try to squeeze themselves.
And then into this round, already the paint shells were thrown out. Now Heat was spotted from the rotate from Mound into B.
Yep.
So Crew decides to open the door and fight back in this area.
Exactly. There's that squish I was talking about. Nobody's out there, though, looking for the orb. I mean, you can see the little protocols that Crew's putting together. You know, make noise mid, and open that door and start smashing on the alt orb towards C. Looks like they re-hit. Good push here by MIBR, though, on the A extremities will allow MIBR a good defensive setup here, so they're starting to rotate over to that C side.
Oh, okay, so a flash came from Waterfall, but it's a showstopper to open it up. Paranoia coming out from the defenders. RGL stuck in the corner, now hit by that showstopper. Paint shells trying to push back towards Waterfall, gaining that space, allowing Melzer to push through and getting the opener onto JZZ.
30 seconds left.
Plat now coming in with no wingman this time, just Klaus doing it on his own.
How dare he? How dare he?
Alarm bot also got broken on the flank.
Pushing.
So it's a 1v1 back here. Yes, it works for FRZ. But now everybody from Crew can stay inside the site. Played a pulse plant. Kesnick could continue with his confidence to really try to fight back against FRZ, who he decides to fall back instead.
Targets destroyed.
So far in a great position to be able to save it. Still going to be the round coming in from Crew. Great entries that they've gotten from that showstopper.
It seems to be a favorite. They go to C, they start at B, they'll sometimes go to A, but always towards B. I think we've had one round that actually ended there. In the way they're playing it, the utility they have to clear angles and actually prevent MIBR from playing efficiently in sight is making it so easy. I see almost is a no-brainer all the time here with the way MIBR is failing to defend it, and that's just because you have Mosh Pit coming through, Guiding Lights, Trailblazers, another nade, a Paranoia, and other mollies. Like, there is so much crap flying at you from Crew. You don't want to be in the site. So they do a really good job of just owning that area, causing a lot of agency to happen for themselves. And we'll see if MIBR can answer. This is their first big push out towards A, Vansily.
Paranoia paint shells. The first blast does a bit of damage, but thankfully for Crew, they do have that Sky for the re-heal, and you just want to fight back. RGL made it up on the top of Rumble. Has that Sheriff, is now spotted, can't really escape, so you're just trying to land some shots. A combination of a Showstopper and a Sheriff. But even up right away by rifles from Crew. A double flank coming out from two of the players of MIBR as JZZ is just looking to delay. Well, that's going to stop that flank from happening. Turret was set up here. Nag's always doing a very good job setting the turrets, setting the alarm bots too as they scale up every time. Because now you're just trying to play the angles now. At least on the defender side. Trying to land some clean shots, gain that confidence back. Rifle now picked up 2. So a great little plus for FRZ.
FRZ rotating all the way around. One Sheriff shot gives Seekers out here in a delay on the plant. That's the hopium for the side of MIBR. Oh, the full play! Got Seekers though. 2v1 is here comes the plant, but a bit of a delay and the chance for MIBR here. Oh, that's a lot of setup. That's going to be tough to play against. Turret and double swing for FRZ. Turret down.
Nanostorm available for FRZ. Vandal now picked up. Still somewhat doable here.
Ooh, that's
First
early.
Nanostorm forced out on the pulse plant. Nanosecond one being set up. And a nice shot from FRZ. Mauser then peeks out. Jiggling through, smoking close. Now you have to play inside of it.
Whoa.
And Mauser wins that on a nice attempt from FRZ, though, no matter what.
Last round before the
Very
switch.
nicely played. Both players with the same exact thought. Once that smoke came out, it had to be the space taken. And Melzer from A on Ascend to B on Ascend. Oh, what a series Melzer is having as well here. Playing this one smart, knowing their possibilities dwindle. We'll see what this looked like. Quick flick, too. Thinking it would have been to the left. Still able to hit the right side. 7-4. Looking like MIBR maybe gets this one. They push up again to play contact early in B. And they may be able to catch them off guard, but no. Klaus gets that first blood. We'll see if the 5v4 conversion comes through.
One of the rare moments that MIBR decided to play behind the boxes, but it almost feels like FRZ should have had that first contact, so he maybe caught off guard.
Yeah.
But look at this forward position from all players of MIBR. It was 4 towards B, now 2 towards Rubble. Dizzy, Trailblazer, Paranoid to counter back. Potentially maybe a one-way smoke if they want to get it out. But no opportunity here for RGL to get it. Now it's just swinging for the kills. Seekers then to come out too, and it's still going to be KRU who take the advantage towards Rubble.
This is a tough one here for MIBR. Not even leaning. They're still trying to play just the location of where KRU could be. Nice shot.
Still low on HP.
Yeah.
Now unfortunately detained.
Oh, one enemy remaining.
One more to go. Rotation's already there at least. Udic, who's been good before.
30 seconds left.
The fans cheer for another plant from the wingman. The Reed's now spotted. No time here as he has a cooldown to bring up the toxic screen. As he runs across, Melzer waits on the top of heaven. And KRU take the lead, 8-4 into the half.
Switching sides.
What a back and forth we had. KRU finally finds their groove. They start working off each other a little bit more. We'll have to see what the desk has to say after these replays, but once they started just piling into B, piling into C, and kind of touching base at A, it seemed like MIBR just got tossed up a little too much.
Yeah, really felt here that MIBR were trying to fight against that double initiator early control that was attempted by KRU, but it got denied. Desk, is that what you see here?
Well, I'm sitting upon my perch as I see all, but no, seriously, I think like, again, this just goes back to KRU really, Sean, just continuing to impress us. What a change from last week. Hell, what a change from them even coming into this league.
Honestly, this is the KRU that I think we all wanted to see, right? Yeah. Even the wingman on the pistol, right? When he got paint shelled off, I was like, oh, it's gonna happen. This is gonna be a terrible half. They rally through the pistol, and then the rally starts to come from MIBR, and it looked a lot like what we saw last week from MIBR. And here's a round that really changed the tide of the half. It was some B pressure into this satchel play into C, where they bait the dog and use the showstopper. So the Trailblazer finds the Omen in the site, they take him out with the showstopper, they paint shell off Waterfall, and everything here is just so drilled. And the way they bait the Gecko util, they use it as if it's a 6th player.
Yeah, and it's like conditioning too, because previously their C hits were, okay, we're gonna send in some utility pressure a little bit, let Gecko's little guy go for the plant. But they're sending in players instead, and you saw the way that MIBR was set up to counter that out. They've just shown so many different looks. And now heading into the second half, I think they have those same options, particularly with Kesnit and his Rays, which he's been playing absolutely fantastically with. You saw him in that clip, getting some of the entries for this team. The nades have always been super impactful to delay in these retakes.
Yeah.
And he's just playing a great individual game, but KRU's ideas have been good too. And now on this attacking side, or excuse me, their defense side, they have a lot of options with this Gecko too. You can fight a lobby, and you have both the Omen and the Rays to gap close and take that space. You have great retakes of this double initiator. There's so much stuff they can do, Sean.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how they use Thrash, the Gecko ult. We've seen Xiao from Navi use it right off the barrier, loop it back around, pick it up, so that way you get insane map control of like A long on Lotus, for example. You can pick it back up and use it again for a C retake. Now, is that something that they're going to rock in this half? I would love to see it. I think personally that's gifting you a round or two in this half. And they had Thrash, I think, like 3 or 4 times in the first half.
Oh, look, either way, I'm excited to see what we get from this Gecko. Always a pleasure to see that agent on the field. But for now, though, let's send it back over to your casters to take us through to this next half.
Thank you, GB. Indeed. We'll see if Crew are going to try to do that early information with this double initiator. But Lotus usually a map that kind of caters to the attack side. Heat didn't have an opportunity to heat up as much on that first half, but will definitely be able to do so on this race on the attack.
Pistol round is big for Crew. Defense side doesn't have too much pressure for mid. They're going to play the 2-1-2 right now. And contact as well for Nags. Okay.
It's quick. Heat. It's super quick. And Heat's already creating that space. Pain Shell's also towards that B to A link. And a nice flash to allow 2 players to push through. And GZC still opening it up. Alert towards the A side. 3 players falling down from Crew.
This is the second time as this round plays out for Davey here. That's the second time we've seen Heat make that play with a blast pack. We saw it over a mosh pit to retake a sight hit from the defense that they won, and we just saw him try to catch the timing off the KJ Molly there. It is something Heat loves to do. You use a Molly in front of him, he's gonna try to bounce over it and catch you off guard. Worked out perfectly there as the team floods in behind. They scale into B off of a single blast pack by Heat. Really starting to control that. Pistol round comes up for MIBR.
JZZ playing old school Sky style as some players were using her as a duelist before. When her flash were like pretty much instant.
Got that quick timing.
Exactly. Now pushing back the defenders of Crew, being the only defender, Melzer. As snake bites came raining towards that front side of the C side, or picked up close range onto the shorty as we see FRZ trying to move forward, trying to creep up. Door being open, Nags a change of plans.
Waiting. I see Heat ready to go right behind this one if that Trailblazer finds something juicy.
Yeah, forces Melzer out of position once again.
He's way out of position. A quick shot from the Bulldog outside, and they can maybe walk into this one.
It's close. Shorty's close for Nags hit for that kill, but he gets immediately traded out.
B 2 rounds in a row. I feel like when Lotus came out too, Vans, B was like it's too small, don't go there, it's gonna be tough. Now it's the site that people love to defend.
Especially for Crew when they had the attack to get that wingman in.
Exactly.
5 players could just hold up the site, play that close plant, use that utility perfectly to allow this plant to happen. But we're slowly starting to take this round back. And as I say that, caster praise here for MIBR. Getting 2 in a row.
What are their buys? Do they stay down low? 38? No, they're easy buys here. They're actually going to go for light armor, though, to make sure they can continuously hit through this bonus. But they want the Vandals still, man. So still investing quite a bit. 1,800 to 2,000 will get you easily a next buy, too. Even if the team goes down on this round to reset their cash. So we see the thought process now for the side of MIBR. What's Cruz? What are they going to do here in this round to be able to pick it up? No real ult or focus. Smoke cross map to slow down everything at A. And they continue to play util contact at A, where Nags' position was. So really, it seems like they're going to play reactive to whatever MIBR does. And we'll see how that works out.
It's going to be slow for MIBR. Marshall came out of Muritz into this round, creeping up towards the A site, still lands that shot onto Kesnet.
Might be a good choice to not go B. Killjoy, Sky, Gecko, that's going to be a very difficult site to take. So this shot coming out of Marie's going to open up the right side of the map. Another one from Heat, too. So these rifles are paying off that they purchased. Pretty easy walk-in for the rest of this one. You may see some kills coming in from Melzer on this round, but it looks like it is locked up for MIBR.
Yeah, you mentioned the rifles that works out, but it's a Marshall and a Sheriff that opens things up for MIBR towards the A side instead to start things off.
All right, so the bonus didn't go that well for KRU and how they were trying to set it up. I do not think they expected Maurice to pull off a shot like that. And the way they were set up is confidence, right? It's a low buy bonus, should be, from the side of MIBR, so KRU can split the defense. They can play a little bit more lax and back, but that one peak, they pay for it. And it opened up the round for MIBR here. That's simple. KRU now trying to keep Melzer alive. Maybe some last frags here, but I don't think anybody's coming close.
Definitely doesn't want to engage either. This was actually a gun round coming in for KRU, and they did try to fight towards the A site. You see all those X's coming through. Crossfires were set up for those utility to try to fight back. Denied instantly by MIBR, who put 7 onto the board. Just around the corner, Melzer keeps it up. Into the next round for that Phantom. And that's going to be a very important one to swing that back in their favor if they can. I almost saw a Judge purchase here, and I kind of like that for a map like Lotus here.
Yeah, you're forced to commit to very close angles once you get into the site. So
clean one.
Somebody's going to be up there ready for a Judge shot with the verdict. We see 8-7 now. Super close map. MIBR wanting to bring this to a third. Pearl would be the decider. And this is one of the first times we actually see quite a bit of an aggression towards A. Usually it's just the, or what I should say, with the nade. We've seen that from MIBR with just the kind of smoke up guiding light and a quick shadow step. But here, KRU looking to chip away at MIBR to start the round. It's going to be tough with the Sheriffs, but you do have that hero, Melzer Phantom, ready.
Well, the Phantom's all over towards the A site. The 3 players on the defense are trying to go for a trap play outside C. Dizzy to peek out. Sheriff to try to get some kills. Gets fully denied, but they're still funneling everybody back towards the A site, where Melzer did add that pressure with the Phantom to start. MIBR doesn't care. They still want to come in for the fight, even fighting with a showstopper to enter it. Nicely done here by Heat.
Vans, MIBR's movement right now is just draining the utility out of KRU. We just saw a guiding light on the other side of the map, so they won't have that for retake. The nades were extracted over at B2. This Walton and secure of A site was so prepared by the side of MIBR. Knowing that the Sheriffs could be big, they wanted to deplete any other advantages for KRU.
Now that's discipline by RGL. Was trying to catch one off the reload, but then probably was like, hey, there's probably more guys on the top of heaven, so I'll just play the angle. Still gets picked off no matter what, though, by Davies.
3v3.
That's 2 kills with the shares that he's gotten. A heal with the Seekers to get info while he heals onto Kesnet. As Kesnet does not have any paint shells, no more utility to re-clear, but at least a Vandal has been picked up by KRU. Marie's trying to get a timing, and it's Davies once again. A third onto the board. Now corners are not being watched. The 2v1. Davies trying to land this one still. But it ends up being a pretty decent eco in the end for KRU.
That's a great call, because MIBR gave KRU the runaround there. So for them to come back and get so many frags will put a damper on what MIBR wants to do. Still, it's their round win. I love the strat of just continuously pulling util out of your opponent. You have to be worried about what KRU can formulate mid-round. Imagine if that didn't happen at C first, and there was all that utility for KRU to retake A. That might not be such a good situation for MIBR, but they still able to come out with that in the end after the plant, and we're gonna get a quick timeout here.
And timeout on the Sheriffs. Kesnet, who was very loud on that first half. Now this time you're seeing that Davies once again finding the form that he did on that first map of Ascent. Timeout being called out by KRU on top of that, so that you're trying to do something out of this rifle round. It was an eco in that previous one. What can they identify here, Riv?
I think the contact plays towards mid are working. Almost play it like an Ascent. Contact mid, play to where you can find some of the utility that would disrupt the first defensive positions, make the KJ pop mollies, and then figure out which way you want to go. They still now are, I believe, have to avoid what? Wherever you're going to find Gecko, this utility they've been trying to stack B on the side of KRU. It's been good avoidance by MIBR. So with the weapons here, looking at the mini map, it is a stack B. It looks like they'll play out towards contact here with Dizzy and a guiding light.
Yeah, a double flash, maybe to try to get Kesnet out for a pick.
Yeah, they'll find a turret.
Yeah.
It's about
and for MIBR, though, with that pressure and The shots being heard and found by the turret. They initiate MIBR to push even faster towards the A site. As there's that Trailblazer to start it. There is the peek out towards mid, and they spotted actually FRZ rotating towards the A site. One-way smokes now being thrown. Melzer stuck in the corner, trying to answer back with his own paranoia. A 1v1 inside the tree. Spike is now down, looks back towards the A site. Big flash though, to allow MIBR to just trade it back instantly. But all this time being delayed by Melzer on the defense allows the rotate from Crew to move in towards A heaven and even stop MIBR in their tracks.
Did we get a lurk here from Heat to go to the left? Yeah, they pull out. You're correct, Vans. The delay there by Melzer really making Crew think twice, or MIBR think twice on that. And they make for the re-hit. This time right now is basically to say, hey, okay, will Crew go back to a default setup? We want to have numbers when we crash the site. And it looks like that site will be B in the end.
Well, still a turret this time on defense from Nags. That's set up towards B. That will ring.
30 seconds left.
Also staying in range of his alarm bot towards C. So with 26 seconds left on the clock, definitely looks here for MIBR as you're trying to create that ruckus towards the A site and split back into B, especially with that door being opened now by Moritz.
And they dodged out. They broke the door, denied the Sky Flash from getting a hit and opening that bigger door towards A, I think, did get the separation of Crew's defense that they wanted.
Showstopper retake into the corner, lands onto Heat. So the post plant now for MIBR with 2 players alive, stuck inside the B side, playing on the lower platform. And Moritz now has to come up huge on a 3v1.
Impressive, Van Silly. MIBR, as I said, gets that separation of the defense they wanted. Crew went back to playing pretty set positions, but still collapsed on the site perfectly. It did not seem like they had any hesitation to make it in. That's the initiator utility coming into play there. Both Gecko and Sky alive on that. Hide your eyes. The goggles do nothing at that point. See this retake once again in that ultimate. You can't deny the power of the showstopper, and Nagzat starting things off there for the retake.
And got to highlight Melzer on that previous round. For sure. Mentioned on 4 players pushing him through and still held that tree, drops that spike. And they're still instilling a lot of trust for Crew to put Melzer as a single anchor towards A. This is 3 rounds now, just always holding there.
Right there.
And having that double initiator, always in combination with Kesnit. Moving more towards this BC.
Honestly, when your controller is good for 1 or 2 and they can play alone, that's amazing. Honestly amazing, because a lurker like Omen, Astra, not Omen, but how they're playing it is going to be able to play those global smokes. So if you can take the 1v1, 2v1s, works even better. 1v1 there, 2v! Oh, Vans, Crew getting hypey here.
Pain shells just to try to slow them back though, yet it's once again the double initiation. Still, Klaus is the one that swings out for these kills. As for MIBR, they decide to fall back because we do have a lurk coming out from Moritz on the top here of the orb of the A site. Heat trying to break the alarm bot just to keep these 2 players back towards B. Then maybe trying to get a timing. This door continues to open and close, but no noise on the plant yet.
30 seconds left.
Full retake here from Crew. You'll hear it now.
Towards that B site. Nags is still winning off the alarm bot. So they might cancel out this rotation, even this late lurk coming out from Heat.
If anything, he blast pack by this once the chaos starts. Doesn't even worry about timing.
Fortunately, doesn't have that.
He doesn't. Oh, I'm leaning over. I couldn't.
But or at least the 4 players of Crew are moving up towards the A heaven. And it's a lockdown to attempt for the retake. We made it across. We avoided the alarm, but as it got desactivated, so that's probably the opportunity for Heat to get that kill. Paint shells to try to land onto the lockdown.
Sky's out.
As Kessa gets the paint shells kills.
2 to 10.
Maurice comes back here from the door. The kill and a tied game.
The plays that MIBR are able to make in the moment, in the mid-round call, are so good. They're taking site without their full team. They're able to separate again, what KRU does on defense. This time, KRU has a harder time getting back in because you have Heat on the lurk. Absolutely beautiful, destructive stuff to come through that B that's held by utility, held by the sky. At the right moment, though, Heat finds the timing. They find another round, and we find ourselves all tied up here as RGL and the squad push out towards the A extremity. It does not look like a full play towards A here, as you see how far back the rest of MIBR are playing. No real change from KRU. They feel comfortable in their setup. It's just really been who's going mid and who's not to start off. They're still anchoring the sights as they started this half.
MIBR really wanted to fight back against this Melzer. Anchor play on the A side only with that Marshall. RGL adding early pressure with the Shrouded Step to take control towards Rubble. Orb also being picked up on the attack. There's 3 ults now available here for MIBR. 2 for a potential retake for KRU, depending if actions doesn't ensue until a post plant happens. And all of MIBR, after that early pressure, are now trying to lean back towards C. So we did have some sort of a gamble stack. KRU bringing out that wingman onto tree. MIBR is really going to try to move in towards C now.
Is this Marie's ultimate? If they do decide to grab one, a showstopper as well.
30 seconds left.
Good space gained on this Fancilly. So it's about to post plant on this now. KRU feeling not so comfortable with the weapons, but they have a decent amount of utility to start getting the 1v1s in.
Nice double flash once again. But it's
There
a
it is.
1-for-1. KRU back in the advantage. Plant comes in for MIBR. Lockdown now placed up on the post plant. Seekers too.
Wow.
Just to delay as much as you could. Door now being open, and it's looking for KRU. They had to fall back out of this.
What a tight game on the save round. They're getting the forced out lockdown here. They're going to be pushing in now. The Vandals, the Bulldog coming into play in the Stinger. Close quarters.
Both dinosaurs now being used, but a big position.
Maurice?
At the bottom of the
What?
A smoke coming across, and he denies at least a halfway plant. As it jumps down, all of MIBR comes in from the mountain, and the crossbar is set up in the end.
How was that not checked? That laid in, everybody thinks it's going to be the play towards Mound. Nobody walks down to water. Nobody checks the backside of the site, and it pays off for Maurice being a rat, being quiet down there. Had the ultimate as well, too, there. Off getting it, didn't need to use it. And really, really nice stave off of that retake from KRU. It looked like it was getting scary, but it was the right call to use FRZ's lockdown, even though it was the eco. 10-9 as we go back and forth still. 2 more rounds now in favor of MIBR. Mid push once again, it seems to be the hot spot as we get into this late game.
Both flash started being used by Davies on the defense. So not more to get late information with the exception of maybe the Trailblazer. See if more pressure is going to come out here. Setting that up. But it's only shots that are ringing and ricocheting off the walls here of the A site. Now it's Trailblazer and also the Thrash to clear up towards A.
Brings it back. Gonna be recouping that Thrash. No, I don't think they have time.
Even if they had time, it's dangerous to move out there.
Yeah.
That smoke could dissipate at any time towards the A site where MIBR we're actually holding outside towards the A main, so a great call from Klaus to not actually commit to trying to pick up the Thrash.
Yeah, it seemed like Reconsider was running through the door, and then no, it doesn't need to happen. We need the numbers. We need the players alive. A quick check from the shadows coming in from Melzer. I don't think he was able to see too much. Everybody gets a quick duck there to stay safe on Mount. 30 seconds, though. We're going down to the wire once again between these two teams. That B hit is what's going to go in unless they, or C rather, unless they go through the door to B.
And the Viper's Pit is important. Alarm bot battle, a battle into the B site. Nagset wins it. Talked about that important Viper's Pit gets fully denied. 10 seconds, 7 o'clock.
Oh my gosh.
MIBR have to move in here. But all of the players of KRU swarming in for the retake from Heavens and also from the Lynx. Spike Planner now killed. No time left for the plant. And that's going to be the round in for KRU.
What a hectic round. KRU not falling for any of it there. And one of the big frags coming on the right side of that play from Nags. If they weren't able to shut that down, the plant goes down and everybody backside is left wondering. Nags with 1, Nags with 2, takes out the planter for the 3rd. Absolutely huge, saves the round from that door side.
A player that Sean Garris was saying that you had to look out for being Nags. Under the microscope. With how has it been in this crew roster for so long, and he proved it right there. Impact kills, allowing crew to keep this game really close with MIBR.
You're gonna need everything at this point. It's like MIBR's takes have been really good at what happens in the mid round. There, they took it a little too late and were pressured right into all the utility that has been set up on B. B takes have looked a lot different from what we've seen in this game. It's all from the A extremity through door with a few rotating mid, but to open the door and pretty much shout over a megaphone like this is where our end strat is makes it a little tougher to come out with a W there. So timeout gets called by crew. We're going to see if they can keep this strength going. Remember, they aren't feeling great in this position, picking up another round, but continuously falling even after they grab one. 10-10 here. They do tie it up, so feeling a bit better, but still have to pull out to the lead. They haven't really seen that this map of the series. MIBR 3 away from bringing us to a map 3, and it's going to be a full buy on both sides. You do have a few armor on low buy for the side of crew here.
Just off that timeout, or during that timeout, you saw for crew. Adam now joining the roster, the head coach now.
Yeah.
Adding his insights to what he's been learning throughout this game. It looks like, hey, let's fight towards this. Let's really try to take rubble. But it's still Maurice that answers first. The attempt was there. Mosh into the rubble, trying to delay MIBR, deny MIBR on that early pressure on that A site. And now the push on the extremity on the lurk. Always being watched this time by FRZ as the Killjoy watching the flank.
A much different play from MIBR too. They go hard on A and see what this timeout play actually has, right, for crew. It's going to be that flank. Like you said, FRZ picking one up, but goes down, and now we'll see how they can make this play work.
Claus couldn't anchor it up, trying to do the solo play.
Standing.
Xavier's almost had that second one. JZZ to avenge his teammate, get the plant down. And Nag's now spotted by the guided light, and I think that might be the news for him to maybe try to save. Unless we have over-aggression, over-peaking coming out from MIBR and gets lucky on these kills, but there you go. Chooses otherwise.
It was the moment, right? That peak, if there's a headshot, there might be a possibility, but after seeing nothing, you're going to be forced to save. So crew come out, not able to grab anything off this round, so they get the purchase, right? They get that 3,000 for the win. Now they get knocked back down, 1,900 on the credits that they have. This means MIBR could start to fold some rounds over based on economy. It actually is one of the toughest things to have happen to your team at this late in the game, is to win a round, lose a round when you haven't been able to build up any economy. Let's see how they can get through this bye after the replay, and if MIBR chooses to play it really quick against the low buy.
It was a nice paranoia to answer back to allow that first kill to happen from Maurice. And that buy you wanted to look at, Riv.
Yeah.
It's not looking too good.
Not looking great. Right? They win a round. MIBR says, no, you know, that timeout did us more good. Thank you. And they really make this game that much more tough. It's just one of the ways it can play out, even if you're getting the round wins. Nice little bump forward as they layer the utility to get people on different elevations, knowing that this has been another fight spot for crew.
Actually, the Viper's Pit's already canceled out at the beginning of this round from a double push from crew outside towards the orb. Nags it also picks up a lockdown. So they have a lockdown and Seekers for the retake. Paranoia with the Seekers. 3 players running just behind all of those Seekers. And then it's pushed back. Nice Paranoia. JZZ now moving forward. No flashes in. Tries to run away. Makes it out.
Safe. It was like, oh. Getting scary for a moment. Lockdown does come through. They'll gain the distance, but these get real scary. Let's see if they have enough utility to keep them off.
We had Satchels on top of that into the spike. Now one's just going to try to stick it to move in for the defuse. It's going to be the wingman instead. The sprays are coming out from the players. All 4 players onto the mount. A big flash to the lane.
Again?
Now GZZ answers.
Not again.
The full defuse comes in.
Thrifty.
As a Thrifty comes in for crew. We're tied up 11-11.
That's what they do with the low buy. It doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, you have to be kidding me. That should not have been a crew round. I think we all know that, but still making it happen, able to create the chaos, and we've seen teams stacking outside. This game as well happened to MIBR, losing around to Nagzak get that same defuse on the other side, so. Very happy with that Thrifty. And we'll see this next round. 3 pushing towards A. They expect this fight to happen once again over towards that right side. Let me get a timeout here on the game. Omen pushing up. Looks like they do want to get Melzer into a position as well. Well, they'll be forced to get information, know that the call to defend A would be the right one, as we get a quick tech pause in here towards the end of this game.
Yeah. We had the opportunity to look at that radar at least before we got into this tech pause, as change of positioning at least on the defense too. Ever since that timeout happened, there was a lot more hits and pressure from the defender side of crew here on the A site.
Right.
While the Omen's just anchoring solo this time towards C. So
yeah, Melzer now gets to move around.
And we're really trying to shut down Moritz, as this Viper always training this wall on the A side too.
Playing the wall as well, but also watch for when Moritz throws the Viper orb towards A stairs, because it means there's going to be a little bit more scaling coming in from that side of MIBR, whether it be most of the team going back to go through mid and only a few people go through A link to door. But yeah, that's kind of a big indicator when I'm seeing that go through and Moritz continues the utility forward and not just playing around his wall. So that's one of the indicators of what you might see MIBR doing in a round. I love the switch of Melzer here, as you were saying before. A different look overall, right? At this point in the game, there's not much left in the tank. You may have a few things, so switching up where you're playing, not setting precedents the other team can play off of, right? And basically get you with some of this utility. We have to remember, it's kind of the initiator utility side for crew. It's pretty easy for them to take space, and that's what we've been saying here, or seeing here rather, at the A main, A rubble area, and we might again, Vansili.
Back into the game as we're fixing audio issues from the players and back into the action, and we haven't really slowed down from anything.
Holy.
Showstopper very early, really wanted to try to go for a trap play into the A pressure, but all of MIBR falling back towards the spawn, holding towards the arches of B.
I feel like Showstopper with the mosh pit was a little too excited, right? You may wanted to hold one of them so one can actually have the team of MIBR come out. But yeah, I wouldn't be walking out to that at all. That's just hot fire. MIBR stays safe throughout this Showstopper ultimate. And now they look to work the other side of the map with anchoring their own spawn. 3 mid for crew here. They can spread out to any part of the map though.
The jump spots from Davies now canceled out because a poison orb came out. So as soon as you have a flash, you're trying to find info, but it's still in front of that orb.
Here.
So this is false information coming out from crew. Look at the rotate coming out. And MIBR is slowly moving up here towards this A site.
There's that orb I was talking about, right? They throw the orb to A stairs and it becomes a bit more scaling. Whether that's just to fake or not, they vary up the play here. Keep popping that door.
30
Lots of ults available here for MIBR on the attack. Create space from the lockdown. Pull out the pit if needed be.
Last second nade.
Yeah, he's just looking for those nades to delay onto that plat. Not gonna happen. Nice timing being done, but now an aggressive push up for me. That's 2 kills now. Trying to delay onto more.
Almost.
Trying to fall back as well as the smoke being pumped up.
Trail.
And Seeker's now spotting the last 3 players in a 1v1 towards the rubble. Nagzit looking from support.
Oof.
Or should I say FRZ looking for support from Moritz, but it's not even needed. The last 2 players coming out from crew, you can already see it, admitting defeat.
Yeah. Live to fight another day, play for the save. Is it even possible though? JZZ playing the audio shot there and nicely catching one.
Okay, I thought he was going to be able to make it for an into the fuse at some point, but now the angles are being cut off. If he doesn't die from Maurice, he dies from the spike. And that's no economy left for crew, as MIBR are now at map point.
It was tough to escape heat here, playing the forward position. Almost the last thing you think about when it gets this tight. Almost the mentality to go and play to not lose. So you're playing back, you're playing reserved. Not heat, still up in your face. Just arm's reach away when you come around that corner. 12 to 11 now. Look at those last few rounds. Back, forth, back, forth. Like I said, it's not great when that happens, and it continues for Crew without having the economy once it gets reset.
No weapon economy, no ult economy. Tough round here for Crew.
They've still had the thrifties, though, Vans.
That is true.
They've still had the thrifties. The possibility is there.
Been good
with
a
tough
those.
one.
But they had a lot of ults to try to take that retake last time on that C site with the lower buy. This time, have to be on point. Melzer once again anchoring towards tree. All of MIBR is right there, but he only has a stinger to work with this time.
Same stall as before.
Just
Deja
too much
vu.
going out. And he gets caught by the Boombot. Showstopper to open the site. Doesn't land, but at least on the other end as Davies is looking to retreat, Marie stops him. Plat now coming and denied by the paint shells thrown by Kesnit. All three players, it's not looking good at all. Maybe even a flawless to end it for MIBR into the map. Nagzet with the strongest weapon for the last two players with a stinger, or a Spectre rather. Doesn't work out. Klaus low HP, and MIBR will be able to move this into a third map.
Brutal final take there. We saw that play coming before. Well, Melzer, you mentioned it. He's able to stall out so much, but that was just a dog into an omen. Well, that was a dog, a Roomba, and more players. The Boomba comes up to get the kill, and MIBR come up to save themselves in this series. We're going to a map 3, Van Stilly. It's going to go to Pearl. So freshen up, wash all this off, and see who can really come out big next time, because I think this match showed that MIBR can continue to get the mid-round calls to get the W.
Yeah.
Can come to fruition for the win. They continue to push and pull with Crew back and forth, and Crew, honestly, in the end, just was absolutely obliterated by the economy game. There's almost no coming back from a win-loss that late in the game.
And sometimes those small little timeouts, it's just to try to fix some small things to take advantage of the rounds. And
right.
You saw it from MIBR. What they've learned from the anchor of Melzer towards tree. Off the timeout, focusing on the A site, adding more utility to flood into this A site worked out in favor. JZZ being at the forefront of all of that. On the top of the scoreboard, 28 kills. Woo! Doing all of they can, as you can see, opening up with the frenzy onto the pistol round. And MIBR, I mean, you've seen it also on the attack. A map that really favors the attacker side of Lotus, and MIBR showed that.
Honestly, you just got to start calling him Jeez. That's all. That's it. That's how he is playing today. So we're going to go for a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Keep that browser right here. When we return, the analyst will get us ready for map 3.
And we're all tied up 1-1. Here is MIBR. Look to bring this one back and take us to Pearl with a 13-11 win over KRU on Lotus. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside my esteemed analyst. We have Sean Garrett and Mimi here to break everything down that we just saw. And, you know, Sean, I mean, I think it just goes without saying, like, this game, I don't think anyone can predict what is going to happen here. So what are we doing here?
No, this game was a game that I thought KRU could have stolen, right?
Yeah.
They could have stolen the map, but I don't think they were the better team here on this map, and it showed in the long run. The longer this game went on, the more I favored MIBR. The double controller on Lotus, when I see it play against the single Omen, the single Omen team always struggles to just understand where to rotate, and the A site in particular was just gangbusters for MIBR.
Yeah, and I think that especially kind of manifests on the defensive side for both of these teams, where we saw some of those struggles come on through, right? For KRU in that second half, their retakes were struggling so much to be able to get back into those sites. Despite having this double initiator comp, their opponent did a really fantastic job of being able to take deep space in those post plants, shut them down, and consistently win those rounds to now take us through that third map.
Yeah, and I think that now we kind of find ourselves in a very interesting situation. Good executes across the board on both sides of the field there, Sean. You know, honestly, MIBR, they just played a solid game.
They really did, and I think they did a really good job of dealing with the get-go and adapting throughout the rounds. This was a C hit, actually, that we saw. And you can see the showstopper coming in. A lot of aggression coming towards spawn right here. The bird coming around spawn. And they're taking the fight aggressively. They want util to be used in spawn, not in the site. But then they recede all the way back into long when those player spawn died. They pop Seekers. They pop the Killjoy ultimate as well.
Yeah.
They all use utility. They have nanoswarms on the spike, and the last 3 secure the round. It shows me that MIBR really understands those fundamentals and understand about stalling out plants and not just shelling up and playing back and not taking fights and playing numbers, you know, it could always bite you in VALORANT.
And I think the willingness to take those kind of deeper fights once they got the plant down was so important. We even saw it in like the last round of the game with Heat making the crazy play to fight forward for 2. Because the game plan for KRU, I think, was centered around playing these flood retakes with their double flash comp. They weren't really allowed to do that. However, I think there were still some issues to bring up for MIBR that we were seeing on Ascent kind of rearing their head again, with sometimes overheating things a little bit in these late rounds, letting themselves run out of time. And these were the opportunities where MIBR was getting back into this game, was almost able to push it over the line and win it. So as we continue throughout this series, I'm really looking for MIBR to clean up some of these moments where it feels like they're making decisions very much at the last second when they haven't done a perfect job of clearing out, say, the Killjoy utility and are walking into these heavier sites and dying to those fast retakes.
They are so close, though. There was that one round where he waited for that B util to go down. He waited for the Killjoy to rotate. You saw the alarm bot go down, but he didn't even calculate the whole turret to his right, and he still gets 2 on the flank. It doesn't even matter. You know, they still win the round. So there's stuff like that I think MIBR, they just do it so well, right? The timings and getting openings for Heat in these late rounds. But we have yet to see them on where we're heading.
Yeah, this is very true. I mean, we are going to be going to Pro first, but before we do that, though, we do want to talk about one of the players who was probably one of actually was the top performer in the server, JZZ. I mean, this guy, Mimi, was just on fire, and I'm glad we finally get an opportunity to chat about him.
I mean, he had such an incredible game on the Sky, and when you're playing this double controller composition, on any map, really, the Sky role is so incredibly important because you're the person who's kind of the sole piece of initiation besides that Omen paranoia, having to fight through the smokes, having to push base to your team, all while also having to set up your raise in Heat for success. He was doing that wonderfully, but he was also doing fantastic individually to be able to be that guy trading Heat out, and in these late rounds, the one to make those plays that push these close rounds over the line for MIBR.
Yeah, it definitely helps having a Sky at the top of your scoreboard on a map like Lotus, 3 sites, Seekers coming out left and right with
felt like we're seeing Seekers every other round.
Yeah, exactly. And he did such a good job of getting value out of the guiding lights, finding information on long A. I think he did such a good job. What did he end up with, like 28 kills?
Yeah, it was something incredible like that. I also think MIBR as well did a better job of adapting in this map than they did in map number 1 of Ascent. Even when those issues did rear ahead, off of most of their timeouts when they got Bazooka in the conversation, they were consistently coming up with new ideas, changing things up a little bit, and finding that adaptation that we were really searching for in map number 1.
Yeah, well, now let's go ahead and put a pin on that one and focus on what is to come. Map 3. We're heading over to Pearl as a decider here between KRU and MIBR. For KRU, it's an opportunity to rectify a wrong from last week and, continue their streak of defeating Brazilian teams. And from MIBR, it's a great opportunity to really see what this team is made of and pull themselves, from a rut that they found themselves in Ascent, Mimi. Now here we are in Pearl, and this truly is, and I say this understanding that it's the most generic term in the world, but it really is anyone's game here.
It absolutely is. And that's because, you were mentioning it, Sean. Neither team is yet to show this map, which is crazy that we get it floated to the third. Both these teams have been floating it in previous series, so I think both of them have a composition, an idea that they've been wanting to show, and this is the opportunity.
Spoiler.
I already see a spoiler on my screen.
We'll go ahead and act like we're surprised later on. We'll just go ahead and do that. Anywho, though, as we get ready for this one, yeah, Sean, I'm curious to get your take on this, right? Like what? Because I think MIBR, you're right, showed us a lot of great fundamentals, showed us, yes, they when they execute, they can execute very well. But I feel like we could say the same thing for KRU, especially off of Ascent. So it's just hard to kind of gauge where this match is going to go.
It really is difficult. And I think what it's going to come down to on a map like Pearl is which duelist is going to shine here. Is Kesnet going to have a great game, or is he? And I think whoever has the most first bloods with their operator, probably on the defensive half, can open things up for their team, especially against this Harbor comp.
Yeah.
That team will succeed.
Well, let's see what happens with the agent select. There goes Harbor. We saw it earlier, so it gets locked in there.
For long.
Yeah, exactly. And then for JZZ, he's right back on the Sky. Like to see it. Played well in that last game.
Doesn't really show us anything yet with the Sky pick. Maybe we do get the dueling Harbor Viper compositions. A lot of the South American teams have been loving that comp here on the map of Pearl. It is very meta right now, and I think also to be expected to get that Jet head-to-head is what we can expect here with Heat locking that one in. I imagine we will see the same for Kesnet as well, Sean.
Yeah, I would be pretty bummed if we don't get Kesnet on Jet right here. There's just so many off-lines
we'd be robbed
for him to just take over. His Blade Storm is next level. And there you have it.
You don't have to be mad, Sean.
Yeah, I do not have to be.
You'll be happy lad.
It's a good day.
A smile crosses his face. You love to see it. And there it is. Dueling Harbor Viper compositions. I imagine both these are going to be the Killjoy. We should get a mirror matchup in this one, which is super cool. It's kind of echoes of Ascent, where that one's super standard. This is the new standard here for Pearl, because both these teams are rocking it. A meta is clear in Americas, and it's this comp on Pearl.
All right, who are we going for, team? Who is going to walk away with the win? Let us know in the chat. But also, where are you guys on the desk? Sean?
This is so difficult. I think I'm siding MIBR here. I think what I've seen out of Heat this game, gotta go with them.
I'm with you, Sean. I think MIBR probably have this, but it's going to be another close map.
It's going to be a bit of a banger. Well, let's find out which of these teams will score their first VCT Americas win and send it right back over to Vansili and Rivington. Have fun, fellas.
Good luck, Fed, indeed. Thank you so much, Golden Boy. And yes, we are going into uncharted territory here on Pearl, swimming in uncharted waters on Pearl, but it should be a treasure of a map with this mirror comp.
Watching to see how they will use these walls is what I'm about. The Jets will be there as well, but I cannot wait to see what the crisscrosses create, how they intersect, and who gets the most value out of the Sky Flashes. Because once that many walls are up, you're basically just straight up vertical in the air with the Sky Flash to make sure it hits, or it's just going to get caught in this quadrant of walls. Viper and Harbor alike. KRU versus MIBR going to game 3 now. I am so excited for this, fans. We have a great success rate for 3 games here. This is making me excited for this year of Americas. All the games, all the time. Let's see a mid focus to start off here for the side of MIBR with just that A hold. So we're not really seeing all the orb focus we have from teams playing Phoenix like Cloud9, but it is a B-Link control play.
High Tide just to try to push Melzer back as KRU holds the defense at the beginning of this game. Poison Orb being lined up on both ends on that control of B-Link. Nobody really rotating across. Solo anchor play onto the A site, where Nags could potentially just give it up very soon.
Yeah, with the gamble stack on B, KRU, you're right, might have to just give this one up. Cascade forward, they easily use that direction. Break line of sight.
Nanostorm's gonna delay. There's a little corner there towards our right side of the shed, so never really spotted. So that allows the rotate to happen from KRU.
5 spawn. 5 from spawn. Pile in.
First blood for Kesnet, make that even a second one. Players are still dropping right now as Kesnet indeed was closing in. And Marie's trying to get a timing off the backstab. Here's the footsteps of the 3 players thunderfooting towards this A site. The timing that he has still matches pull out his weapon. A cove coming out, a tap onto the spike.
Oh, they're bumping.
As at first he has to run in, being watched in by KRU. Now the last one as they spot it was trying to get that timing on the flank is going to get denied by Nagzit. And KRU get the opener into the tiebreaker.
I think we're going to get a lot of cove parties in this one, Van Silly.
And everybody's invited.
And everybody's invited. There's going to be a lot of play around that cove, especially once we get to B. We saw it here used firstly on A and able to break through that defensive line on the backside. Kesnet with 3 big frags, again to a Guardian, as we saw him play to before. Hasn't really been focusing the operator, so big buys to come in quickly have been a priority for KRU. It's really heat that we've been seeing on the off. Bulldog as well comes out with these Spectres and the A focus from MIBR. So they're gonna test A again. This time a little differently. Orb grab for sure as they start to move up here, but really just seeing what they can get out of KRU. That push and pull tactics. They still have one lurk by FRZ.
Here.
KRU gamble stack B or A this time, so they'll be ready.
Prioritization of the orb for RGL. Meanwhile, we always had FRZ just holding towards this plaza, trying to hear some footsteps if needed be. But yes, testing the A site was MIBR, but for KRU, look at it instead. Such passive utility being set up here by Nags, playing all the way towards spawn, letting MIBR really flood with their pistols and try to just catch them into walking into a trap by pushing too far forward and potentially closing in on them.
Need help with that. It would have done quite a bit of damage, but they do trickle in just as those turret shots trickle out. And this might be a pretty big retake play. Again, as you mentioned, delay on that digital molly. And it just pans out for a defensive side of MBR. They have, or MIBR, they have not pushed forward, they're pushing backwards. So here comes the harbor wall for space.
No post plant util. No Astra on this map. So this high tide is going to be encumbersome right now for KRU to try to retake on a post plant, or hold on a post plant rather. High tide's also moving out, a flash through the high tide. Okay,
Davies?
This works for a bit. We've done some damage, and that's going to be expensive for KRU under bonus next.
Interesting on those plays how it seems to get a little scary, but you remember everybody's kind of a sentry on that retake. As soon as you go down, it should be traded, and that's where Kesnet and Davies are to make that play true. 4-1 for Kesnet, so they're going to be going real quick to that Blade Storm when they need it. And they're talking about JZZ on the desk. And we've seen a lot of Skies with those high kills coming out here. Leaf, namely, as well, we saw yesterday to mention. It really just allows a lot of solo situational play, right? You get quick flashes, you have a few, you can also clear your areas to make sure you're making the right play and watching the right angles. So it seems like our Sky players here in the Americas really putting up the numbers.
Doing all of that job usually on the attack, using those flashes. Hey, let me just run in and trade with you because I don't have any more utility left to help. And when you're committed on a hit, it's not worth staying back there.
Push up, first time for KRU here. It's been a lot of the playing behind the site, ready for MIBR's take, and this screenplay from Kesnet starts them off right on the side of KRU.
So we praise JZZ, we give him the cast a curse. First one to die by Kesnet playing behind the screens. Even a high tide being thrown on the defense. Blade Storm activated also on the defense for KRU. And that forces now MIBR to rethink their strat with a minute left on the clock.
Destroyed.
As this round plays out, it starts to remind me of the Neon Viper comps we would see, and people sometimes play on Icebox when it was like first coming out and they try it, but you have 2 walls, 2 layers to take over, right? And if you don't have enough utility to do that, you know, whoever is defending or a post plan or defending the site, they could really make it difficult.
30 seconds left.
No utility needed.
KRU with the time remaining really wanted to try to find that information. 3 players pushing out towards B to fight, and then 1 playing forward position as Nags lands that shot with the Sheriff. No matter what though, MIBR forced to hold back for a bit. as a Reckoning did come out on the attack, and there's that push from Melzer.
Blocking sight.
Tap onto the spike, not sticking it yet. Reed still has 2 snake bites to work with. But there you go, he gets fully diffused. Round comes out for Crew. The players left from IBR just wanted to save their weapons.
Yep. Another defuse coming through. So these spike plants have been going in. You do see MIBR making that distance, but the beginning frags is like, how easy is it to hold the site when you're taking it with 2 people, right? Those numbers almost have to be there. You see weapons getting dropped a little bit, sheriffs for regular buys. And now MIBR is wondering, they haven't been able to execute the mid-round strats like they did. It's only been a few rounds, but still mainly focused on the first site that they're hitting. So we have yet to see any of the fakes or misdirection coming in. Cascade straight up. So we see 2 walls already placed down.
Oh, just spotted RGL, misses a shot and dashes away. Trying to use the mini up with that Guardian on the top of the screens once again. And the 2 rifles that were saved are also trying to initiate at least an entry by spraying through these smokes, and that's one of them in the hands of Heat. Cycle back the fuel for the defenders for Crew. Denies any type of visibility, vision for MIBR to re-hit towards the B site.
Both teams with this idea that the Killjoy should protect that middle of the map. We see actually a rotation off now by Nags around, still keeping everything active, but they're only going to be a part of this. Once the execute happens, they're in to B.
He made it towards the back of the site. Snakebite on the right, doubling up towards the back halls, and Davies, though, shuts down. Wasn't even really alert. At first, he was just trying to find a timing. No late alerts to come through. Flashed in as Heat still holds his ground at the bottom of a spawn. Spike planted for long, but all of MIBR are committed deep into this B site. Kezit somehow still wins the fight with the Guardian. As numbers dwindle, RGL and the rest of MIBR cannot add more past the post plan in the half buy that they've gotten.
Bravo by Crew. I actually thought they were going to be late to the play there because Melzer was in A forever, thinking there would be a flank, thinking the spike might still be A. Crew still able to pick it up, so you see the intentions of how they play these rounds. If they're going to keep Melzer in A the whole time or on another site, that they're not going to try to defend the site right away. They'll defend when everybody gets there and go in with the utility scaling. So Crew, we see the idea, the plan that they have. 4 defuses in a row tells you that it's the retake look right now for them as they kind of allow MIBR space into the site. Mid hasn't been too noisy. It's MIBR's space so far. It's if they can get out of that section to make something work now, to set up the strat with this space that they gain. Crew, right out of A, very quick to grab the orb. Close to having Reckoning, but they do have Nags' ultimate here.
Exactly that. Talk about the retake plays from Crew. Lockdown available for another retake. 3 players pushing out towards the orb for Crew at the beginning of this round. Forfeiting that map control. Deciding instead to just anchor back, work together towards Art, re-clear it together too. So once again, still easy, still doable to get part of a map away because of this lockdown. Off angle being set up by FRZ. Nice second kill. But it gets stopped right away by Davies.
We've seen that be such a strong angle during rounds there, providing big impact frags. 4v3 on this round, Vansili, and this is what we've been wondering. Can they get the post plant now?
Both of them were walking, so it all comes down to reaction plays. It's Melzer to get that kill, so that 3v3. Reckoning activated on top of that. Nagzed now seeing that it's clear. He's getting pushed from behind.
Oops.
As Heat comes out from the window. Cove still available for Davies as he throws it into the site. Swinging on to the right, but RGL wins that one. Tap then onto that spike. Flash through. But this is looking good for MIBR to put the first score on the board.
Grabbing that first round with quite a bit of patience. We actually saw a little towards B, walk back towards mid. They had to figure out how to kind of take Crew apart before that retake was able to happen. Otherwise, the numbers have just been too much, and the 1v1s weren't going in the favor of MIBR. Just simple things right now. Crew seems to be able to get the fundamentals down in these rounds. Kesnet does go for an op, though. Did not expect that from earlier. So we'll see this defensive op be left on an island at B. MIBR is going to go straight towards this, so it's going to be a quick hit and dash off. Not even active. There it is. Dash activated.
Wasn't afraid from the first flash.
Ooh.
Almost got caught off guard here. Didn't expect players to just run down that ramp behind that cascade.
I suggest you move.
Now Reckoning comes out on the attack. Kesnet's forced to fall away. Double! Gets that spray through the smoke for that double kill.
Right there.
Cove plant coming out from RGL.
Planted.
And he's just on fire into this round.
Wow, they looked like a different team after seeing that operator. They activated immediately to dash forward and close the distance, making it so hard for Kesnet to come back with any kills there. Almost a flawless round here, Vensley. 2 more to go. Melzer next.
Last player standing.
Almost an ace, too.
Looking difficult to get that, though, because
He's looking.
Nags is all the way back towards spawn. He's looking and hunting. Op even not picked up, left behind by Kesnet.
Uh-oh. He's left a breadcrumb. Did they send it?
They're letting him get it. They're letting him get it. Denied there by Nagsen, but Maurice at least was there for that instant trade.
I was almost wondering if they would just send Maurice in like a drone and be like, oh, fine. I'll trade you, I promise. But happened the other way around. Still, yeah, couldn't even get out. That's how quick they closed the gap onto Kesnet. So very fast audible called here from the original strat. And it was actually really neat to see the distance and the sight line for the operator, right? For Kesnet looking up towards the end of B. But when you saw the peak from Heat down on Pillar, it was almost not in that scope of the operator. So really throwing Kesnet off and throwing it for a loop. Round 7, double peak mid. It looks like they're just looking to gain control. Different look from KRU though. They've stayed away from mid up until now.
And it was a double peak with another operator investment for Kesnet. So a very expensive round for KRU. Looking to win this round with the least casualties as possible just to bring that economy back. But on the other side though, for MIBR, it's looking pretty healthy. Lockdown available with 3 other ults. MIBR once again just continuing to cite the same type of conditioning of working towards the pillar into the B side, this time behind utility. No! Kesnet gets a double kill! Oh. Big investment that comes in big for KRU. As the lockdown now pushes the attackers away. Focusing back towards mid, Maurice trying to get a timing. Out towards that B link. He slips it through. Slithered across towards the spawn. Kesnet launching it with the operator. Meanwhile, though, on the A side, it's a solo hold from
30
Melzer.
seconds left.
High Tide then coming out. Should I say Cascade coming out? The flash fully blending JZZ, but it allows the trade to happen. 20 seconds left on the clock. And as Maurice made it through, gets all 3! Under rotation, a 2 versus 1! And Maurice somehow comes in clutch for MIBR.
That's absurd. Even with one person with utility out, right? It was Klaus throwing a guiding light, but still 2 members needed to be fragged, weapon out. That's incredible from Maurice. This as well, you thought would just be the lockup, but nope. And there was patience there. You saw that area was being watched by the operator just a moment ago. But Maurice plays the time, checks his watch, knows when he needs to make that flank happen. Vamos, MIBR, you can hear it. They are hyped right now after that round, and you have to be. That is an incredible round to take.
You need this call out now for KRU. You need to discuss that. Somebody had to be watching that spawn if Kesnet's going to be rotating out. Always expect some type of lurk. This is a great map here on Pearl to allow these lurks to happen. But again, I think it's all on that timing that Maurice had. We did have somebody holding in this corner of that sky onto that B-Link that just couldn't get the flash for information, and that's Maurice then taking advantage of that opportunity and turning it around here for MIBR on that previous round.
Right, it's such an interesting round to see that MIBR made it to spawn. In the first round, KRU plays defense towards mid, right? They leave Sky there for a moment. They tried to be up in the face of MIBR, but still behind enemy lines they were. 3 ults ready on the side of MIBR. 2, the Blade Storms here. We could get a dueling set, but I doubt it on the Sheriff to marshal by for Crew. They are going to push up towards B, though. Look for a quick frag on somebody who peeks out right away, just to pressure MIBR, make them play a little sweaty this round. So it's extremities for Crew this time.
With the Blade Storm looking to fight very early. Counter flashes on the attack. Cascade moving forward on the same spot as usual. But a second flash allows Kesnet to move in and get the first split up to RGL. Pick up the spike too is going to be MIBR. And meeting up with the rest of the team right away.
And we could look till 30 seconds before they get back in here. That's a double guiding light used by MIBR. Unless they get enough frags to make it easy, they won't need a flash to get in, and that looks like it to be the case. They get themselves safely away. It's a lockdown. Already another lockdown to an eco round here in this matchup. They are pressuring each other so much.
Classic to come out to break it. That allows here Melzer to get the kill into this A site. And this is really good here for the eco from Crew. Forcing out 2 ults for MIBR on the post plant.
The growth of that really hurts Crew on the retake. They're forced to be in it for so long here.
Flash close. Just getting space. Re-clearing inch by inch for the defenders of Crew, and the Blade Storms are still activated. Kesnet still gets one before he gets picked off. No defuse is going to come through. But that's 3 down and 2 ults wasted for MIBR. Something that Crew really wanted to do into that previous round. Make that expensive.
We'll see that money. 4 in a row to 4 in a row. Not what you usually see, but for this game, they have just been going back and forth. And it's almost multiple sites for MIBR, right? So you see Crew on that round, it was a save, but looking to push up, stop it for MIBR, at least being that easy to take ground and use all of these walls to keep pushing in. I like that. Crew cannot get and just sit back as much. They realize the retake isn't working after MIBR was able to figure out what was actually going on within these rounds.
Looks like water damage.
Little spill. It's okay. We all do it.
Party foul.
It only took me like half my lifetime to figure out you should have a cap on your drink on the desk. Many mouse pads, mice, and keyboard.
Go. When you're winning the way that you are here for both these teams, you might definitely be able to have these type of celebrations that you know forces these type of cleanups to do. But there's definitely cleanups outside and inside of the server with how both these teams are, you know, you just mentioned it, stringing all these rounds in a row. 4 for each.
Yeah. And some of them swinging, there's plays that shouldn't happen, but you also have to give credit to star power, right? To see what Maurice is doing, to see plays Melzer is making, Heat's making, Kesnet at times, when they are the focus of the play too, right? Whether you're identifying where they are, they're still able to come out on top of having a bunch of util thrown in their face. It's been incredible to see everybody step into the light here for this matchup. Bringing each other to a third map here. Looks like we're all set, ready, whether it's dry or not. That's another thing. We'll just see if it makes it that much slicker.
No change though really from Crew. It's just different positioning from the operator before always towards greens, letting a few shots, making it difficult for Mario to move in, but there's not that second piece. Well, actually, now that I'm looking at where Klaus is at, I wonder if at some point they want to try to do that bait and then have another one play towards that pillar. That said though, Crew starting this round very early. Just trying to shut down towards the arc.
Very interesting growth on that ultimate.
Yeah, it's quite uncommon from the regular or the other type of ults when you're trying to cover both the door on B-Link and to Art from the pit. So you have to now leave Davies just really jiggle peeking all the time towards this B-Link door. Not more utility moving out there because the anchor from Crew, that Killjoy, is inside the A site.
This has to feel weird for FRZ. He can play the angle quick. Molly shot out as there's a little aggression for Kesnet down here towards B long. And actually, they're making Crew react pretty hard here. Cascade towards B-Link. It's going to be a rotation off, too. But they leave. Murray's there on the play.
With the flash finding information on the B side from the defender, still nobody's rotating from Crew. So we're staying ice cold in both ends. Even that Trailblazer coming out confirms that it's just a lurk. And even with that lurk, Maurice has been doing awesome on this map so far.
Spill some more water on the mouse pad, why don't you? Here we go into the site. Great delay as per usual. Max, that goes down though.
Yeah. Great delay at least to not allow MIBR to follow behind Heat. But Heat still gets the opener. And that's going to be the last two players. Maybe even trying to move back towards B to salvage that up again. That's where both players are currently moving towards that plaza. Trying to shut down Maurice if you can. Was already holding an angle. That's 2 4K rounds now.
That is. You took the words out of my mouth. That's absolutely on top right now. 15 and 4. They're going to be answering Viper ults with Viper ults here. And it's not the short shots. It's not the close angles. It's not the fake outs. It is the true firefights. Just winning the 1v1s right now. That makes you think twice about the angles you're swinging. We said this was going to be things that Heat was doing, and while Heat is doing that, Breeze is trying to top it. That's a scary, scary prospect for the side of KRU. Still, we see the operator being purchased, but not able to do work for KRU. They stay back for a little bit of a martial defense here behind some walls to see if they can tag on to MIBR before they hit the site. Would push out of A here, Vansili. They can focus towards B now. They can get this numbers game up.
RGL can pick up an orb, but Elise gets an orb for his death. Nice shot by Kesnit. Pressure moving up from MIBR. Heat hit by a Trailblazer, and also gets hit by Kesnit. But that calms down for a bit, finally, until then. MIBR trying to move inside this B side as Davies shuts the site, moving into the site. Reckoning out just to have some players dance around, get that info to allow the double fight to happen.
Yes.
FRZ did not expect the second one to move in. In a blink of an eye, it's a 2 versus 1. Disadvantage for MIBR. And JZZ has to blink some more as he flashes himself.
Quick reload. I think the distance on that, they actually didn't hear it.
This high tide's about to come down. JZZ trying to get the advantage. Oh, there's a gap into this. Now as it comes in, easy kill. Last one definitely knows that it's towards long. And that's Nags with the Guardian. You have to step up big. And JZZ is gonna get the Red Bull clutch.
They can't keep doing this, but they can. A 4K, a 3K, 2 4Ks, right? In the past few rounds, just really flipping the rounds on their head. And that was the eco. It looks so good off the first Marshall shot. This defensive back haul here, a quick scope on that one. And how this was played. So smart. Honestly, there was just so much distance between the opposing, right? You can't get for that trade shot. JZZ plays it so well to actually go to the left side and create the 1v1. He could have been in the middle there. We're already into the next round.
We want to fight back. Kesnit dashed away. Flashes on both ends. Both initiators doing their job. Trying to break the crosshair placement, allowing Kesnit to get the first blood. Heat then moves in. And all of the defenders instantly dying now towards the A site.
I've got your trail.
And even the Seekers are now coming out from GZZ. That's going to spot the last two. Can FRZ hold this corner? Here's the footsteps back towards Art. I mean, we've already gained the space inside this B side, so all of MIBR rotating back now, allowing FRZ to become the late lurk on the post plant.
Alarm bot out.
Of super good positioning as they start to come through.
Because you have the Viper alive.
Yep.
Poison orb. And also the toxic screen to come up if they want to bring it up here to allow this cross to happen for a plant. It's going to move in for a safe one. Pushed away by a snake bite by Melzer. Running out of bullets.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
And Heat is there to support. Nagzet. Okay, on to the first one, but there are some heroic plays and some great players feeling themselves here on the start map for MIBR.
Another 3K. They're just saying my turn, my turn. And before we looked at this, it was going back and forth. We had 4 rounds to 4 rounds before we started having these multi-kill rounds happen. It's what we expected. We have the same comps going up against each other with this double controller, working off walls, who's going to be able to frag better kind of situation. And it comes down to the MIBR frags right now, as they have just been on fire these past few. And even to this fight, it could look great for Crew, but there's a difference in armor. It's coming down to the little things once they hit the site here. So we'll pay attention to it all. Cascade up. Utility is now scattered all throughout Art, as it's just going to be a reckoning in Van Silly.
Heat still dashing through, hit by a snake bite on the ground. Snake bite, and as he has the blade storm,
Right click.
the right click does do some damage onto Nagzit. Cove plant then coming in. All of the players of Crew just around the high tide right now, looking to re-clear the space off the trailblazer left behind. And look at this full rotate. 2 players moving all the way back to go towards Art. All of this
No
is
way.
by Melzer. Melzer now moving forward with the rest. Poison Orb to allow for him to try to get some sort of a plant.
Oh, they gotta hurry.
Waste out the utility early. Flash then coming out, and as they're waiting for this flank, it's just taking forever, so somebody else has to commit for the defuse.
They have
Another
such good
snake bite
comps.
on the ground, but it's halfway. A push down finally onto the Art stairs as RGL and Maurice, all the rest of it by BR, but the defuse, it's coming in! They get it!
No way. You have to be kidding. How many times are we seeing this happen this game, Van Silly? It's absolutely ridiculous. The comms on that were so good. I said they had to hurry, but the team at the A main was saying, no, the defuse isn't on. It is on. They were giving every comm necessary for the flank and Art to work, and it comes down to an all-out firefight through a cloudburst, not even a cove, and it's still the defuse under pressure. The fast fingers to get that. What a play.
Natural things happening, chaotic rounds once again. I'll pass it back to the desk so we can try to digest at least that first half.
Make sure you have some water with that Riv, but also close the top. Anyway, yes, incredible stuff in an awesome game. Seriously, really, you couldn't have asked for a closer contest between these two teams here, especially with how things have panned out, Mimi. This has been really enjoyable to watch and quite chaotic.
I could ask for a slightly closer game, I would say, because that was MIBR winning 7 rounds in a row, and only that kind of last round coming through for the side of Crew by like a miracle defuse. And a big part of those rounds that MIBR was making a streak out of was the multi-kills. This team was pulling off some crazy individual moments, and I think a lot of it started with us seeing some of the good ideas from Crew. They were really good in these retakes. They were trying to put emphasis on pushing these players off the line, but then MIBR was just finding these gaps, and Heat and Mariz were unstoppable in that streak of 7.
Yeah, that duo, and this round, that got, they got MIBR on the board. So crazy, and then Kaznet follows it up with his double, but Mariz pushes.
I can't believe Mariz was all the way out here as well. And then right back around was like, let me go ahead and take care of that too.
So crazy. The individual plays that MIBR pulled out after they were down early in this game were ludicrous. And the only round that Crew ends up stealing is that last one?
Yeah, it is absurd. But here's the thing now. This puts us in a position where either of these teams could easily take it. That last round that Crew managed to scrape by, I think is critical because this is a mirror matchup. And I think some of the things that we were seeing in the first half will continue to be true in the second, in that this is going to be defined by the post ones. With this Harbor Viper comp, you want to be playing into that retake. There's going to be an emphasis on that. I also wonder as well, will there be an emphasis on Heat off in here? We saw Kesnet struggling a little bit with it against this Harbor Viper composition. So honestly, this second half, I have no idea what to think.
I will say Kesnet was very impressive how active he was on the map, particularly at B.
Yeah.
He was fearless taking some of those aggro lines.
You kind of need that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, once he
especially
started
with
rifling, it was
Harbor.
incredible.
Yeah, especially with the Harbor. Does Heat have that same aggression on defense? Does he get the volume of shots that Kesnet just got that half?
So the question you have is, does Heat have that dog in him?
Does he?
We'll find
think he
out.
might.
Let's send it back over to the casters for our second half.
I definitely do think that he has that dog in him, Mar. We'll see if it's going to be the aggression out for MIBR in D, because there is a way to try to play against that double controller. Yes, for the retakes, but also trying to find that perfect timing between the spacing left out by the double controllers. And they have the perfect utility, the perfect composition for that too, thankfully, because you also have JZZ with the flashes to support. Starts there. Look at the delay right away.
How they mirror each other, right? You almost expect it. Obviously not the wall situation, but you see MIBR's wall all across the entries of B-Link, Art, and A main, just to slow things down if they don't know where Crew is. Wall goes up. They're going to go ahead and make it by that pretty easily to start off. 3-2 split as the gamble for defense is towards B, but it looks like we will get a quick rotation or lean out of RGL.
JZZ now under attack, but still gets first blood traded out, but now identified that the spike is down towards B. Commitment now.
Wait a minute.
Cloudburst and a dash with a ghost, while he only has the Sheriff. Whipping a couple of shots, trying to make it away, but delays enough for RGL to move in and drop the spike himself.
That was feeling really awkward for a second. If that Cloudburst went down, it was just like, okay, what's going to happen? But no, the Cascade follow-up to make sure at the time the Cloudburst would go down, they still have cover.
Max at the save.
Wow.
All the rest of crew holding on the pulse plant. And that's crew to answer back with their own pistol.
That was cheeky. Very nicely done. And yeah, crew absolutely needing this one to start off the second half. Like the Dust said, anybody's game from the way this is going. You can't expect, what, 10, 15 multi-kill rounds to come out, right? So that's the hope in crew playing strong, not even thinking about that situation. Really nice two-take on B. That's all they needed. Crew makes it look easy as they swarm the site after the fact. Vandals, 2 Vandals being purchased up here. This could get tricky as it's a gamble stack towards A too. They lose one of those Vandals and it changes.
That's the flash, 9 HP left onto Klaus. Kezen at 31. Thankfully a Cascade moves forward, so that's gonna split the push. Now making things a lot more difficult for the MIBR to answer back. Yes, one of the Vandals has fallen for the hands of Kezen. Not picked up yet. Travelers are also the stun, spraying through. As finally, after all of these reloads, FRZ will be able to pick up that Vandal.
No health though. Crew made sure they just absolutely smattered that with every piece of ammunition that they had. And now the B take to come out. There's really no save gonna come out of this. Wait, they chucked it off the map. I love that. Threw the Vandal right off the map, going straight classics into this retake.
Even expensive for crew.
Exactly.
Don't allow them to salvage any weapons, and FRZ and RGL at this point can even play even more back if they want to die from the spike.
So quiet, just looking to play off maybe a trade, maybe some of that head armor gone, even though it's light on the side of crew. And see if this patience pays off here. A good round by crew. They are able to come out with another one for themselves and make sure that MIBR has a hard time taking down more than just Kezen.
Even the same discipline for crew. Look how far back Klaus is with only 9 HP. Doesn't want to lose another weapon here. Spike's gonna go off, and even on top of that, RGL manages to get a kill.
7-7. We're now all tied up. They are able to finally bring some rounds through, staving off the thrifties this time. But hey, you still might get something out of this bonus round that crew comes back fighting even harder for. MIBR full Vandals. Maurice is going to be the only one that has to go for util to get that light buy down. Melzer is with a Sheriff though. So this is going to be a little bit difficult. Going to have help on the retake. See if MIBR, see if crew can identify where this would work best. Melzer could actually be working alone here, so fine to have the Sheriff make the lurk happen, possibly grab a weapon.
And with MIBR losing pistol, economy's not really up to bring out the early operator like Kesnet was able to do on the defense for crew.
Lineup.
Yeah, the lineup, but unfortunately still a disadvantage. As crew has lost a player early towards the A orb. And also the second player being heavily damaged is the only one that cannot get healed. And that's Klaus down to 26.
Guiding Light, Cascade looking to hit anybody on that first corner. And make sure they set up here to at least switch some guns out and prepare on A. They have enough space. This looks to be the full hit. 50 seconds left, so I don't think they're going too far from this position, rather. It's going to be the 2-2. 2 through Art, 2 through A main.
Farzi pulling back towards Flowers just to make sure that the turret could spawn a potential late lurk. Alarm bot's going to sound the alarm literally for 2 players. Trying to gain control on the attack towards the Staircase of Art. playing in front of the high tide as the Cove comes out. Plant attempted to come in for Crew. Looks like MIBR is happy to give that up. Rifles on the advantage. All of Crew playing on outside for the pulse plant. Could get dangerous here.
Oh, that's a big shot.
No util for the pulse plant, and even a reckoning for the pulse plant to delay even more if they can. Tap across to force a little bit of that run forward. And with another high tide coming out in the attack, actually it funnels in the advantage of MIBR. They just focus on a couple of lanes. And now everybody falls from Crew. The fuse then comes out, and it becomes a flawless in the end for MIBR.
Flawless.
I did not see that one coming, honestly. I thought MIBR or Crew was going to be able to hunker down at least a few of those members in the site, get a bit of the money off, but that is such a good round bonus for MIBR to not lose anybody and cause that full rebuy for Crew. So a big round. Could be switching this one around. It's up to Crew now to really knock down MIBR. Otherwise, MIBR may find those last few rounds with the aggression they've been putting from this defensive side. You already see them wanting to push Art here. That's going to possibly be a 2v1 scenario that Nags gets right away and is not going to be in his favor. Work up towards B long. 3 mid here for MIBR, so the flank is going to be enormous with whoever they choose to go, but it's going to be a back towards Nags if they do this. Just turns around.
Still the trade comes out. And all the rest, look at the positioning for FRZ with that utility, trying to delay, prevent people from moving towards the back halls. So potentially the rotate could come back towards B-Link, but instead MIBR opted to move everybody towards the spawn for the retake instead.
Yeah, with the push to Art, they put the Viper wall at B, causing Crew to have to move through that. Reckoning comes out, Van Silly, but MIBR wants in.
Melzer staying back. Stopped by Moritz. As the last 3 players of Crew have to play long range, but it's planted for them at least. Still have Klaus alive, but no flashes available yet. As now double wall comes up on the defense. Tapping onto the spike, and as this reload comes through, we're gonna get a Cove defuse. Players now peeking out. Nice shots coming out once again.
Maurice?
I think he's gonna try to spill another water just to try to cool down at this point, because this guy is just unstoppable.
There's the spam from RGL. Yeah, kind of incredible. Obviously, a lot of people shoot and you have a time to get comfort in there and hit your shots, but just the accuracy that they're coming in, or the rate they're coming in, I'm sorry, with his accuracy has been incredible in that one under pressure. Great retake here. I like the second layer, 2 layers of trying to defuse the spike there. They tapped the spike and everybody backed up to see if there was a push down long for the screens. There's no push down long. Everybody has to reposition, and you have everyone peeking the next time that Cove comes out. So a little 1-2 set play protocol for the retake. Oh, ooh, a little haircut almost.
MIBR finally having enough to bring out the operator onto the defense. Same position as Kesnet, same plays pretty much coming out from Crew. But a shot doesn't land. Crew on an eco. That turret also showing that nobody's pushing aggressively towards the A orb for the defenders. So an opportunity for somebody, one of these players, to take control of that orb. We want it to be potential. I was gonna say potentially on Klaus, but it's gonna be the Blade Storm instead.
Up and over, following the dog. No peeks coming out just yet. The rotation comes in, and that's gonna be the start from Kesnet.
Nice flash, getting behind the opener onto Moritz. Second flash as he turns away. He's trying to save his teammates. As there's still one alive here inside
3v2.
the dugout. That's RGL. And yeah, the advantage is actually for Crew. RGL trying to get a timing, but saved by Kesset by the church. Heat then with the operator. You're in a great spot! Until that happens, a surprise dash from Kesnet. As it's gonna be the Thrifty for Crew to answer back.
I wonder if that step up onto the little edge there, right, alerts Kesnet just in enough time the spike doesn't go down. So many things there go into the round, but Crew do take it. It got a little sketchy at first. It was the Trailblazer into just Kesnet, but the follow-up utility is what continues to make it safe for the side of Crew. You're usually getting Viper bites back to the dugout in the back, pushing out usually Harbor that's back there for the side of MIBR, and they have a lot of answers for those initial hiding spots where people can tuck themselves into the A site, and it's been a good focus. It doesn't seem like Crew have really been slowed down too much on their site takes, because you always have Kesnet going all the way through, so why not follow him, right?
And with the retake attempts from MIBR, it's not as clean as how Crew has been playing. So a much-needed timeout coming out. Do we want to play more aggressive now? If you're giving too much space for Crew, they're definitely going to be able to take that space and overwhelm you to not allow you to go back for these retakes. And especially losing a Thrifty.
Yep.
You gotta focus up. This is your last attempts here. Third map as we're tied up 1-1 between these two teams. One of them to come out victorious would also be their first win for the VCT Americas. Important one for the morale.
Operators there for Heat. Still back onto that purchase finally. A is going to be the strong play here. Rotation out of middle looks like it will come from Maurice here. And MIBR looks to put on a little pressure.
Heat with the op. Turns away from that one. Gets a quick scope onto Klaus.
Incredible shots coming out to make that flick happen. And Crew now wondering what to do. Their initiator utility down. They're going to have to use full walls and contact play to make these next situations happen.
Alarm bot not damaged. As we have great delay from Moritz with that poison orb into the B doors. Pretty much the same standard setup that Melzer's been doing when he was playing that Viper on the defense. And Crew decides to go in with a Reckoning. High Tide also to split up the site. But as they only hear the noise going out from that B link, Crew gets the easy plant.
You see a neat little molly there from Melzer to the top of the ceiling that actually denied B link. Maurice and the team start to push in. Here comes Seekers, Van Silly.
Spraying behind the Seekers too. One connects onto Davies. Maurice is just around the corner, waiting for this timing, but he's low on HP. Only at one stigma on the ground.
Oh, he's still gone.
The barrel of the gun is sticking out of this Viper. Just waiting for it. Finally does so.
Gotta get out.
Pin is about to come down. Only two alive here for the attack. Another cove for the defuse. Heat hits the shot onto Kesset, and JZZ floods in. MIBR get the defuse and a lead by 2.
Cove party. We got him coming out of MIBR here twice now on B, and that's kind of ridiculous. Marie's patience. I think any of us would have shot the first time we saw a barrel, but it was not happening. 1 HP, still makes it out alive after being the forward-most person during that retake. Absolutely incredible thought process for MIBR, the way they're playing around these situations. It's no wonder Crew's having so much trouble keeping a string of rounds going. We see again 17-18 back and forth, and a low buy again for Crew.
Heat in a different spot. Sprays coming into the doors, and a nice swing by Melzer.
That's Nag's weapon.
Toxins going
It's right there.
Seekers in on the attack, stopped by an alarm bot and Nanoswarm. Reactive is MIBR putting down the pit. But this position coming out here from JZZ is huge at control. RGL's gonna hear all of this to start things off.
Stuck in the back hall.
Slightly cleared, but Melzer still does the run and gun. The drive-by. And JZZ gets popped.
Spike planted.
Cove is there. I don't think it's protects against the 5 though. It's going to be quickly cleared. This is obviously the attacking Cove. A little defuse from Maurice as they start to put the pressure on to Crew, but it still looks like Crew has this advantage.
Thankfully, Maurice still has a wall up as a toxic screen. Cove still available on the defense. Now he gets dropped by RCL. Back once again to halfway. Maurice at least got it halfway. The battle to come out. FRC in the back of the 2v1.
Remaining.
And he's looking for that clutch.
The wall? Wait a minute! What is this?
And a 4K.
And a 4K. MIBR is calling upon the gods. It might just be themselves right now, but there is some extra gusto coming from these guys. Holy moly, for this to actually be their win. Like I said, the cove gets broken, insane. That's fine, but still, this wall play, whether or not it was told it would last long enough and to just hold it, they commit. MIBR has been together on each one of these takes. They are not disjointed at all. It looks so drilled.
Red Bull, Clutch, and FRZ. Those 2 kills that he's gotten in that pillar was pretty much what Maurice did earlier on, too.
Just bringing the fight to KRU. Honestly, they're not wasting any time. They're not giving KRU or saying, will KRU push us? You know, are we going to have to defuse and wait for KRU to make a mistake? No, MIBR is forcing these mistakes. They're defusing and then swinging 2 people wide. One will go down, but they get the trade. They're just looking to dwindle the numbers because they know with their controller setup, the double controller, it's really hard to stop a defuse on B site.
What I really like what MIBR is doing here for the retakes is really waiting to use that cove once they've cleared out at least the pulse plant utilities.
Yeah.
Coming in, tapping the spike, making sure that the nanoswarms are broken, that the walls are being put up, everybody's reloading, and when it comes down to the full defuse, then it's just going to be guns. And you already have that bubble, that shield coming out from the cove.
Yeah.
That's going to guarantee at least that halfway plant. That makes it difficult for KRU to really hold down on a long-range pulse plant, so they got to figure something out on their attack for these post plants for KRU. Because at least the first steps to get into the site are always very clean.
I think this could be one of the few lockdowns we see from KRU coming out of here. Nags does have it. It's going to be answered by another lockdown.
Oh, yeah, no.
Good thing I was looking at the players and their utility. Like I said, MIBR is bringing it to KRU like every instance in their face. Holy moly, what a start to this round. Spike's still down here, and it probably would be if anybody had it with that kind of start. Nowser could have a big play. It's the swing of the round, but we're not seeing FRZ take his eyes off of B long.
Toxins going up.
Happy to give that up is Maurice after the snake bite on the ground. I mean, they still have that lockdown for the retake, a reckoning too. Not using any of this for MIBR, though, will give him a lot more comfort should they face map and series point.
Yeah.
With this advantage that they currently have.
And KRU has found a fight at this B link almost every round. That's how Nags got his gun last round when they were kind of on a hero buy with 3 Vandals and 2 Sheriffs. So they go to find the 1v1. They try to pick off MIBR numbers. These firefights are not going in KRU's favor, though. Here's the lockdown we're going to see pushing out of sight. It will prepare MIBR for the retake and KRU for the post plan.
And with this early lockdown, might not even need a reckoning to retake the site.
That's pretty. I like that.
Tanner Metro like to say a nice little Venn diagram. But the plant still comes in for KRU for the post plant. There is that reckoning. Footsteps now being heard, but Melzer answers with 2 flying up in the air. It's just Melzer who gets hit by the reckoning. GZZ capitalizes on the kill, gets to the fuse, and MIBR are now at map and series point.
KRU are getting into these post plants without everybody there. They don't have all the utility that they're getting hit from MIBR. Like we said, these comps will do the same. And if you have more agents, you're obviously going to be able to out-util, out-flash, and create the angles with your dual controllers. Looking straight up, getting shot from straight ahead. MIBR clotheslining KRU on these post-plant retakes. Low buy for a possible last round, man, silly.
Yeah.
Or low buy, low armor.
I always like these silver linings, though. So the silver lining for KRU is that all those ults that we talked about on that previous round for MIBR have been used for that retake.
Okay.
So an opportunity to swing it back here. Davies one away, a plant to allow a reckoning to happen, to swing it back for KRU's attempt of a comeback. Picks up the orb instead to start the reckoning, and he somehow lands that shot onto Klaus.
It's going to be that quiet before the storm. Still 5v4, right? KRU loses one. MIBR now with a full retake to have happen, but that's the price KRU pays to get back into this site.
with the Trailblazer that clears out towards the shop. No late lurks. Knowing that the hold is inside the site or long range. For Crew, they want to stay inside the site this time around.
2v2.
Operator in hands of Heat. Cove and High Tide once again available. Off shot missed. RGL onto the defuse. It gets instantly broken on that bubble. So no halfway point. Heat now picking up a rifle. High Tide to come out, but there's almost no time left here on this defuse. One has to protect, but it's not going to work out. Crew stays alive to fight another round.
Last player standing.
And it's kind of going through the motions of the same thing that haven't been working. You know, they almost just have to beat their head against this MIBR wall to make the strat work, come out with the firepower, because even if at this point Crew does use great utility, Maurice is like, here's a 4K. I'll deliver you more multi-kills.
We've seen them less at least, right?
Yeah,
so.
yeah. So Crew, still there, still within it to bring this to OT on our final map. 3 chances to do it for MIBR, or for Crew rather. And MIBR 1 round to take this. They go back to this B play, hoping to find maybe that Killjoy utility and take it out, but that Killjoy utility is not used here for the mostly save round from MIBR.
Exactly, you got nothing. Just a shorty.
The shorty.
Shorty's not even up. Maybe even trying to run through the smoke. It's being watched though by Kesnet. For the rest though, 2 rifles were being purchased by RGL and JZZ. Might not even want to use the Seekers here. The idea was try to get a gamble stack towards the A site and lay waste to exchanges if they can. But now it's Maurice and Heat out with frenzies, clearing the back of the site.
Self-blind.
Cove still once again available by RGL. Could throw it in right now. But Melzer is still alive. Still gets the snakebite lineups down onto this B site, and we're just spraying across, looking really good for Crew in the end. Round's gonna come in. It's gonna be 12-10. As no rifles actually will be saved at Throb, but it's okay. Our hero rifles that we've gotten basically just bought them low to the same economy as everybody else from IBR.
Yeah.
So looking good.
They take the guessing out of the game. I think that's the first time we've seen Crew actually go through the site to plant at what is considered one of the default spots. Much easier to spam, much easier to shoot. And they had great cover on the Cove used to plant that. They kept getting into the middle of the site and trying to get out fast. Committing fully to the site there and allowing themselves to set up a better post plant paid off big time. And we have an answer now. Kesnet starting to come back. 24-16 to Mariza's 24-12. It's a heck of a battle at the top of the scoreboard, and still we got rounds to go.
Bladestorm as it misses across. Kesnet still trying to updraft as Heat falls back. And a stalemate to come through. Just some damage being done, but topped off is Heat thanks to JZZ.
Bit of a reset now for MIBR. They get back into position. Crew still with the idea to retake on this. You see, it is Nags hanging back to keep that turret active just within range. So the team wants to stay here with that flank watch. Ooh,
and all 5
never mind.
players of Crew outside here towards A main. Just want to try to potentially get a pit down for a plant.
Turret going down in mid alerts Crew that, you know, there are less numbers in sight. Quick Viper's pit goes down.
I like this. The save from Davies as we cycled the spike for Klaus, who allows the Seekers to come up. And here comes a triple flank off Seekers on the defense though from MIBR. The first contact, but it's still Crew fighting back. You're saving for MIBR. It's all gonna come down to the last round of regulation.
Crew, I think they've hit B like so many rounds in a row. Finally switch it up and take a patient A hit, in which Crew, MIBR was ready for to start this round off. They were very ready. And then once they started to disperse, the push came mid. As soon as Nag's turret went down, Crew played the numbers game.
Flawless.
And look at that, even a flawless,
no
weapon saved for MIBR. And that swing moment that we talked about, all of the ults that were used by MIBR to put them at 12. Now it's actually an opportunity for Crew from the rounds that they won, stacking up ultimates that they were building themselves. And now MIBR potentially with nothing left.
Well, one of the saving graces of actually, I mean, it feels bad, but having a team destroy you in rounds of 4Ks, 3Ks, 2Ks is those those weren't played to your maximum potential.
Yeah.
You're getting caught in situations that you know you should get caught in.
Yep.
You can prevent 3Ks and 4Ks from happening with a little more patience and take. So I think the mentality here for Crew was, hey, that's some extraordinary stuff that's actually happening. We can still play this game. We can still win. It's nothing that should be getting them down. And I think that mentality now persevering for Crew, and they've really been able to come out on top of their 1v1s here. 15 seconds left in MIBR's timeout now, Van Silly, because they're wondering if they're going to be able to close this out before OT now.
Tenacity, resiliency.
Yeah.
The name of the game for Crew. As they're one round away of bringing this third map of the series into overtime, which was potentially a snooze fest from the first map of how it was looking for MIBR's dominance. We got a doozy of a series after all. And with the weapons that you have, the money that you have left from MIBR,
yeah,
it's such a broken buy. Thankfully, you're on defense. You can play the long range with these Guardians. But Crew, we're also not too far away from ults to try to gain space into maps. Or into the map, rather.
Yeah. You get that Reckoning, clears out exactly what you've been liking it be in that plant. Double flank watch. I'd say it looks like a full commitment with that utility placed down behind Crew right now. MIBR, they do hold for a long time, and I think Crew's been starting to play off that.
Reckoning now initiated as Davies picked up the orb earlier on. So the gamble that you had to get this Viper's Pit into the A site is going to be wasted for the retake attempt for MIBR. Plat now comes down. Trailers are out to allow Heat to gain some space, hopefully catch one off guard. But it's now time for Crew to play the post plan. One did get caught off guard on the rotate back towards the top B, and that is going to be Davies. Nano Swarm then on to the top. Delaying even more. More snake fights still available as the poison orb comes up.
They have to fight this. They have to get out there.
And it starts with a flash in the back of the pillar. MIBR is definitely pushing forward. The long-range ADSing RGL took a while for these hits, but it's looking good for the overtime until this happens. But yes, we do get the kills. We are going into overtime.
What a round. The little changes from Crew every time. And setting up to take, or sorry, from MIBR and setting up to take down Crew. Oh no, they have switched, so now I'm getting confused in teams. But looking at how Crew won that one, I think, as I said, you see Viper on the other side of the map almost the entire time. It wasn't MIBR rotating very hard. It was always a numbers game for Crew. They hit B again, and it was still a slow rotation from the Viper on the side of MIBR. So you're just not getting the numbers you need, and Crew effectively on a run right now. 4 in a row here, bringing it into overtime, Van Silly.
So for MIBR fans, now it's time for the Brazilian team to bring that tenacity up, because losing that many rounds going into overtime now, it's got to hurt the players. As MIBR now are on the attack. A change of pace to try to get some early B control. Countered back by a high tide.
Yeah, that was real quick reaction.
And a cascade, sorry, but Heat still gets the opener onto Nagset. Playing in front of that utility.
You almost expect that to be known, right? You want to push them to a certain area, and then Nag's just not ready for that quick peek. What a shot to start off this. So that utility, they will have to, again, keep one in A. Melzer stays a little bit further back now, and they're expecting the B hit to come in. The gamble for Crew on the wrong side of the map here, and MIBR should have a pretty good plan.
You have no choice.
Yeah.
Look at that positioning left behind by the Killjoy, right? It's going to be an attempt once again for Crew for a retake, but this time at a player disadvantage. A free plant to come in
30 seconds left.
It's not known yet by MIBR. Still going to use a bit of that utility to clear out towards that site. Flash is close. Dash in.
You're getting some nightmares, Vans. I see Marie's on a flank here. Kind of at art, not a flank yet, but it could be.
10 seconds left. We haven't planted yet, but MIBR still gets a couple of kills. Davies fights back. Somehow there's 7 seconds left, and we haven't got the plant.
Plant time. There's time.
Running in. Oh, the offshot missed.
They got it. They got it.
Kessin now looking for a play.
Planted.
A 2 versus 1. He only has the op and a Blade Storm. Now he gets activated as he gets a 4K into the round. And MIBR are back in the lead.
MIBR pulling out the
Switching
4Ks once again. I said, oh, it probably won't happen right now. They do. They find a way. It's with the Blade Storm, an overtime Blade Storm, which you know means Kesnet was doing overtime in that round. Oh my word.
Yeah, but stopped by heat from that plant. All heroic plays done by this player right here.
Look at that. Look at the hype. They are so ready.
What was that, Riv? A 4K.
A 4K again. What a match of multi-kills here from the side of MIBR. Crew, they're staving off that firepower. Possibly for one more here. He pushed up and he starts it off on Kesnet.
One of the rare moments that are playing behind that pillar. Gets that kill, dashes away, and an early purrs advantage for MIBR.
Toxin screen down.
See those high tide heads. A quick clear just for the forward position. So they get an idea. If nobody's playing in that position, they can expect to see a few more on site towards the angles in sight that they need to be looking. B-Link really controls that push through mid. Pulling out Killjoy utility.
MIBR actually want to fight out towards the A main so that the pulse plant cannot happen for Crew. One of their winning conditions on how they've been stringing back these rounds on their attack. So taking that position towards your fighting back in that area if they forfeit on an A plant, it works out.
Double clear on B-Link here for Crew. That's where they try to find their first 1v1. And it's actually long A, like you said, Vansili.
So Melzer is trying to rotate back to play that pulse plan and get stopped right away by FRZ. Things are looking good for MIBR right now as Crew now has to force in for a plan. Maurice gets picked off though. They know there's still a player playing somewhere towards A main. As the plant comes down, Davies has to win this one, but he also gets denied.
4v2.
2-player disadvantage for Crew. Forced to play inside of that site. So much utility available for MIBR, and only one left to go. Cloud's trying to do their heroic play, but it's not going to work out. MIBR comes in for the defuse, they fight back, and they win this series.
In a really strong fashion individually, Vansili. Obviously, the team comes together to get the W, but you could look at every player here on MIBR for a standout moment, and mostly at that third map. Come time at the last hour when they needed it. Really great play around, and Crew as well, putting up that fight, finding their way back into the game. It was a bit of the top of the scoreboard fight, right, for a lot of this. And both teams trying to figure each other out. But it was cool to end on Pearl here with the same comps and see who could get that mirror to work better.
And you saw at least when we had the shots of the players all standing up, stretching out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a long game, a long series for these two teams. What started very one-sided, even this third map, Mimi was saying at the desk, like, yeah, it's a close game, but I wish it was a little bit closer in a sense that it could have gone more back and forth.
Yep.
And we definitely had that the delivery. So Mimi got that wish that she wanted, and we had a banger to end the second half and even the overtime for this victory for MIBR.
When you see how hard the fight was, Kesnet has the most frags at 27 and 18 in the server, right? Marie's at 24 and 15. So it was a bloody battle between these two teams. That's what we expected.
Yeah. And Kesnet
Definitely expected the back and forth.
You mentioned that the 27 kills that he's gotten thanks to the overtime here on the third map, but the performance that he was able to put on that second map too.
Oh my
Lotus,
gosh.
right?
Yeah, and while being a little quiet on the first one.
And quiet last week. It wasn't all about him. It was more about Davies, and he definitely came into this one and really put Crew on his shoulders this time. The Kesnet that we know.
Yeah, really, Davies had some amazing shots coming in here. MIBR takes the win, and honestly, the desk called him out at the beginning of the day. He's on your screen now. He had such an effect from game 1 to game 3. I think it's very easy to think of Maurice and the multi-kills in 3, but that operator was coming out the whole time from Heat. There was space being made, and he definitely cooked up the competition today with the MIBR squad.
Yeah, and history continues to be written, right? Fury are the first team to beat Crew last week.
Yeah, they bleed.
The first Brazilian team to beat Crew last week, and now MIBR continues that story, being that second team, and now Crew isn't as unstoppable anymore. in the Americas region.
Very true. With that wound, they go back, see what they can fix about it, and yeah. I want to know what Marie spilled on his mouse pad now. What was that special?
Some voodoo magic.
Some
for
voodoo
sure.
magic in there. Oh my God. After that pause, it was just up and away, man. So there was no stopping after that. You can even see RGL, yeah, pat on the back for Maurice there. What a series coming out of him.
Yeah, what was definitely important out there was that tenacity that Crew did bring out on that third map, and it was then finally MIBR that was able to do the same thing now and even win this in the overtime. It's now time to look at the MVPs. I mean, we got Heat, Cheesy Z, Maurice. Who are you leaning towards here?
There was the portion when I was like, we should call JZZ. Jeez, we look at Heat's first games. This is a tough one. Honestly, I feel like everybody had an MVP for each game.
Yeah.
But I might go with Heat again. The operator was still the whole time. This is a tough one. I'm leaving it up to you guys. I say nothing.
Scan the QR code to make sure that you vote. And with that, stick around though, because after the break, we're also gonna have a winner's interview and a test to all break that down. And it's time for us to cool down. Happy Easter, everybody.
Getting through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them in a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VCT Americas, where we are ready for the Verizon post-match interview. Standing here with Maurice. Wow. Maurice, congratulations. What an epic epic series that was. I'm sure maybe it was a little bit stressful for you, but we as viewers certainly enjoyed it. There's so much to talk about, but let's just kick it out and start with Lotus. Lotus was such a back and forth map, and at the end we saw how close the scoreline was, 13-11. With your composition with double controller, how difficult was it to go up against the Get-Go lineup? I think we're pretty confident in our composition. The best maps we play, like we played that composition. So we have a really good read on the game. We can play more split, like 3-1-1 on the map. So we have a lot of good reads in the attacking side. I think we did like 9 rounds attacking, so like that's a lot. The map's a little bit attack-sided, but we managed to like read really easy in the attack because Gekko like isn't really a strong agent to hold the side. I don't know if you get it. He kind of needs to play retake. So that's really hard. Like if we are calmer than them, playing a little bit better than them, we can win the after plants. So we were fine. I think that's mostly it. And defending, it's kind of hard because they have a lot of utility. Gekko utility comes back in like 10 seconds, so they kind of have all the map to them. So it's really hard. But yeah, we managed to get a little 4 points, so we're fine. After a chaotic second map, we headed into map number 3 on Pearl. You secured a bit of an early lead, and then it started to turn really back and forth. The game itself, there were so many multi-kills coming out from both your team as well as KRU. Walk us through what it's like as an in-game leader when that is happening. Well, it's more like it's very emotional in the game because both teams had pretty similar game plan to the game. Most teams are playing like loud comp right now and understanding that you can't really hold the sites. Like the same thing I said on Lotus, but it's a little bit, it's actually only that in Pearl mostly. So, I mean, it's the same thing. We had to be really calm on the retakes and the after plants. And like, I don't know, I just felt the game a lot, and I'm really grateful from my team stepped up a lot and called a lot with me. So I didn't have to focus too much on the macro game and could play my game better. So it props like mainly to RGL playing Harbor and helping a lot with getting space on the map in the XX. He helped a lot in the reads as well. So that's why I kind of could step up and play a little bit better than the other 2 maps. No, certainly, you were fragging off the board, and that sort of support must be so helpful as the IGL. And speaking of support, on that second half, when the scoreline was getting super close, we saw MIBR call 2 timeouts. What was Bazooka talking to you guys about during those timeouts? We were planning to play more on the setups we played when we won the rounds. So it was working really well, and we tried to adapt some stuff, and actually didn't work too much because the stuff we had planned and we practiced were working really well. So also too emotional to break their timing on the game. And yeah, there was mostly it. I think it helped a lot that he didn't need to pause in the first half, so we could like stop and reset 2 times. And hear Bazooka saying it's always grateful, like guys are world champion, you know. Absolutely, and I feel like it's just been amazing to see MIBR's development, especially coming from last week. You went up against second best team in the world and still had such a close series. In fact, in the interview with Sadak, he was saying he was panicking quite a few times. With last week's games and today's games, overall, how are you feeling about the team and how you guys are gelling together and coming out in VCT Americas? Well, I feel really confident in my team. We're having really, really close games, but I think it's because we have a new players on the team. We're still finding how to play on the match. It's different, like it's always different. So we're feeling each other, going a little bit to this side, and then we actually saw the loud VOD. So we actually we see that we are getting to the point where we want to play in the tournaments. So we're like, okay, we're getting there. So we are a little bit more confident to this match, and everyone is just helping each other so much to be in the same feeling in the game. So I think we're getting there. It's a long tournament, so we're kind of going game by game, and we're confident that we can do great matches. Amazing. That growing synergy is absolutely beautiful to see. Thank you so much for taking the time for this interview, Maurice. For now, with the wrap of that second match, we are going to head back to the analyst desk with Golden Boy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Smix, and always a pleasure to hear from the players in MIBR, most notably Marie's there, and actually a great opportunity for us to really shine a light on him because good head on his shoulders. We learned a lot from him in that interview, but on top of which, played some damn good Valorant today, which you got to be happy about.
Yeah, you really do. And he gave credit to the Harbor on his team to give him that space on that last map. His early round lurk at long where he punished Kesnet with the op, got 3 more that round, and then that spawn push round. Those are 2 huge swing rounds he had this game. And then all that post-plant util coming on the B site. Hats off performance to him.
Yeah, and also in the retakes, consistently finding value, pressuring forward so his Harbor could find the time to get those diffuses through. It was a really impressive map out of Mariz.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, if that is the level of play that we're going to be seeing more from MIBR, especially in those last few rounds, right? Like, I'm okay with that. I mean, honestly, even in this matchup too, Mimi, like, there were a lot of retakes from MIBR, but I'm struggling to think, and maybe you could shine a light on this, was it because MIBR did such an exquisite job retaking the possession of the site, or was it maybe KRU giving them a little too much space?
Bit of column A, bit of column B. When you're playing these double controller compositions on this map, it oftentimes is that your composition kind of thrives in the retake. You have a lot of utility to block site, and your Harbor can put down that cove while your teammates fight forward. And I think MIBR did a really good job of doing so, particularly when they went towards the B site. We get to see one of those rare kind of retakes that they ended up being able to win out towards A.
A
they
site
had a
does
good
exist.
idea of things. Yeah, rarely. Occasionally it does exist. But they had an almost 60% win rate on that defensive side of being able to get those retakes on through. But also, at the same time for KRU, their retakes toward, or excuse me, their post plants towards B long, I think had some gaps. A lot of times it felt like they were over-reliant on holding back and relying on spam and just the Viper mollies to be able to win on out. And a lot of rounds, that utility was not enough, and MIBR was able to get the stick through. It was rounds like this one that kind of made that comeback happen for MIBR.
I do have to give credit, though. That is an insane cove where only a tiny portion is available to
and they
get
save
shot
it
at.
for so long,
Yeah.
too, right? That Viper roll first, waste the utility, then use the cove. It's so good.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think they gave them too much space, particularly that A site plant where they're all in A main against this Harbor comp retake. They just had nothing for the spike. So kind of let a couple of those rounds slip away. And honestly, MIBR ended up stealing the map because of it. A couple of those heroic late rounds, those retakes, that's pretty much half their rounds.
You know, honestly, if you're the coach and you're the KRU management, you're kind of looking at this and you're like, okay, there's some gaps to fill. But you are happy, I think, with how today went. Because genuinely speaking, despite the fact that they still lost, it was a strong performance from KRU. Much more, Mimi, than what we were giving them credit for going into it, I think.
Yeah, despite the loss in the series, I feel better about KRU after today than I did going into this series. I think they showed us some really cool ideas. The attack side on their Gecko was good. The integration of Kesnet is continuing to work really well with him being able to play excellently. And I feel like they did a much better job at adapting than they did in week number 1.
I agree. They won their map pick in Ascent, which is the number one thing you would ask for. And then they went really deep in their map pool on Lotus and Pearl. And ultimately, they just couldn't get it across the line, right? But I do think there's some good takeaways here for KRU today.
Oh, 100%. You win your map pick. You go 13-11 on Lotus. Then you go to OT on Pearl. Not a bad showing for KRU at all. But before the break, though, we asked you guys to vote for the players of the match. And, of course, the results are in for MIBR. You guys went with Heat, who did we confirm that Heat had the dog in him? I'm not too sure, maybe.
Yes.
You just wanted a breakdown.
That just like
any
made my brain stall out for a second.
Any opportunity I could get to throw you off for a game is really just what I
You succeeded in that one. I would say, yes, he probably does have the dog in him. He was pretty good throughout that series. Sean, your thoughts on the matter?
He probably has the dog in him.
He probably has the dog.
Has the dog in him.
More likely than not.
In OT, being that cold to close out the series.
That's true. That's true. Well, it's because of that dog that we end up seeing MIBR pick up the win. Let's take a look at the standings and where we are right now. Because that means that with that victory, MIBR get to shoot up a couple of places in the standings. They will be tied for third here, as we're all going to be seeing a couple 1-1s down the line. And we'll be seeing 2 other winless teams take to the stage tomorrow with 100 Thieves and Evil Geniuses. But man, Sean, this split, even though we're so early into it, and I mean, we have our Super Week around the corner as well, it's going to get really exciting.
I feel like this region is anyone's game. I feel like there's about 4 teams that can make an argument for like the first seed in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Not even making the playoffs, just the first seed. I could not tell you who the top 6 teams are going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. And I think seeing all of these regions develop, like there was a story last year of Brazil being like a one-team region. And now every single Brazilian team we have in Americas here is competitive. KRU is starting to look like they're rising back towards that point they once had of being actually a top competitive team. It's just so close, and I can't wait to see how it goes.
I know, really across the board, across all the regions. Folks, if you're not waking up, eating, drinking, breathing Valorant, you're clearly doing it wrong. All right, because tomorrow we have plenty more matches to close out week 2. Well, actually, one more match, but you know what I'm saying. Week 2 closes out with one game. It's going to be an NA showdown. We have Evil Geniuses taking on 100 Thieves. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be an exciting game. We thank you all so much for tuning in today. Here are your Prime Gaming post-day highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye. It's a beautiful Sunday, so why don't we go ahead and stay inside and watch some Valorant, shall we? 2 prolific teams in the Americas region square off here for the first time at the Riot Games Arena. NRG takes on Sentinels.
Flash forward, Crashy's dancing around the cloud, but the energy flood trying to funnel through. Victor getting one back. 3v3 here for the rest of the side. Artist spraying through as Victor's gotten the third.
Nice! Vic.
And Zekin getting 2 with the spam.
Okay, it's coming back.
Yeah, it's back. The flash is good though from Zekin. Sentinels once again wanting to fight with the paranoia. Oh my gosh, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. Sentinels gave a run at it, but NRG close out Lotus 13-10. We're gonna have to deal from Sentinels. though. You still have another Molly out from Sasi, who's now dead. Zekin spotted, dropped.
Nice.
But Finesse continuing to frag, continuing to lead from the front. Sasi and Paka outnumbered and outgunned. He's got it down to 1. Victor up top. The swing is there, and the shot is 2 from 10. The Red Bull clutch for Sentinels. But Thoth should find so much value. Spike down. Numbers-wise, and it just once again falls apart. A statement made from NRG. They looked rough last week, but they're back on top.
We have KRU Esports taking on MIBR, and this is gonna be awesome. Let's see what we end up getting from this. Has KRU developed? Have they found themselves within this week? Or will MIBR continue to show us why they are a team to fear here in the VCT Americas region?
There is that cue for MIBR to move in, but it's still going to be KRU that holds it on the outside on the pulse plant. All that time in the world for them to breathe. Instead, for MIBR, just a solid anchor towards that A site. No, we're not clearing it! We're not clearing it as it gets 2 kills! And even a third one!
KRU with the comeback. Slicing and dicing through everybody's hopes and dreams on this one.
2 of his teammates are actually vulnerable by the snake bite on the ground. And MIBR is already rotated across. KRU looking good, at least for now.
Oof.
Still ensuing chaos. And he denies at least the halfway plant. All of MIBR comes in for the mountain and the crossbar set up in the end. And MIBR will be able to move this into a 3rd map. And as Maurice made it through, gets all 3! Under rotation, a 2 versus 1! And Maurice somehow comes in clutch! Trying to shut down Maurice if you can. He's already holding an angle. Whew. That's 2 4K rounds now. FRC in the back of the 2v1! He's looking for that clutch. MIBR comes in for the defuse, they fight back, and they win this series.
A really strong fashion individually